All good.
Hey guys, welcome back to day 2 of the TLG Invitational. Didn't realize I had already switched away from my waiting screen, but here we are. I'm Shinmiri and joined by Apero once again. Apero, do you want to introduce yourself for anybody who missed the cast yesterday?
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much. Yes, I'm Apero. I'm also a member of Team Aretusa, a creator of a lot of YouTube content in particular, particularly aimed at newbies and beginners. My goal is always to explain things really simply, straightforwardly, so that people who are newer to the game can really understand, because there is a lot of lingo when you enter this game. So that's basically who I am and what I do. So where, Shinmiri is explaining the deeper kind of stuff, I'm here as a bit of a translator for the rest of the community, let's say. And hopefully together we managed to bring you a really entertaining, fun, and understandable stream. Cast, I should say.
Yeah, so for those of you just joining the action today, this is a top 16 double elimination bracket format for day 2. Each match will be best of 5. Each player will bring 4 decks, one from each different faction. So they have to bring 4 different factions, 4 decks total, 1 ban, and then with the remaining 3 decks, they play a best of 5.
Yeah, that's right. And we are going to be casting losers bracket, if I'm not mistaken, four.
Yes,
Yeah, four.
losers round 4 between Movius and
Mm-hmm.
Sumo.
Yeah. Yeah, so Movi is coming from a team ESC Gaming, ESC Card Gaming. It's an Italian team, Italian Gwent team with a really great website, actually, that I was looking at before. So if you are Italian or speak Italian, there's a really good resource for you. And Sumo, of course, I think he's with Team Swallow, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes,
Shinners?
that's right.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, from Team Swallow. And so they'll be facing off together, following along this losers bracket, which maybe we could take a look at to kind of show you, I guess, what we're talking about here when we're talking about the winners bracket and the losers bracket, how
Yeah.
this works. We can maybe give a
There
quick
we
overview of that
go.
before we look at the decks.
There we go. Here's
Yes.
the bracket for today. It is not a Swiss tournament. It is a double elimination bracket. As you can
Mm-hmm.
see, a lot of the games have already been played. Apparel and I picking up the second half of the day, and
Mm-hmm.
the top 16 started here. Double elimination bracket means that you have to lose 2 matches to be eliminated. So you can lose 1 match and still be in the running. If you lose 1 match, you get knocked down from the winners bracket to the losers bracket, and you can still proceed through the losers bracket and still have a chance to end up winning the whole thing.
That's right, because the winner of the losers bracket does eventually go up against the winner of the winners bracket in order to go for that first place prize. Of course, there is
Um,
still a double elimination there, though, right? If I'm not mistaken. So then
yes,
they still have to win twice
yeah. So on the
against that person.
exactly. So let's see how the players have done so far today. Quick note: I believe one of the top 16 qualifiers from day 1, Paranoid, was not able to play today.
Yeah.
So Iceloth, who was 17th, got in to the top 16 bracket, and it looks like you can see the results on your screen here. So I'm not going to read
Mm-hmm.
them off, but people who are still in the running at the moment, Unforgiven and Busher, have been the
Mm-hmm.
2 players that have not lost a single match so far. They're facing off right now as we speak. The winner of that match will have a long break where they await the winner of the losers bracket in the grand finals. And then going down to the losers bracket, Sumo just overtook Piable in a Nailbiter 3
Yeah.
to 2 victory. And so we will be casting Movius versus Sumo in a few minutes here.
Yeah, and it's really a shame that we have to call it the losers bracket, because there's just no other there's no
No,
nice term for it, right?
I've heard
Is
the
there another
term,
way?
I've heard the term upper and lower bracket as well.
Oh, I like
But
that.
it's
The
not as
lower
intuitive.
bracket.
I think the winners losers bracket is way more intuitive.
It is more intuitive, a little bit more insulting, but it's all right. It's all right. We've all got pretty sturdy
What
egos here, I hope.
what was it that I said? You're all winners until you lose a match, and then you're a loser.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yesterday we were talking about the format, really talking it through, and yeah, Shinmiri said, I think you're a winner until you lose a match, then you're a loser, and he said it really like so definitively that I couldn't help but laugh because it was just such a kind of damning statement to make. So just so you all know out there, the moment you lose a match, you're a loser. I'm sorry, it's just reality according to Shinmiri.
And also, Gravish and Shaggy are still fighting it out right now in
Yeah.
losers round 3. The winner of that match will face off against Backer. And so Apero and I will be with you guys for losers round 4. We'll definitely be casting losers round 6 as well. I'm not sure what the status of losers round 5 is just yet, but we may or may not be casting that match.
Yeah, so we just gotta wait and see how it goes. Obviously, a lot of the casters today have cast from midday yesterday all through the night, and then today again from midday all through the night. So really, we're kind of coming in as the late support here, as the late relief to these absolute troopers. And just a huge shout out to everyone, obviously for the organization of the tournament, but just talking quickly about the casters and the players who are just going through this absolute marathon of Gwent right now. And one of the things that Shinmiri touched on just then, the fact that the winner of the current game in the winners bracket is going to have quite a long wait before they have to face off against the winner from the losers bracket. And that's because the losers bracket players really have so many more games that they have to play, and it is an absolute slog. So a real advantage for those who stay in the winners bracket, who get to have that break, kind of recharge their batteries, have something proper to eat, not just like 2-minute noodles or whatever they've whipped out of the fridge, and can actually then go in nice and fresh with a clear
Yeah,
mind.
if I count right, like the player who gets through to the grand finals through the winners bracket, they only have to play 4 matches to get to the grand finals. Whereas the player that comes in from the losers bracket, they have to play one, two, three, four, five, 6, 7 matches to get to the. So they have to play 3 more best of 5s than the person who advances through the winner bracket. It's
Yeah,
like
that's
that's
right.
really tiring. That's like what 5, 6 hours more Gwent that you have to play.
Yeah, that's right. So we do actually have the deck lists here. We will actually be starting really shortly. The players are already kind of ready to go. So we can already have a quick look here at the deck. So we've, as usual, Shinmiri and I get so carried away having a lovely chat to each other that we forget to get down to business. And here we are having a look. Both players have banned Skelliger. Not a big surprise there. This has been kind of the trend for this tournament.
Right.
And Sumo will be on blue coin first up. Any predictions which deck he's going to bring to that? Also, Movius is going to be on red. So why don't we, while we're on Movius's screen, why don't we talk about what you think
Okay.
Movius will open with here?
Yeah, so let's just take a quick look at what he's bringing. It's some pretty unique decks.
Yeah.
He's got the Uprising Swarm version with Triss and Bone Talisman. These cards are designed to take advantage of having a ton of units on your side of the board. So how is he going to get these units? Mainly through Carrack Frigate. Probably
Yeah.
Queen Adalia to copy Carrack Frigate as well, and then swarm all those soldiers. He's got the Bone Talisman to buff them up all for 1 round, and then he has the Voimir to buff them up in a different round.
And a Triss.
Yes, and the Triss to get that Bone Talisman, exactly. So a lot of swarm strategy, but kind of requires a long round to really get their value going.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know Second Wind is banned. So Death Shadow, I mean, this is quite similar in a lot of ways to the lists we've already been seeing during this tournament. A lot of people really focusing on this ethereal what am I thinking of? Transformation ability in order to get value over a long round and dominate the opponent. And I think really there's not. I'm trying to see if there's anything in particular that is. Oh, the Kikimora Queen, of course. Do
Yeah.
you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so
Shinri?
the idea of this deck is it's got 2 big win conditions. It's got the Ethereal to win 1 round, and then the Kikimori Queens to win another round. The idea is to use Caranthir to copy Kikimori Queen. Well, first, you have to get like some insectoids on your row, because that's what Kikimori Queens work well with. They thrive all your insectoids on the row. But you set up some insectoids, then you play Caranthir to make your first copy of Kikimori Queen. You leader Death's Shadow ability to replay the Caranthir, get a second Kikimori Queen, and then you play the one from hand for 3 total. Can be a really devastating long round potential if unanswered. So one of the strongest long round decks if unanswered in this Death's Shadow Kikimori Queen deck. And then finally we have Congregate from Movius, bringing a Herald Gord list that also has some swarm potential with Jacques, the evolving card from Syndicate, and Fallen Knights that really benefit doubly
Beautiful.
from not only the crimes, but also spawning units on your board as well.
Absolutely. Maybe we should just quickly move on because I know that the players are waiting for us. So we'll just take a quick look. We'll just switch straight into Sumo's list as well. And again, Second Wind being denied here. No
Mm-hmm.
surprises there. Imperial Formation, of course, will be what is turning into a bit of a standard archetype at the moment, with the spies, of course, the Imperial forces being the main little engines there. No real surprises in there. Anything in particular about that list that catches your eye, Shinmiri?
Single ball list with enforcers. So poison spies
Yeah.
synergy. Two packages that players have really liked to combine into one Imperial Formation deck, using the leader ability to protect those Imperial Enforcers, and Thirsty Dames get a lot of engine value from those. And we can talk about the Death Shadow list that Sumo's brought. So
Yep.
both players here actually electing to bring Death Shadow, which is kind of cool, but they've brought very different decks
Yeah.
using the same leader. Not a Kiki Queen deck here, but rather
No.
a control deck with Crones. This idea, we saw this deck brought by Wang ID to the last Gwen Open number 2.
True.
He won the tournament with this sort of deck. Probably not the exact same list, as we see some new cards here with Oniromancy and the Apero Phantom, but the idea is to play up to 5 copies of Crones, and every Crone that you play makes the next Crone 2 points stronger. At the end, you can renew a 13-point Crone and then leader the Crone for like another 10 points of deploy. So,
That's right. And don't forget the most impactful card, Shinmiri, Squirrel.
oh yeah, there's a squirrel in here. I didn't even see that. Interesting. So we might see some banish shenanigans. Could be used on echo cards. Could be used on carryover cards like Flying Redanian, etc. So I'm
Yeah,
sure
but we are in
everybody.
open deck lists here, so people do know that when they're up against Death Shadow, they know that Squirrel is potentially hiding on the tree, gathering nuts, waiting for its
Oh,
moment to
this
strike.
deck also has an ethereal in it. So
Yes.
both monsters players utilizing ethereal, but the alternate win condition is very different. And then quickly to the off the books,
Yep.
Sumo's off the books list. It is a Passiflora mid-rangey syndicate list, but it uses the tribute leader off the books, which reduces passively all of his tribute costs by 1. And he has a lot of these, like Jacques has tribute, Savola, Moriels, Adriano, um, and then I think Cleric of the Flaming Rose might also have tribute. I think it does. I think it
Yep.
does. And same with
Think so too.
Fence and Renegade Mage. Renegade Mage also one of those cheap tribute units. Interesting.
Yeah,
I
and
have
because
not
we
seen this deck yet.
Yeah, neither have I, and I saw it and I was kind of trying to like look through it and try to work out kind of what's going on there, and I'm sure it'll be really interesting to see and play. Of course, a lot of these the syndicate decks are being brought because it's a best of 5 format. This is the deck usually that they wanted to bring the least and that they didn't bring yesterday as a result, and we're seeing those decks kind of come into play today. So it'll be really interesting to see how that goes. So let's, I think, jump straight in and see if we're ready to rumble.
Yeah, I think we should be very close to getting started here with game number 1 between Movius and Sumo. Movius from the Italian team, Team ESC Card Gaming, and Sumo from Chinese team, Team Swallow.
Yeah, that's right. I've got a little whiteboard notepad ready to go to keep track of the score. So we'll see how we go with that. I think they will have to resend the request here, probably because we spoke a bit too long. But that's a blessing and a curse in our case, I believe, Shinmiri.
Okay, all right, no problem. And we can
Yeah.
spend the time to talk a little bit more about this list. Like, we see some of these new cards in the off the books deck, like Lieutenant von Hurst. It's an interesting Horde 5 engine that gets you a new swarm unit every turn if you have 5 coins in the bank. Could be a very nice way for him to not only get points, but get more Firesworn Swarm synergy as well.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about rounds here. So obviously, Sumo's Imperial Formation will be what he will want to go in with on red, but he is on blue first. If you're blue in this lineup, what kind of deck do you think you open with here?
So Sumo, you said is going first.
Yeah, Sumo's on blue.
I mean, all of his like all of his decks are kind of red coin decks. Like they all kind of prefer to go second. That's actually might be a little bit tough for him. I would say out of all of these, maybe the deck that least cares about red coin would be Imperial Formation, because it does have that Ramon to help you get a lot of armor, a lot of tempo to start with, and it's very difficult to actually beat this deck on even in round one if they are willing to commit the Ramon. The downside, though, is you really Ramon on Enforcer is not as great of a round one play as something like Ramon on Crossbowman, the other soldier that Ramon typically copies, because the Crossbowman benefits from playing soldiers, and there are a lot of bronze soldiers that you can throw away in round one while getting that extra synergy. But playing spies for the Imperial Enforcers, a lot of your spy synergy comes from your high-end golds like Brothans, like Usurper, like Fergus, and he's only really got the one Mage Infiltrator as like a cheap spy synergy for these Enforcers.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm just having a look here. I mean, he really doesn't have a lot of other options going for him in that list. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do. The other thing to remember, of course, is that in any kind of best of format, you have to win with every deck that you bring. So once he wins with Imperial Formation, he's stuck with, I don't want to say stuck with, but he's left with Off the Books and Death's Shadow. He then has to win with one of those. So there could also be a situation, I suppose, where maybe he decides to open with a weaker deck in the thought of, oh, well, I have to win with this eventually, maybe I go for it. But on blue, that's a harder kind of game to play, I suppose.
Yeah, and then we could take a look at, jump over back to Movius's deck, and he is on red coin. What is he likely to want to play? I would say out of these the three decks that he doesn't have banned, I would say that Congregate is the most red coin.
Yeah.
Uprising might be okay for blue, and then Death Shadow is okay for red or blue. Death Shadow might actually have a better chance on blue coin, because it's honestly, so when it comes to blue coin, red coin, there's like these pros and cons to it. People generally think blue coin is riskier because you have a chance of losing on even cards when you're going first, right? And if you want to win it, you sometimes have to overcommit a gold where your opponent can just like hang back and play bronzes. But the Kikimori Queen archetype is so strong in a long round 3 that you might actually prefer blue coin in some cases to give you that extra 5 points from the stratagem to help you have a better chance of winning round 1. You're a little bit less concerned about overcommitting as long as you can save your Caranthir Kikimori Queen synergies. Then you might still be fine, even just committing an Ethereal in round 1.
Well, it'll be interesting to see which way they decide to go with this. Of course, just having another look at this Uprising deck. I mean, this is pretty similar in many ways to a lot of what we've seen already. But as you said, with this kind of more swarm-based approach, what are some pros and cons of that? Why bring that kind of deck to a tournament instead of, say, a Draug deck, like as most people seem to be preferencing at the moment?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think the downside of the Draug deck is the Draug can be bled out in round 2, and it's lower tempo when you'll get to this point where you need to play Draug, but Draug only plays for 7 tempo, right? So that might not get you your card advantage. Whereas something like this Bone Talisman has better tempo gain near the end of the second round, where they can play like a Triss into Bone Talisman or Voimir to stay ahead in points the whole way through in round 2.
That's it. And so we are just trying to get back in now. Just going to see how this is trucking along, if you don't mind.
Oh, and we are getting started. Looks all right.
Don't
Here
worry
we go.
about that. Okay, all good. We are able to rock and roll into this deck. First game, Sumo versus Movius. We are in the losers bracket, round 5, if I'm remembering correctly, and we are going to see here what they bring. And there is the Congregate on red.
We are going to flip the perspective here. So we have Sumo on blue coin at the bottom versus Movius playing Congregate on red. at the top. So I actually like
You
it looks
called
like it looks like I called it. They ended up playing the decks that I was expecting them to play on these coins. Sumo bring the Nilfgaard Spy Poison deck on blue. And let's take a look at okay. So Movius actually has the Herald Gourd in his hand in round 1, which is a little bit awkward because sometimes it's a card that you can't play in round 1, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to stay in this round if it gets really deep. Sumo does open up with the Ardfane Tortoise as the proactive play, and immediately that armor gets pinged down by the Crown Splitter Thug, boosting it's getting 3 value for the 2 ping. Pretty nice because it's not that tall right now, so although Sumo is gonna poison it, it's not like getting a super tall unit yet.
Yeah, and just having a look here, I'm not actually sure that there's, I mean, short of playing the scenario, there isn't actually another poison in Sumo's hand here, so he could just be trying to get rid of a 4-point card here, I guess.
He could be bluffing, yeah. Another thing to note, like, this Congregate deck plays Portal, and I believe only 2 Portal targets. Oh, wow.
Yes,
okay, they're playing fast. They're playing fast.
Yeah, they're playing really fast, but you're absolutely right. Movius is running the portal, and it does target the whoa, what are they called? Gone blank.
Mutants.
The mutants.
Yeah.
The mutants. And he does have one in hand on the far right there. We can see it. So that portal is bricked. Right now it plays for 3 points and doesn't really help a lot with thinning. And of course, having the mutants played vanilla, so to speak, is not going to be very helpful. But these guys are really going for it. He decides to drop, Sumo decides to drop the Vincent down there and take advantage of that poison tag on the unit so as to find some value from that poison.
Yeah, I mean, you blink and you miss it, but Sumo actually committed Masquerade Ball, the scenario, in round 1 on blue coin, knowing that there is a Bomb Heaver in the deck of Movius, and just testing, seeing if he has the Bomb Heaver. He did have access to it through Oneiromancy, and will be getting this Echo Oneiromancy card back.
Yeah, so that Echo card will, of course, come back into his deck. This is a beautiful new keyword from CDPR that came out with the Master Mirror expansion. Will bring that card right on top of his deck going into the next round. So there's not really any loss for him playing the Oneiromancy and going for that Bomb Heaver. This is also a single ball deck, so we won't be seeing it come back. That's the end of the scenario in this game.
Sumo actually using one of his leader charges on the Lamp Djinn here in round 1. I'm wondering, maybe he wanted to stay ahead for some reason. I'm not sure why he did that. Like, he was already ahead. Maybe he was just worried about some sort of tempo play that potentially Movius could have made to threaten to win on even.
Yeah, but we are seeing, as you said, speed Gwent right here. I'm struggling to keep up, and we have already gone into round 2. Of course, we see the Affan getting mulliganed straight away. I mean, there was the potential for him to hold on to it, but I guess in this case he's going to be...
He still had a mulligan.
Mutants.
He still had a mulligan, got rid of both mutants.
Okay, he did. Okay, good. So he's significantly upgraded there and gotten the Fallen Knight instead. And this is a new card, again from the Master Mirror expansion, of course, which has Veil and Intimidate, and the ability to boost self by 1 whenever a unit is spawned. So it's getting 1 for every crime that is played, that is with the Intimidate tag, and it's getting 1 whenever a unit is spawned.
For each unit spawned too. So if he plays something like a Congregation afterwards, it would boost that Fallen Knight by 4. Very, very quickly growing engine.
Yeah, exactly. And normally that Congregation, which spawns 2 Firesworn Zealots, or 3 if you've already got a Firesworn on that row, normally it's a little bit of a like, okay, sure, you get a few more units on the board, no big deal. But in combination with that Fallen Knight, you've suddenly got a really intimidating point slam coming out with that.
Pun intended? Intimidate? Huh?
I don't know what you're talking about, Shamiri. I would never make such a joke.
And here we go. So Sumo setting up the Enforcers. It's going to be a battle of the engines here in round 2.
Yeah.
Enforcers are damage-dealing engines, whereas these mutants are self-growing, boosting engines. So we're going to have to see if Sumo has the damage from these Enforcers to get enough damage to kill some of these engines before they grow out of range.
Yeah, and really interesting here to have a look at in Mobius's hand is Tavern Brawl. It's a gold crime card which forces two units which are adjacent to each other to duel. Duel being a mechanic that I probably don't have time to really explain here, but at any rate, they're going to basically attack each other until one is dead. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether he might even go for one slightly early, though I'm not sure that he can actually kill one of those Imperial Enforcers at the moment anyway. I don't think so right now, but perhaps he tries to use that as one of the ways to ping them down.
I think technically he could kill this
Oh, he
one
does.
using the Afan,
He does, yeah.
because the
Yeah,
Afan
you're
had
right.
the extra armor. So
Ah,
he was able to get, I think, 8 points. He removed 8 points from Sumo's board while also killing the Enforcer that had a charge on it. So pretty valuable Tavern Brawl there. I'm wondering if Sumo could have positioned that second Enforcer over here to the right of the Ramon.
yes.
That might have actually, if he had used the same buffs on it to 8 power, might have been able to save and play around any sort of Tavern Brawl shenanigans.
Yeah, and looking at Mobius's deck, there was really no downside to doing that either. As
Oh,
far
and he
as I can
gets
see, doesn't have
another
any word
one.
punish. Oh,
And
oh
I don't think that was guaranteed, right? Because he used his last leader charge to pull out the Afan, and it was a random card that Joachim pulled off of the top of Sumo's deck, and it happened to be a great one. The Enforcers
yeah, perfect.
back together as a duo.
Yeah, of course, the downside of this meaning he has no more enforcers left in his deck. So there are definitely no option there for him to use those going into round 3. But maybe that means that he just decides, okay, I'm just going to have to go all in on this round.
He
and
might-
hopefully
he
push
might
out the
be
board
doing
if
that.
he thinks it could be. Yeah, if he thinks it could be in his hand, he might think, okay, I've got 2 engines on the board. Look at that value from Fergus, dropping 3 spying tags onto the enemy units and enabling both enforcers to have 4 pings each, which is just huge and really shows some of this insane synergy that we've been seeing come out for the spying archetype here in this Master Mirror expansion.
Yeah, that's a big buff. Like, Fergus has been a big buff to the spy archetype.
Absolutely. No,
And
the
you
moment I
saw-
saw that card, I
yeah.
was like, okay, all right, it's on.
And these Scarabs come down, Azar Javid coming down for Mobius. These Scarabs are not going to be able to
gone.
protect much. They're just dead instantly to the Enforcers. And
We can just do the Emir flick for that one.
so Sumo looking at his hand and realizing that he's not going to have a second poison to follow up with the Cupbearer. So he just uses it for Purify, gets through the Scarab defender status with the Purify, and gets to save 2 charges on his Imperial Enforcers.
Yeah, and we can see here the Fallen Knight, these spawny unit boosts that he's getting from the leader ability here from Congregate. I think really Mobius here just trying to set himself up to not be absolutely destroyed in this deck. In this round, sorry. He sees that he really is up against a long round against spies. There's not a lot of answers that he has left for the spies.
No,
he really
I
can't
think-
do anything about them.
This is a combination of damage dealing engines being better than boosting engines, and also the first say advantage that Sumo had coming into this round, being able to set up his enforcers before Mobius's engines got out of control. And look at that, Roderick pulling the last gold out of the deck for Sumo, getting the Usurper General, and adding another 2 charges each to these enforcers, and he's able to just clean up these cut-up lackeys, deny their bonded ability, and this game is looking very, very out of reach for Mobius at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is really not a great situation here for Mobius, and he really has to now start committing serious value. And what he's trying to do here is to get himself into the zone where he doesn't have to use Harold. I don't know that he can do it. I'm trying to do the maths
He
here.
has Jocks, which will play for 12, and and he would have to commit both Jock and Herald, and it's just over. Mobius knows it's over. That was a fast game. That was one of the fastest games we've casted so far.
Darling viewers, I have to tell you, before this whole thing began, Shinners and I were having a chat, and I said, oh God, I'm going to be up really late tonight if we've got 3, 5 best of fives to cast. But now I'm starting to rethink that. Maybe I'll be going to bed by 9 p.m. at this rate. I don't even know anymore. That was insane. All right, first game done already. Any insights to add there, Shinmiri? Or is it just basically like that's the strength of Nilfgaard in this
I mean,
patch?
it's the strength of, like I said, engine mirrors. Especially if you have the damage dealing engine, you
Yeah.
want to be going first. Set up your damage dealing engines and just shut down all your opponent's engines as they play them. Never give them a chance for their engines to get out of reach, and never give them a chance to get the ball rolling. And that's why
Yeah.
like it was
Is pun intended or?
unintended for sure. But that's why Sumo was willing to commit so much to win round one, even committing the Masquerade Ball, despite it getting Hevered, and then using like the Vincent and the poisons. He knows that if he can get the first round win, he can go first in round two and then go for that 2-0.
Absolutely. And that I think that Joachim draw was really a huge deciding factor in that round.
That too.
Yeah, and just so people, well, and I have had this question quite a bit in the past. People want to know, why do damage dealing engines, why do people value those higher than those boost engines? And it's because once you deal that damage is done. Those points are yours. You've got them in the bank, sorted, it's done. But on the flip side, if you're boosting on your side, you become susceptible to a lot of other things. Those points are still on the board and able to be messed with in a way. So from a very basic perspective, it is, if you have a choice between a damage dealing engine and a boosty engine, so to speak, the damage dealing engine is usually the best way to go.
Yeah, but they are also typically costed more as well. So it's balanced in that sense. Okay, so we have game number 2 getting started here. These are both really fast players apparently, so we don't have much time to dotto. We have to keep up here. So Movius on blue with the Swarm deck, right?
Yes.
The Swarm Uprising deck with Triss and Bone Talisman. He's going to get his Swarm started playing the Frigate in the back row with the Amphibious Assaulted Drummer. Got a lot of points already, and look at this, the big commitment again from Sumo using the Tribute on Mariels. It is cheaper here because of the off-the-books leader ability.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think he did also, if I'm not mistaken, use the tactical advantage as well on that. Or did he use? Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, on the frigate, and then he used the amphibious assault on the drummer.
Exactly.
But not that it matters now. We're now 3 moves behind because we took 2 seconds to discuss it. So now we've got the Temerian drummer Trident infantry little engine. Of course, the drummer boosting the infantryman, who then deals random damage, 1 ping of random damage to the opponent every time it's boosted.
Yeah, and Sumo has already committed 1 leader charge, the Mariel's Tribute. And Movius still looking in pretty good shape here. Having 2 points per turn on the board. Yeah. Sumo chooses to answer the Radovid's Royal Guard with the Assault rather than this Trident Infantry that represents an engine.
Yeah, and I'm just having a look here. I mean, he doesn't... I'm trying to see if he's really got... He's got the Savola and he's got the Philippa in terms of spenders. And a few... I suppose the Jacques is his only option in terms of making a lot of profit here. He could use the Cleric as a vanilla 4-point card and take the profit from it. But I'm not really seeing a lot of options here for Sumo to make up this difference without committing some serious cards.
Now all of a sudden it's 5 points per turn on the board for Movius. And with no coins in the bank, Sumo has to give up this round. And we're going to probably see this Swarm strategy pay off for Movius here. He does still have to contend with a pretty strong long round deck on Sumo's side. Sumo's long round is no slouch with the likes of Passiflora, Saul, as well as some potential Seductresses. But Movius is running the Bomb Heaver, and he has the Oniromancy, the second version, the second instance of Oniromancy, to answer that Passiflora potentially. Yeah,
we also see the Adalia in hand, and right now, oh, well, there we go. there. Speaking of which, I was going to say there are a few options for her, but obviously the frigate would be the most interesting of those. And that shield actually being extremely useful when it comes to Queen Adalia spawning that unit, and especially for the frigate, we really want it to stay on the board for as long as possible.
Yeah, shield does prevent any amount of damage, one instance of
For
damage.
one hit,
even
yeah.
even if the opponent tried to do like 15 damage to it, as long as it's one instance, no matter how big it is, it will get absorbed by the shield. But what it doesn't stop is something like a seize, like Philippa. If Sumo's able to get to 5 coins, he could Philippa and seize this shielded frigate.
Yeah,
Now
and
he
of
needs
course
6
Mobius
coins.
knows that, and Mobius is trying to make this as expensive as possible, if that is what Sumo is planning to do, by just boosting it up. And of course, once it gets past 9, then it will be impossible to see.
And look at that, here come the off-the-books charges.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
I'll never be imprisoned again.
He is yoinking it, making it his own engine for now. Does Syndicate have any soldiers? I don't
That's exactly
see
what I'm checking,
any.
and I'm not seeing a single one. I do
So,
not think it does, no.
Not a great.
That's it, Farah.
No way for Sumo to reactivate this stolen frigate. And Mobius is just going to go ahead and play a second one.
Yeah, he's got that crew pocket. He set up that crew pocket with a soldier either side, so he knows I can just pop my frigate in there. It's going to keep refreshing that ability as long as it has a soldier on either side of it.
And the
That's exactly what he's
reinforcements comes down for
Oh,
another frigate. So Mobius has already played 4 frigates in this game.
And these frigates are having Sumo say, frigate. You're
That
welcome.
assault with these 2 salamander units on the board, that assault is able to do 6 damage and killing that last frigate off perfectly. And so now, despite playing 4 frigates, he's only stuck one of them here, but it's still getting some pretty good value. These guys
and here's some shots.
are just lightning fast.
I know. This is really. I think they know their game plan. They know the decks they're up against, and they are not taking any time to think it over. They're just saying, "I know what I'm doing here. Nothing's going to stand in my way. If we're in the losers bracket now, we've got a long way to go. So let's get this over with. Let's
And look
get
at
this done."
all that boost.
Wow.
So much boost. All the leader charges coming down for Mobius. And this is insane how fast they play. And the fence comes down with the vitality ticking. He needs some time for this fence to get value, so he is going to play it first. And now
Yeah,
here
you see
comes the
Mobius
13
just pushing. Yeah, he's just pushing and pushing and pushing and saying, "I know you've still got some value left in that hand. Let's see it." And he doesn't have to see it because there's another concession.
Another 2-0. These...
Mobius,
I'm gonna rope here a little bit and not start the spectator client just yet because I need a moment to catch my breath. So what just happened? We just got 2 insanely fast 2-0s. We didn't even get to play 3 rounds in any of these games.
Nope. Nope. They were both pushes. He both just, Mobius in both situations just went, I'm just going to push this, and I know how to make value on my side of the board, so I'm going to do that, and I'm going all in, guns blazing, and you can either deal with it and show me those high value cards and go into a round 3 significantly weakened, or you can forfeit, and in both cases, Sumo decided that the latter was a preferable strategy.
Well, it's 1-1 now because the first
I
game...
got the wrong way around.
First game, Sumo 2-0'd Mobius. The second game, Mobius 2-0'd Sumo. Similar fashion, but Mobius got his revenge in game number 2.
Wrong. There you go. Shows,
Yeah.
I think it's this screen switching that is getting.
Yeah. And also, interesting to note, it was Syndicate on the receiving end of that 2-0 push in both games. Feeling a little bit bad for Syndicate right now after getting...
Yeah, and as we said earlier, lots of people are bringing Syndicate today on the second day because they know it's their weaker deck. They're bringing it because they didn't want to bring it yesterday. But today they're forced to. Yesterday was a best of 3. Today's a best of 5. Okay, I need another deck. Where am I going to pull it from? Syndicate. That seems to be the thought process that's going on here.
No, ever since Syndicate was introduced as a faction, one of the best ways to play against it is to win round 1 and push round 2 because Syndicate is a deck that needs a lot of the right pieces together at the same time in order to get value. Especially with the coin mechanic, they need cards that make coins, like profit, and then they also need cards that spend coins. So just like on a fundamental basis, they already have these two kind of puzzle pieces that they need to put together in every
the
round.
earners and the spenders. You know, it's exactly what they rely upon, as you said, and it does make it very susceptible to interference, I suppose is the word you would say.
Okay, here we go. Jumping right into game number 3, we are tied up 1 game apiece between Mobius and Sumo in the losers round 4. Here we go now.
Okay.
I'm gonna switch the perspective. Sumo at the bottom, going first.
I've got it now.
It's a Syndicate Mirror! Alright, one of these guys has to win.
Okay. Okay, finally, Syndicate has to win a match now.
Yeah.
there's no doubt about it at this point. All right, and we finally see this Lieutenant von Hurst.
Lieutenant?
Well, that is the UK pronunciation, I will have you know, and the original pronunciation.
I know.
And as an Australian, I am obliged to use UK English, and so I shall.
Where's the
say
F
lieutenant.
in that word? I'm just asking.
I don't know. I don't understand.
Just an innocent question here.
I'm just representing. Okay, don't come at me for pronunciation.
All right, and we can't shoot this shit here. This is getting out of. They are so fast.
They're already in.
We've got 2 Mutants Makers on the board for Sumo,
Nice.
and interesting, I like this Bloody Good Fun, killing off one of the Salamander tags, one of the Salamander units. It prevents the Assault in Sumo's hand from being able to do 6 damage, from being able to kill one of these mutants by getting rid of that Salamander tag.
Yeah, exactly right. And we do still see the lamp, of course, there. But now that these mutants are getting a bit taller, and we see a lot of crimes in Mobius's hand, it's going to be a question of how Sumo handles those, or if he does handle them at all. Because as you said, there are no more Salamander units, I think, left for him to bring out. Are there?
I'm still flabbergasted by how fast these guys play. So Sumo, again, committing leader charge in round 1. He's really not shy about using that. Typically people try to save their leader charges for later, but again, I think this is going to be an important round 1 for this Syndicate Mirror, as in passive floor mirrors, I think whoever goes first also has a big advantage, being able to set up your Sly Seductresses before your opponent can.
Yeah, and it's interesting. He's going. Mobius is going for the Triss here onto the Assault. He does have 2 Salamander units. Both of those mutants are Salamander units, and just pings away the Sumo's unit there on blue. And what we see is that was the Saul, if I'm not mistaken, that he just pinged away. Yep, Saul.
Yeah.
So now he's gotten rid of one of his Horde units. Lieutenant von Hurst does have a Horde 5, which is at the end of your turn, spawn a Firespawn Zealot in your row. So we're looking at kind of like a quasi frigate here.
Yeah, it's a frigate that has a different condition. It requires you to have 5 coins in your purse instead of a soldier crew pocket. And it also has this fee. Both the Cleric of the Flaming Rose and Lieutenant von Hurst have this fee 1 that allows him to transform a Zealot into a Flaming Rose Footman, basically adding 1 point and 1 armor.
Yeah. Exactly, and that's an example of what you were talking about before with spenders. You know, that's a little spender. You spend 1 coin, you get 1 point. And this 1-to-1 trade is what you typically expect to see for coin value, and anything better than that is a bonus. But we also see, just to point out, I missed it completely, the Flying Redanian has also come out because 9 coins were reached by Sumo on his side. The Flying Redanian, of course, normally chills out in the deck or in the graveyard and will pop out onto the board when you have 9 coins.
Yeah, so Sumo forced to give up the round here, but I think he has shortened round 2 enough to the point where if Mobius wants to push with first say advantage, the round isn't long enough for him to really get that much of a engine advantage with 7 cards. So he actually, I think Sumo, this might be very calculated from Sumo's side. So now with the shorter round 2, Mobius is less likely to push, and if Mobius dry passes into a long round 3, then Sumo will have the first say with the passive Flora.
Yeah, and Mobius has not shied away from going into this round. He's dropped the Fallen Knight, of course, he's one of his major engines, right as his very first card here, saying, okay, let's go. I'm in this round. What are you going to do?
Yeah, smartly uses a Congregate charge to make sure that this Fallen Knight stays out of the Assault 4 damage range, but Ewald Borsodi does come down with the carryover coins, is able to clean that right up before it gets out of hand.
Yeah, that's right. And tit for tat there, we also see the Bloody Good Fun coming down to get rid of the Ewald. So no lack of damage also coming from both sides of the board in this matchup.
No hesitation from Sumo there, just committing the Passiflora on this round 2 bleed while it gets him ahead. And Oniromancy into Bomb Heaver right away.
Yeah, and that was the first use of a Neuromancy, so a Neuromancy now will pop back onto the top of Mobius's deck for a presumable round 3.
So the question is, does Sumo have a Bomb Heaver? He does not. Sumo does not have a Bomb Heaver. Oh, but there is no, never mind, there is no Passiflora in Mobius' side. This is a Herald Gord deck. I'm mistaken. So,
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not seeing here how Mobius makes up this difference. Obviously, Excommunication there, the gold crime card, does allow him to get rid of the Firesworn Zealot and find something. Of course, we do see the passing, but really, I wasn't seeing how Mobius would be able to match the value going on Sumo's side of the board here.
okay, so Sumo is able to go to get out of round 2 with card advantage, but his scenario is gone, answered by that Bomb Heaver. He will have last say. Sumo will have last say here. Does he have anything to really... He does have a Mariels. He could use them... Like, I'm looking at what Sumo has in his deck to potentially deal with this Herald Gord. That's going to be, like, one of the taller units on Mobius' side.
Mariels would have to...
Yeah, Mariels with Tribute could be able to take care of it, but he doesn't have it in hand right now. He would potentially have to find it with Vivaldi Bank, and that's not necessarily guaranteed.
But that also causes problems because the Morels has Tribute 5 on it, and if you use too many coins finding the Morels through the bank, you don't have 5 coins left anyway.
Exactly.
So it's definitely a gamble.
All right,
and
so...
we do see the Kalkstein here, so we would assume that the Kalkstein is going to come down and deal with that Scarab.
Yeah, you could do that. The Adriano the Mink also set up already for Sumo, took the Tribute. All these Tribute cards really getting extra value from the passive of Sumo's leader ability off the books. You see there, every allied Tribute costs 1 coin less. So you got 1 point here, it's going to get 1 point here, and then potentially also on whatever he takes from the Vivaldi Bank.
Yeah, that's right. And we do see that Mobius has pulled his Gord, so there are no problems there. He does still have the Oneiromancy that has popped back up top. Presumably we'll see that come down on Horsun Senior would be my guess, but then again, if he's going to do that, he's going to have to do it soon. And he doesn't have a lot of crimes actually left. Even if he does bring down that Horsun Senior, he can use it to transform that 1 and 2 point card, which is I think what's about to happen. Yep, there it is. And get that extra value from the transform here, because he will transform them, of course, into lackeys, which are worth 4, and they do change the point value. There are some transform cards that do not change point value. It normally specifies if that's the case, but in this case it does. That's a great little transform engine, so to speak. It's not quite an engine. Transform value, let's say there. But he's only got 1 crime left in his hand, so
The cut-up lackeys, when bonded, are super threatening, so Sumo used the assault to kill one of them right away. If bonded, they would do total of 4 damage per crime played, whereas if there's only one of them total, they would only do 1 damage.
Yeah, and since there was a 1 and a 2 point down that the Horsun Senior transformed, that's 6, 3, 9, 11
Are these
points.
guys... Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. Are these guys... getting ready for next seasonal mode, which is going to be Blitzquent? Because they are literally taking 2 seconds per turn. Do they have somewhere to be? I'm just like, I can't believe they're playing this fast.
I think at this point, as I said earlier, I think at this point it's more like they know how long this night could be, and they're just like, you know,
it doesn't actually speed things up for them.
Lose this matchup. Let's just go. Let's go. Go.
It doesn't actually speed things up for them because they have to wait for the other round 4 losers game to finish.
But maybe have enough time to go and have, like, you know...
I'm legitimately getting triggered here by how fast these guys play.
I bet you are. And we're going to see it come down on the...
Oh, and it's enough by 1 point. And there's 2 coins. There was 2 coins on Mobius's side that were left unspent because he didn't have a spender. Like, this is how crucial it is to have the right...
Oh, this is... Yeah, exactly. This is the perfect demonstration of what you were talking about earlier. If he could have spent those 2 coins and transformed them into 2 points, this would be a 1-point win for Mobius.
Exactly.
But instead, it's a 1-point loss.
But you have to decide, like, a lot of times as a Syndicate player, when you're doing your mulligans, especially in the final round, you need to decide, like, how badly do I need a spender? How many coins am I missing out on if I don't end up having a spender? And what's my opportunity cost for keeping a spender? Like, what is the card that it ends up replacing? If that's a really high value card, then maybe I need to just take the risk and not, like, maybe not have this. It really just ends up depending. You need to, as a Syndicate player, you need to look ahead many steps all the way to the end of the round to count how many total coins you're going to be left over with.
It's definitely for those who are very comfortable with their mathematical skill.
Yeah.
So not you, Shinbiri, I'm sorry. NA is out. Yeah, this is payback for the accent thing. This is how I get mine.
My heart is beating at like 120 beats per minute right now. Like, just from trying to keep up with this gameplay. My old man heart cannot take it. I need a second, guys. I need a second before I accept.
I mean, this is Shinbiri, the king of the rope here, who, you know, is known to do all of his plays in the last, split second, what feels like. I mean, for you, you probably know exactly how long you have, but to us, it feels
I'm sweating. I'm sweating from all the blitz squint. I had to take my jacket off. Oh my god.
It's so much movement happening that it's causing friction, it's getting hot, and it's just heat generating off the screen here. No resisting it. And I'm guessing one of the players is just taking a moment to freshen up, so I'm sure we'll be back in a split second.
What do you mean the players are taking a break? I'm taking a break.
We can breathe.
All right, I'm ready. Let's go.
We're good.
And you see, everybody was ready except me. As soon as I click the play button, we load up.
Oh, so it was you holding it up.
It was me. It was me.
I thought we were waiting on the players. You had to rope that button too, Shinbiri.
I need a breather. I'm being serious. Like, okay, all right. We got the monster mirror now.
Yes.
This is Sumo's his final deck. Sumo is up 2-1. He just needs to get 1 win with his Crone's Death Shadow deck, and he will move on to the next round. Yeah, and Squirrel in hand. We'll see see what role that's going to play. I mean, presumably here he's going to use it to either get rid of Oneiromancy or perhaps even to get rid of Igern from the graveyard. What do you think? Oh yeah, I think probably Oneiromancy is more impactful, because even if he does end up denying the Yagurn consume on Oswald, there's still Goliath, there's still his own Yagurn. Like, denying that Yagurn might actually end up being bad for him if Mobius ends up being able to play the Oswald first on the only Yagurn in the graveyard. So
yeah, and that becomes a battle of who Oswald's first.
Yeah. So I think he will value banishing the Oneiromancy a lot more, and we're already like 5 cards in. Like, what? Yeah. Okay. It's going like crazy here. I mean, we are just blitzing through this. Oh, he's taking a second. Oh, nope. Not so long. Okay, so we've got Ethereal coming down here. Mobius really, being on blue is really trying to say, okay, I need this round, and I need to make sure that I do not lose my advantage here, because if I do in this mirror, then we have a real problem on our hands. He needs to win the round because he has this Kikimori Queen that really requires a long round strategy. Without winning this round, Sumo has a great deck to push round 2 with the Crones, with his Point Slam on the Yagurn, Karenthir for Living Armor even, perhaps. Like, I think So
Yeah, it's too
so
much.
look at the commitment here, right? The Ethereal, the Yagurn, it's too much for Sumo. Sumo does have to get out. He's behind almost 30 points at this point.
Okay, so now the question is, do we see another round 2 push?
That was an round 1 under 1 minute, right? Like less than 60-second round 1, I think.
Compare this to our arena draft, which was how long, Shinmiri?
Yeah, we had what, like a 2-hour arena draft?
I think it
back in
was
the
2
day?
hours, yeah.
Okay, so Mobius has won the first round, so he gets to dictate how the round 2 and round 3 play out in terms of length. He doesn't have the... Does he have the Kiki Queen?
He
can mata
doesn't
for
yet, but he does have he has the Karen Fear, but he doesn't have...
He can mata for the Kiki Queen, right?
Yeah, he can mata, he could...
Kiki Queen is 11. Yeah, Kiki Queen is 11 provisions, which is the highest. So he'll get that from mata, and that will put it into his hand in order for him to copy it with Karen Fear.
Yeah, good point, yeah. I see it now.
Mobius.
Yeah, because a Neuromancy, of course, plays it directly, and then Matter can bring it into your hand. So when people are, like I was a second ago, going, oh, well, why would you use Matter and not just a Neuromancy? Well, that's why, because having it in your hand is so valuable to combo with Karen Fear.
Exactly. And so now, with the Matter being played, Mobius goes back up to 7 cards. He could potentially pass now and go into super long 10-card round 3 without losing card advantage, with the Kikimori Queen having in hand now.
Yeah, and there's... I mean, that said, he's got most of his really impactful cards in his hand. I mean, the 3 golds left are a Lambert, Cave Troll, and Parasite, your favorite card. And so, you know, Mobius doesn't have really, to my mind, a lot of motivation to try drawing into more cards here.
He might just be thinking about going for the 2-0 right here.
That's
with
exactly
the
what I think is
Insectoids
happening,
set
yeah.
up on the front row,
Cool.
no answer for these drones. He's just going all in. Are we going to see yet another 2-0 in this series?
Double Karen Fear.
Double Karen Fear. This Kikimori
Double
Queen thrives this
Kiki
Kikimori Queen, which then thrives every other Insectoid on the row. And the Karen Fear also thriving the first Kikimori Queen that it creates. Like, this is just a perfect storm for Kikimori Queen, getting all of the puzzle pieces in the hand by round 2. And this is going to be very difficult for Sumo to shut down.
And there's space for one more.
And so here comes the Wispus. He's going to do 4 damage with the first Wispus. Not able to kill this Kikimori Queen quite yet, but he is able to do 6 damage with the second one. So is able to answer the 6.1, and then potentially, because Death Shadow consumed that Wispus, it puts it in the graveyard, and now he has the option to renew that Wispus in order to kill another one. So he is going to be able to shut some of these down, but the lead is growing quickly.
Yeah, that's right. And how much would it be worth now? 8 it would be worth. So it could bring it out. That's it. Exactly as predicted. Here it comes. Coming down, presumably to kill that other Kikimori Queen.
The damage is
Looking at
just
what's
enough.
Left, but looking at what's left in their hands, I mean, I don't know. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Am I going mad? Or I mean, is this
I think
a
Mobius goes
situation-
for it here, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, there's no reason not to at this point. He's basically got the perfect.
Every
3
time he
cards left.
thrives this Kiki Queen, even though the other 2 have been killed, this is still worth 6 points every time he's able to thrive this. It's absolutely insane.
And he will be able to thrive it 3 times, 3 more times, assuming it's not answered. The question is, what does he use this Oneiromancy for? I mean, he could use it for the Cave Troll, get a bit of extra protection on that row if he thinks that there's more damage to come. But then again, there are open deck lists, and you can probably see that there isn't a lot more damage left. Am I missing something? I don't think so. I don't think there's any damage left in the deck of Sumo at this point.
Well, he definitely doesn't have access to it at this point. So he is going to play the Ozreal early,
Yeah.
consume the only tall unit in the graveyard, which is actually really nice for
that's nice.
Sumo here. It kind of denies a ton of value from Mobius's Ozreal, but Mobius could choose to wait. He could choose to wait and just Ozreal his own Goliath in round 3, but he really wants to play everything here because he's getting so many points per consume.
And there he goes. He does manage to consume it.
Wow, the 5-head play consumes his own Goliath, makes the read that Yagurn is not in Sumo's hand because it hasn't come down yet. Pulls, and another instant forfeit. So not only did he mill the Yagurn out of Sumo's deck, but he also put it in the graveyard that reactivated his Ozrel. It was a very...
Can we watch that in slow motion, please?
Yeah, it was
Just
so
look at my
fast.
brain.
But it accomplished so many things in one move. It took out the Yagurn from the deck, so it lowered Sumo's future value in if the game had to go to a round 3. It put a tall unit in the graveyard to feed his own Ozrel at the same time. Right. And it was just beautifully executed there by Mobius. It was a very calculated risk, though, right? Because what if Sumo actually had the Yagurn in his hand? If Sumo had the Yagurn in his hand, it might have ended up being a disastrous play. I don't know what the second tallest unit would have been. It could have been like a Living Armor or something. And that would have been really bad because Living Armor would come out next, which would be 10 free points for Sumo. So although it was a big risk, I think Mobius had a very high confidence in that play based on what Sumo had played so far in the round. So it takes a lot of like skill in reading the opponent's plays to get that sort of level of confidence.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the thing is that there was a very low likelihood that Yagurn was actually still in his hand. He only had 2 cards left. He knew much earlier on that there was going to be a long round ahead of him, and he played his Ozrel. And why would you ever play your Ozrel before you play the Yagurn? I suppose you could argue he was going to wait for round 3.
Yeah, to deny the opponent's Ozrel, but
at the same time, you wouldn't hold on to it that long.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't, because I mean, there's a slight argument that you would just play it after your opponent passes, so that they don't have a chance to interact with it. But it was a huge risk.
Your last card, so
yeah. But in this situation, Sumo had double lassé.
Yeah, okay.
He had double lassé because Mobius went down a card in round 1, and then he has to go first in round 2. So there was a non-zero chance that Sumo had it in his hand, but Mobius took the risk anyways, and it paid off.
Anyone watching this could go back and just put that whole thing at about 1/3 of the speed, then I think I would have been a lot more comfortable because I blinked and basically the game was over.
Yeah. So now we are going to go into game number 5. This is the fastest 5-game series I've ever seen.
I can't think of the last time I've seen a faster one.
Game number 5. It is going to be Sumo's Death Shadow Crone's list versus Mobius's Congregate Herald Gord list.
Okay.
So Monsters versus Syndicate. I believe Sumo is on blue coin
I think that's
in this game.
Yeah.
Congregate will be happy about that being on red coin, potentially even trying to win on even here. Oh,
I know.
Oh,
man. Is it you who hasn't pressed it? No.
Oh, we encountered a problem
while searching for an opponent.
So they'll probably try to resend the invite here.
Yep. All right. I think it's time for a bit of a sip of water. My goodness. You know what, the only downside to this, I mean, like, there are a few downsides. We don't get to talk properly about what's going on is the one downside.
The other downside is...
I don't even have time to get, like, excited or disappointed or, like, I don't even have time to have an emotional reaction before I'm supposed to have the next emotional reaction. So I'm just constantly like, now
we have one emotional reaction and they're 5 cards ahead of us and we just, like, missed so much of the action. All right, we got the invite again.
Yes. Great.
But I think the downside is once this match is over, we're going to have so much downtime before the next match.
You would assume so. I mean, I can have a little look at the standings and see how we're going. But yeah, it looks like the other losers round 4 match is still ongoing, and I'm guessing they're not playing as fast as this. So
maybe they'll 3-0 and maybe it'll end up being like somewhat similar. Because this is going to, at least it's going to 5 games. Maybe these guys will tie like 4 times in game number 5. And...
Don't say it. Don't say it. Oh, and look at this double bricked draw here from Mobius, having both mutants in hand and being forced to mulligan them away to maintain the value for the portal.
Just a quick note to the viewers. I have swapped the perspective here. We have Sumo on blue coin at the bottom now. Mobius playing his Congregate Gourd deck on red at the top half of the screen.
That's right.
All right. So what's the plan here? So the longer round definitely favors Mobius's Congregate deck with the Horse and Senior engines as well as the Fallen Knights. So I think Sumo will want to try to win round 1 and push round 2.
Yeah, and it's kind of an awkward combination of cards here on Sumo's side, as I see it. I mean, he has the Renew, which obviously can't be set up yet. He does have the Oneiromancy and the Matter, which are helpful, but I don't think he necessarily wants to play or have those high value cards in his hand just yet. The Oneiromancy, of course, having a lot lower risk to playing it and can bring out anything, but the Matter, it's a problem, right? Because on the one hand, the Matter extends the round, and so you have to think, okay, do I want a long round now or do I want a long round later in order to bring my high value card into my hand? But on the other hand, if you are even considering going all in on this round or as far into this round as you can, you don't necessarily want to have your highest value card.
Okay, so they're actually maybe slowing down
Now
a
that
little
we've
bit.
discussed Matter.
Mobius played the Fallen Knight and used 1 leader charge. This is the game, like this series, we've seen so many leader charges being used in round 1. It's been very unusual, but I think for good reason here, because the Fallen Knight boosting up to 5 takes it out of the damage range of something like a Striga. Even with dominance, cannot kill this engine. So he's going to end up getting a lot more value from this Fallen Knight just by using that 1 leader charge.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we said last time, there actually isn't, aside from the Crones and the Striga, there isn't actually a lot of damage going on Sumo's side of the board, or in his deck, I should say. So really, Mobius doesn't have to think about it too much. He just needs to make sure it's out of range of the main offenders, so to speak. And we're still seeing, I mean, this is the kind of awkward thing. Both the Squirrel and the Renew kind of rely on there being a graveyard, right?
Yeah, so what do you squirrel in this matchup? You squirrel the Oneiromancy, so he has to wait for the Oneiromancy to be played before he can play the squirrel. He is going to go ahead, Sumo is going to go ahead and play his own Oneiromancy, which gets the Ethereal, and it's going to convert that Night Wraith, transform it into a demon. This gives some information to Mobius' side that there's no Brewis, there's no Consume to actually get value from that Death Wish.
Oh, and there we see the absolute value of the Fallen Knight and those Intimidate engines being paired with Congregate. Those 3 Firespawn Zealots coming down and boosting the Fallen Knight, as you said, by 4. I mean, this is just...
How is that Fallen Knight at 12 already?
I know, and it's got Veil. And it's got Veil. So, I mean, not that it matters so much in this matchup, but I mean,
That's crazy.
That's my insight.
Yeah. All right, Mobius playing Furco, taking out a crime. It's going to be another congregation, and this is going to 16.
Yes, and here we see the Matter come down, dropping the Bloody Good Fun into Mobius's hand, and dropping the Living Armor into Sumo's. Is he playing it this round?
He could, because he has the Caranthir targets on the Crones if he wants to. He doesn't have to Caranthir the Living Armor. So depending on how much he values this round, winning this round, he might end up playing it. He's still kind of waiting with the Squirrel, and the problem is the Renew is kind of unplayable, unless he's also going to commit Leader in this round. And the Yagurn dies with the... All of the Leader charges come out on Mobius' side. And Mobius is able to win on even here. Huge lead, 15-point lead, not going to be able to make it up for Sumo. So Mobius does commit all of his leader charges, but does win on even. He will have to tempo ahead in round 2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as I said earlier, I mean, it was just such an awkward combination of cards on Sumo's side of the board. I mean, you could see that over on Mobius' side, there were a lot of options. He could really go down to 1 card, which is Gourd. He could have gone all the way if he really wanted to, and he could have generated so much value. I think, you know, it got to a certain point, I think it was around 6, when we were down to about 6 cards on either side, where I was kind of looking at it going, I don't see any way that Mobius isn't going into round 2 on even.
Yeah, so now both players at 8 cards, so this is a crucial point for both players. After winning on even, normally you can dry pass and get card advantage for round 3. But because of the 10 card hand size limit, Mobius has to get down to 7 cards, or he has to get Sumo down to 6 cards in order to cash in on that
Trade.
on that card advantage that he obtained in round 1. So he might be looking to play some sort of high tempo play here. Or he might just go for the 2-0. I mean, we've seen 3 2-0s out of 4 games so far.
Yeah, and if you actually have a look at his deck, there's really not a lot in there that he wants that he can't pull with the cards he has already. I mean, the exception being the Fallen Knight. I don't think he has access to the Fallen Knight at the moment. That's still in his deck. In
Maybe from Excommunication he could get it.
Oh, whoa! Yes.
Maybe if it's in the top 3 of his deck.
Yeah, I mean, he could use something like the Cleric to spawn a Firespawn Zealot, and then don't worry, don't sweat it.
Okay, so he's going to take his card advantage.
Yeah.
He saw that, Brewis doesn't get ahead here, so he is just going to take that trade. That was the Oniromancy, right?
Yeah, it was the Oniromancy.
But like you said, there's nothing good left in
yeah, the
Mobius's deck.
Actually,
so
I mean, it would have gotten him the Fallen Knight. It would have guaranteed him the Fallen Knight. But as you said,
he has like an 86% chance of getting the Fallen Knight here, anyways. He gets to see 5 out of his 6 cards with his mulligans. So, and then also the Excommunication on top of that. He really doesn't need it.
And he's actually lucky to have drawn into the Bomb Heaver here, because it means he can safely mulligan it away. He doesn't have to worry about having that dead card in his hand.
Okay.
And there are 2 cards left in his deck, actually. Only 2. Oh, sorry, no, that's because the
That's before the mulligans. The mulligans haven't gone back.
Yeah.
But
here we go. So it's going to be interesting. Excommunication is going to show him the top 3. So he's guaranteed anything left in his deck that he wants, he's guaranteed to get with Excommunication.
He also has double Last Say. I'm not sure. Let's see. Will that come into play here with the double Last Say? It would be helpful. It's always going to be helpful with like Tavern Brawl, like being able to wait on the Tavern Brawl to find more optimal situations. Sumo here setting up his engines, his Thrive engine, and then his Apiarian Phantom.
Yeah, I was just going to say with the Tavern Brawl, I mean, it's one of these cards. It's a little bit like Igni in a way. You have to really weigh up how greedy you want to be with it, because you can wait for a better scenario or a better situation to appear, but in doing so, you might actually end up cheating yourself out of points, because dual mathematics, as you know, works on this Fibonacci kind of sequence, and sometimes having 2 taller units next to each other actually isn't as valuable as having, some offset units.
Yeah,
next
like a
to
medium
you can really,
unit and a tall unit.
You can really kind of screw yourself if you wait too long on that as well. But in this case, I think you will have to be a little bit patient, because of course, right now Sumo does have a lot of lower value units, and they're mostly based on Thrive kind of engines. So he's got to be a little bit patient here, but it's not necessarily going to be his last play or second last play in this case.
So the one thing that Sumo does have going for him is that he does have a little bit of control left. He was able to Wispus and kill that 4-point Fallen Knight, saving a lot of value there. That Fallen Knight would have grown a ton over this long round. Mobius now is going to play the Horse and Senior, get the double, cut up lackeys, and how is Sumo going to answer this? He could leader his Wispus to do 6 damage to kill one of them. He has Oniromancy.
And then he could renew?
He could renew it, yeah. But I think he might be thinking about... I don't know. What is he going to leader at this point? He probably could just leader this. He's either going to leader the Wispus or the Weavis, right? And killing one of these is worth so many points.
We saw him last game going for the Caranthea, but that was Mobius. That was
Mobius, yeah. He is
mixed up.
Okay, here we go. So he is going to value the removal, which I think is very correct here, very wise, yeah. Because as we talked about before, the double cut up lackeys is 3 points difference per crime compared to just 1 cut up lackey. So removing that cut up lackey is saving him like 1, 2, 3, 4 crimes worth times 3 each. So saving him 12 points killing one of these, assuming they get the full value from the random damage.
Yeah, that's right. And we see here the Exco coming down on the Crown Splitter Thug. Surprisingly, the best card left in his deck. So
yeah,
he's really
not much left in there. Could have also taken the Assault for an extra crime, but decides to go with the Intimidate engine instead. Sumo playing the 6-point Noon Wraith so that he gets his perfect Thrive curve on the larva. This Apiarn Phantom growing out of control here.
Yeah.
17 points, but with open deckless, knows that there's not really a tall punish. There's no heat wave coming to punish this on. So he just needs to make sure he doesn't play like the living armor next to the Phantom or something and then give Movius the duel of a lifetime.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Sumo knows the only thing he has to look out for is that Tavern Brawl. That's pretty much it at this point. So there he goes, playing it next to a 5. He does have this little 7-2-10 over on the range row.
Yeah,
I
here.
don't think would necessarily be a bad situation.
This would be a 14-point Tavern Brawl.
It's not bad.
That's not bad at all. Because actually what would work, it's kind of interesting how duel works with something like Living Armor, because the Living Armor's changing power to its armor doesn't take effect until after the duel is over.
Ah.
So even the Indriga Larva hits it for 7, it'll take 7 off the armor, the Living Armor will hit the Indriga Larva back for a full 10, I believe.
Huh. I did not know that.
And then go down to 3. Oh my god, Speed Gwent again. Oniromancy for that Ozrel. Gonna consume this. Where do you put it? Okay, far left. Put the 5 in between the 10 and the 14. Very smart.
Look at this.
Look at this point gap. How is he up 55 points? What happened? This was,
and the Herald looks like it's going to come down for, I think, 13 at this
and
point.
it did work out the way that I imagined, I expected.
But it's
not enough. Wow.
Wow, what a comeback. Beautiful.
I mean, he was down.
It goes to Sumo.
Sumo takes it 3-2.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
That was a 9 versus 10 card round 3, and with Movius having double last save, but Sumo's Death Shadow Crone's deck is able to just slam out the points, and he had enough control to get rid of the Fallen Knight, to get rid of one of the cut-up lackeys, and also Horson Sr. himself. So being able to shut down those crucial engines on Movius' side, and also combined with the fact that Movius had to commit so much in round 1. He committed all of his leader charges, committed Portal, and a lot of good cards, that he just didn't have enough juice left for round 3 despite having the cards.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like, I'm not sure, like, for me personally, I feel like he could have gone deeper into round 2, potentially gone all the way in round 2, because he really had, as I was saying at the time, he really had everything in his hand that he needed for that round. I mean, there was really nothing, there was no way that I could see that he was going to improve his hand short of just the Fallen Knight. But maybe Movius valued that Fallen Knight so highly as an engine that he decided, okay, it's worth me going into round 3 with this double last say in order to get access to that and to have that, you know, that double womp at the end of the round, so to speak. But the problem, I think then, is that Fallen Knight got destroyed so soon that he never really had an opportunity to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I agree. Well, congrats to Sumo for moving forward to the next round. We do need to check here what the status of the other game is, and if we're casting round number 5 or not.
Yeah, I don't yet have an answer on that I can see.
And then in the meantime,
it looks like we won't be casting the next match, so we'll be casting the finals for the losers bracket, I think, if I'm understanding. I can double check though if you want to maybe just have a look at the bracket and where we're at now, then I can clarify that. Okay.
So I'm going to pull up brackets here. Well, that was I'm still. Is there a world record for fastest best of 5? Because I think that might have just said it. And I didn't even know that these players were such fast players. Like, I know Santu from our team is known for playing super quickly.
Yes.
But I think this even put him to shame.
Yeah, that's right. And I just got the word that we have indeed that number 27 will be cast by Celia and Lance. So it's up to us whether we recast or take a break. I don't know. What are you feeling? I mean, that was such a fast match. Originally, I was saying, oh, if we get a break, we get a break. No big deal. Mm-hmm. But now I'm starting to think, oh, well, that was... I feel like we've only played one game here, really.
All right, so... Yeah, I'm down to recast. I'm down to recast during our break if you're up for it. I would. We can take a few minutes to summarize what has happened in other parts of the bracket while we were casting Mobius versus Sumo, and then we can see what else is being cast. At the
Wow.
moment.
Yeah, so let's have a talk about the winners bracket there while we're...
Yeah, so when we started, Unforgiven versus Busher was still going. It looks like Unforgiven was able to defeat Busher 3-1, putting him in the grand finals already. That's awesome.
Team Aretusa!
Yeah, big congratulations to Unforgiven. Busher knocked down to the losers bracket, but not out. He is going to be awaiting for a while, awaiting the results of Backer versus Gravish, and then the winner of that versus Sumo. And the winner of that will face Busher in losers round 6, which is the losers bracket finals. Busher does have a chance to come back up to face Unforgiven for the rematch in the grand finals if he's able to win his next match.
Yeah, so there is actually a funny scenario here in which case Busher wins the losers bracket, goes back up, plays against Unforgiven again, and if Busher wins, then they then need to play each other, as I'm understanding it, again to see who actually takes the title.
Right. For those of you who might be a little bit confused by that, this is a true double elimination bracket. So in a double elimination bracket, you need to a player needs to lose 2 matches to be knocked out. And Unforgiven, having won all of his matches so far, is in the grand finals without losing a single match. So whoever comes from the losers finals to meet him in the grand finals, they will have to defeat Unforgiven twice in order to actually claim first place in the entire tournament. So yeah, that's how a double elimination bracket works. We're right now waiting on Backer versus Gravish, and then we'll see Sumo versus the winner of that. Let's see here. Okay, do you, Apero, do you want to take a quick break? We can take like a 2-minute break.
We have to in a way anyway, because losers round 5, we don't yet know who both of the competitors are. We know that Sumo, of course, will be going into that. We just saw him win 3-2 against Mobius, but we don't yet know between Gravish and
Backer? I don't know. I've been told just to say Backer.
Yes. So we don't yet know which of those two are going to be dropping into losers round 5 alongside Sumo, or battling it out with Sumo for that place in losers round 6 against Busher. So Busher gets to have a nice long break here, have a glass of wine or whatever tickles his fancy, and then he will play against one of those two. So we'll take a short break, I think, and once we are up on 27, once 27 is ready to go, we will recast. The original cast, if you want to watch, is on Seely's channel. She is casting alongside Quill and Lance, and you can watch it on her channel, but of course we highly recommend chilling out with us instead. It's up to you, but we will be recasting that shortly. We will not be doing it through the client, so we'll just be kind of watching their screen, so to speak, so we might not have the ability to hover over particular cards in the same way that we have via the spectator client, but we will of course do our best to clarify everything that we are talking about on the way. Shinmiri.
Awesome. So in the meantime, we will take a quick break for ourselves, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Enjoy this trailer while we return in a few.
Gwent was through The Witcher 3.
Went through Witcher 3.
Actually ignoring all the side quests, all the main quests, playing Gwent, trying to collect all the cards.
I mean, I love the Witcher universe.
I started playing more Gwent than Witcher 3.
That was within a big RPG, so a game within a game, and make it a game itself.
I heard the news about closed beta Gwent. I immediately registered, almost made it actually to the first open. I was really close.
Back then, Syndicate wasn't a thing. I mean, Nilfgaard wasn't even a thing, you know?
Did not know what we were getting into.
The factions were so different and the game was a lot of fun.
Like, this is the card game I need to play. This game looks amazing.
The thing I love about Gwent the most is deck building.
My favourite deck of all time would have to be Consume.
Not Consume, although it's close.
Beta Consume, before it became, very degenerate with playing as many neckers as you possibly could.
Great swords from open beta or Nilfgaard Spies, both those decks I really enjoyed.
Draug is a great deck. It gives you so many options to outplay your opponent, and the skill cap on the deck is just insane.
We had a lot of players supporting us.
The thing I love about Gwent's community is everybody is willing to help.
I think that mobile release has really brought in a bunch of new players and fresh faces to the game, and the community has been really welcoming of that.
There's always that feeling and that need to play some Gwent.
I loved the game from the start.
Gwent is all about having fun.
The community is the best one ever.
This
This.
is
This
Is the Invitational.
What is my favorite deck of all time?
What is my favorite deck of all time?
What is your favorite deck of all time?
my favorite deck of all time would have to be Consume, Beta Consume, before it became, very degenerate with playing as many neckers as you possibly could. There was a period where the deck was very much fluid, but not, not too degenerate in what it was doing. And that's kind of how I made a name, I guess, for myself. In the early days, I made a Consume deck guide with my own kind of personal spin on it, and yeah.
Not Consume, although it's close. I think my favorite decks could be Promote Hanseld, which was a deck that not many of you might remember. It's way back. In pre-Homecoming Gwent, I would say the other two decks that are really good in open beta were Spelatel and Nilfgaard Handbuff. Like strongly synergistic decks that played a lot of tall units. And recently, I think that Draug right now is what I really missed in Gwent. Draug is a great deck. It gives you so many options to outplay your opponent, and the skill cap on the deck is just insane.
I started playing more seriously in Homecoming, and the deck that I have had the most fun with is probably some form of NR engines, NR charges with pincer maneuver. I really enjoyed those combos. I know some people don't like that type of deck, but engines were really fun when they were around.
My favorite deck of all time would have to be Brand Discard that I built last year, around March time 2019. It was just a really fun deck, tier 1 deck, not an easy deck to play, but the fact that it was a deck that I'd made that was just really good made it even more fun to play. So that one probably takes the top of the list.
My favorite deck of all time might be the old Kedveni Revenant deck. Kedveni Revenant used to be an engine that you played on the row, and then whenever you played a spell, it would create a copy of itself and spawn it in the same row. So back then, when we had 3 rows in the game, you could play like Revenants on all 3 rows, and then every spell would be generating extra Revenants, and you would spam your entire board, fill your entire board with Revenants while slinging some spells. It was not very competitive at all, but it was a very fun deck for me.
My favorite deck of all time, I think it has to be separated between before Homecoming and after Homecoming, because it's basically 2 different games. But in terms of before Homecoming, my favorite deck was Spy Nilfgaard. I like Spy mechanics a lot, and I'm really hyped to see it return in the new expansion. But after Homecoming, my favorite deck is I think Wildcard. Now, granted, Wildcard is not a deck, but really a leader ability. But I think pretty much all variations of the Wildcard has been pretty much similar in the past, with Gradient and Slender being a staple in deck, so I think I'll say Wildcard is my favorite deck.
My favorite deck of all time has to be Sabrina and Iris combination from beta, because it was just an absolutely mental combo, and it's pretty much all I played, losing most of the games, but when it worked, it was just an absolute joy.
My favorite deck was the Camby Queensguard deck. You would throw Camby to the other side of your opponent's board. It would get killed by a ship or a bear or whichever unit that did that at that time. It would kill their side of the board, and then you could summon a whole bunch of Queensguards. I had a lot of fun playing that deck.
It's a difficult one to answer. I think it's a bit of a toss-up. It's either going to be Great Swords from Open Beta or Nilfgaard Spies. Both those decks I really, really enjoyed. Definitely my two favorite decks of all time. And I especially liked Nilfgaard Spies due to how complex it was and how it really rewarded you for playing it well, where if you play it badly it can be a terrible deck, but if you played it very well it was one of the best decks at the time. So it just all came down to how the player played. And I also quite enjoyed Greatsword as well, because Greatsword was very similar in fashion, where if you played very well it was a very strong deck and could even beat a lot of the bad matchups if played very, very well. So definitely two of my favorite decks of all time coming back from Open Beta.
One of my favorite decks of all time in Gwent is the Axeman deck. Now, Axeman used to do what Greatswords do now. When you damaged your opponent, they would boost. But it was during beta, so you could have up to 3 Axemen on the board. Now with Greatswords, it kind of feels like you resurrect a Greatsword or you play a Greatsword in the final turn and then you use Wild Boar of the Sea. Whereas then you would have multiple Greatswords on the board. You would then play cards like Ard to push units back and stack rows. You would play cards like Okvis to damage everything, and you would also play Blue Boy Lugos, and what Blue Boy Lugos did was he would spawn a whale. Well, thank you. And the whale would jump between the rows randomly and damage everything on the row by 1 every turn, and your opponent could kind of stop this by damaging the whale or locking the whale. But the way that it kind of played out is if you could get that synergy going, your Axeman would just grow bigger and bigger and bigger, and it was just such a fun synergistic deck to play, and it was one of my favorite decks of all time.
As I was a SK main back in beta, I also really loved Northern Realms. But Skellige was always a love for mine since very early days. Rest in peace, King Bran. Discard. That was the discard element of King Bran. I was just absolutely in love with. My favorite version of it was probably the Ekamara Doragiri. It was broken, but I absolutely loved it. That's when I had transitioned from PlayStation 4 Gwent to PC Gwent, and that was my first season on PC, so I had to start with a very select collection. So I started from the beginning, rank 30, built that King Bran deck, and I ran almost an 80% win rate to one, or maybe 2 wins away from Pro Ladder. So yeah, it was definitely my favorite deck.
Hey, welcome back, everybody.
Hi.
Sorry for the wait. We took a little break. We're ready to go. We're gonna be recasting Gravish versus Backer, the other losers round 4 game that is currently ongoing. How are you doing, Apero?
I'm doing good. I've got my late night coffee in hand, so
nice.
I'm ready. I haven't actually closed my door. That's the thing I should probably do. Hang on. Let me see if I can wheel myself over. And there it is. And she's back.
All right. So I'm going to jump over here to the brackets yet again, just to give you guys a visualization of what's happened. So while we were casting Sumo versus Piable, Shaggy lost to Gravish, and Gravish proceeded to meet up to Backer, and they think they are currently 1-0. Gravish has the lead. He's he's 1 game up versus Backer. So do we want to just jump right into it, or?
Yeah, and I think we're being told that he won with Syndicate against Backer's Monsters deck. So
great, awesome. So all right, here we go. This is the original is being broadcasted in Russian on Hand Reader's Twitch channel. So you guys can head over there as well if you
speak Russian.
Yeah, if you speak Russian. But Here we go. We're
Just
in
wanna get some
game
practice
number
in.
2 already. Gravish is on the bottom versus Backer on the top. You guys can get their deck lists here, by the way. Since we're not going to be going over them since they're already in the middle of the game. You can get their deck list here. All the top 16 deck lists are available. Gravish is playing his Northern Realms Uprising list. It looks like a mid-range Uprising list with Karathi Heatwave, Surrender, Unseus as control tools, and then the very popular Carrack Frigate Drummer engine package that we've seen a ton of in this tournament so far.
Yeah, we've basically been talking about this nonstop. This Carrack Frigate, of course, just a 4-point bronze card. You know, nothing to see here, nothing to worry about, except that it spawns a 2-point volunteer every turn, as long as it's got that crew pocket built around it, of course, based on having a soldier on both sides of the card. And that is what you can see has happened here. On Gravish's side of the board, he has just been spawning these volunteers over 4 turns now. And he also has another frigate on the board on that melee row, of course, though, with Falibor next to it, also building for that crew pocket once he spawns the volunteer. And it looks like here we're in a situation where Backer, is pushing Gravish again with this monsters deck. So just keep in mind, we're coming in here. Gravish has already won one matchup between these two players, and he's won Syndicate against monsters. This is his second time playing against this monsters deck in a row.
I really like this monster deck that Backer is playing. I've actually played something similar myself on the ladder. It is a haunt. I call it the Wild Haunt deck. It combines it combines Wild Hunt archetype with the Haunt Death Wish archetype. So you've got some Death Wish, you've got some Consume, and then you have the Weather package from Ardgaeth and Red Riders. It'd be able to pull out that Winter Queen from your deck, and then it is a Devotion deck for the Oberon that is able to get a lot of value from creating a Wild Hunt bronze unit, and it also triggers double Thrive is actually where a lot of its extra value comes from. With those Endriga larvas, Oberon by itself thrives to 6, and then also if you create like a Anel Conqueror, that will thrive from 6 to 7 as well.
Yeah, and interesting to note that almost every monsters deck we've seen during this tournament has, brutal. Almost every deck we've seen during this tournament has run Ethereal from monsters, and this is one deck that doesn't.
Yeah, and it's using Overwhelming Hunger as a leader ability for a little bit more control. Stuff like, it can use cards like Maruna, for example, to seize opponents' 4 strength units or lower on demand with the combination of Overwhelming Hunger. It also has Werecat, which we see here on the board right now. Werecat, a Thrive engine, but also kind of like a pseudo Lacerate in a sense. When it's deployed, it damages all units on the opposite row by 1, and then when you consume it, it does that again. So you can play it initially, thrive it up a couple times, and then consume it and get like the best bang for your buck. Also, really nice combo with the Overwhelming Hunger leader. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say, but also really nice in this matchup, right? Because you're playing against Uprising, which relies so much on having boost, having these green power units, as I know you like to call them, on the board, and yet Backer here can play the cat, the cat, and get that value, ping them down into the red, or at least onto their white power, into their base power, in order to deny some of that value.
Exactly, and it also it's a really nice combination with the Frost, because you know your opponent's playing Red Riders and Ardgaeth and wants to frost both of your rows in order to get value from, the maximum value from their weather and to get the Winter Queen out. But to play around that, you have to stack a row, and then you play really hard into Werecat. So they actually cover each other's weaknesses, which I really love about this deck.
Yeah, I agree. It kind of manages to punish both ways.
All right, so we are heading into round 3 now. Oh, Backer plays Wild Hunt Riders, and he still hasn't thinned them out yet. So if he's able to keep both Wild Hunt Riders in his deck, he could potentially have a really nice option from Oberon in round 3. Getting a Wild Hunt Rider, it'll play for 9 plus the 1 buff from Oberon. It'll be 16 points in one play if he gets the Wild Hunt Rider option.
And we can see there with having Bako have a look at his deck, we can see what he's missed. He's missed Detlef Higher Vampire and he's missed the Maruna as well. And I don't think he has any way of accessing them either.
Yeah, the Naglfar also stuck in the deck.
Yeah.
So missing a lot of his Death Wish units, his leader ability, the 3 leader abilities still left over.
And he doesn't have last say in a deck that runs Baron and Heatwave.
Yeah, that's going to be actually pretty tough. The Baron maybe not that big of an issue with without like an Ozrel, but Heatwave is going to come down and potentially banish that scenario. And without the scenario, he has no real payoff for his consumes.
Well, but I mean, we can see in his hand he doesn't need the Heatwave for the scenario because he's got the Bomb Heaver.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
So he has basically 3 answers there to toll units in his hand.
Oh, and look at this. He is able to find that Wild Hunt Rider on the create of the Oberon, so this is going to pay off for him. There was a cost for him to play these cards in his deck and keep mulliganing them in round 1 and round 2.
Oh, he didn't take it.
Oh, he can't take it because he doesn't have the dominance. This Radovid's Royal Guard, after getting Amphibious Assaulted out at 9 and then boosted to 10 from the Ana, he doesn't have the dominance, so Wildwood Riders can't even come out. That's so unfortunate, and he has to take a Taskmaster, which is so much worse.
Yeah, the Taskmaster there, another new card, basically acting as a Purify, and with the dominance you can purify any unit to deploy. Standard deploy, you purify an enemy unit. Really useless, to be quite blunt, in this matchup, and other than giving, I suppose, a little boost to the larvae.
So, a little silver lining on this Wild Hunt Bruiser, even though it doesn't have Frost to work with to deal the extra 2 damage, it is able to move this this Ana Stranger to the front row with no other units there, denying maybe a little bit of this boost. Ravish hovering over the Bomb Heaver, actually making the read that there's no...
I suppose, I mean, at this point, you do, but I mean, he didn't have to give it up just then, did he? I suppose he doesn't want to play the Neuromancy. But then again, I mean, he had Visigoth and Prince Unsafe.
He wants to Neuromancy like the Visagard at the end, I think.
Yeah, but you've got to be spewing. I mean, this is an Australian saying. I don't know if you have this. We say you're spewing if you see that card come out after you've played the Bomb Heaver already.
I've actually watched Australian Survivor and heard somebody on there say spewing, so I'm familiar with the term. Hilarious to hear you say that. Gravish taking his time thinking about how he wants. Does he want to commit this heat wave on the scenario, or is there something? Is there a better option?
Yeah, what he's got to weigh up here is, like, is he playing the scenario just to bait out my heat wave? Because of course there are open deck lists. Oh, yes, he does take it. Or was he playing it because he actually has a Death Wish card left in his hand?
Right.
You know, and that's the kind of the gamble he had to take there. And he decides that he is not bluffing, that Baka was not bluffing. And
I mean, how much are you actually denying there? You're denying a Barghest, right? And the Barghest is worth what? It's worth 5 plus the Thrive on these 2. So it's worth 7. So you Heatwave a 7. Whereas wouldn't it have been better to just Heatwave this Goliath afterwards?
I think so. I think you might be right. But I think with the banishing wouldn't set off the Death Wish, though, would it? On the Goliath?
The banish would not set off the Death Wish, but you're still getting 10 on the Heat Wave. Yeah. But it's not going to matter. He does have way more than enough. Gravish is able to take a 2-0 lead over Backer here in losers bracket round 4.
Yeah, and that's gotta hurt as Backer. He's now played 2 rounds with this Monsters deck, and he's had 2 losses with it. So at this point, I mean, what do you do as a player? Do you say, well, I still need to win with this Monsters deck, so I guess I might as well play it now? Or do you say, okay, no, I want at least 1 win under my belt here. I want to get some of my pride back. I need to rebuild my ego so I don't tilt. And then you go for one of your stronger, so to speak, decks.
I think, so this is different from, this format is different from like when open, where the score, whether you lose 3-0 or whether you lose 3-2, that makes a difference in the Gwent Open tournaments of how much money you get, how much prize money you get. But here it doesn't. Here the only difference is if you get third place, second place, or first place in the entire tournament, in the entire elimination bracket. So you want to give yourself the best chance to win the series, right? So you have to look forward. You know now, as backer, after Gravish has won his first 2 games, you know exactly which deck he's going to play, which is going to be the Imperial Formation Elder Bears deck. So you have to think, okay, he's going to play Imperial Formation next. Which coin do I want my deck to, like, I know the coin and I know the deck that he's forced to play. So we want to find like a plan so that we can win with all 3 of our remaining decks against this Imperial Formation deck.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, that's the question, I guess. What does he decide to bring at this point? Does he go for it again and say, you know what, I'm determined? No, he doesn't. He says, okay, let's go Uprising. I think this is my best shot.
Backer's Uprising list is actually pretty interesting, pretty cool as well. He's got a Varaxis Prince in the list. It is a devotion deck. No Oneromancy for him.
But he does run, of course, Amphibious Assault.
Yeah, Amphibious Assault is pretty much auto-include in Northern Realms right now. And he's also running the Engineering Solution. The newly buffed up Engineering Solution boosts by 4 now with a shield instead of just 3.
Yeah, and let's have a little look at what he's got and what he's missed here. I mean, this is not necessarily the hand that you want to see going into round 1 on blue.
I mean, he has Amphibious Assault, so it's not the worst. And if he's interested in winning the round...
He could go all in, I suppose, with this hand if he really wanted, but... it looks difficult. But
it
on
depends
the
on
flip
what his
side, there
game
are quite
plan
a
is.
few... Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, on the flip side, there are quite a few cards that Gravish has in his hand that he almost might not want to get rid of in round 1 at all. I mean, he's got a really nice hand with a lot of strength in it. He's got the Skellen Bribery combo. He's got the Helga, of course, for a long round. He has quite a few options there, so we could even just see him kind of play a few and then duck out. But
yeah. This is the awkwardness of this sort of Imperial Formation Orders deck that we like to call Elder Bears. But the Hefty Helga, you need to play it with tactics. Yeah. And he has 1 tactic in hand, maybe the
2, I think.
The Menno is a tactic. Bribery, but Bribery needs to be played with Stefan.
Yeah.
So, and Stefan's a big commitment. So, you know, it gets... Oh, and wow, look at this play. Brothen's slotting that informant just to the right of the frigate. Very cheeky play by Gravish here, preventing the frigate. The frigate will spawn the volunteer now, but to the far right of the row, and it will no longer crew itself. So backer needs 2 soldiers now, 1 to the left of the frigate and 1 to the right of the frigate in order to continually use the order ability.
Yeah, and of course that's not so much a problem. I mean, as we can see in his hand, he's got the soldiers, but the downside is that the more soldiers he puts in that row, the fewer volunteers he can actually spawn, because that row gets more and more full. So it's kind of a bit of a double-edged sword going on here. On the flip side, Gravish also has soldiers in his hand, so he can just kind of have free reign over his side of the board. And of course, this is the power of spies, where you can interfere with those row positioning, I suppose, effects.
It's actually unfair how good Nilfgaard is against Northern Realms. Like, not only did your spies block the crew of the frigate, but you also copy a frigate for yourself, and you have soldiers to activate the frigate. Like, that's actually just cheating.
And of course, it's different. It's different when Nilfgaard comes up against something like a warrior deck now, against Skellige, for example, because warriors really only exist in Skellige, as far as I know. And so there's this situation where Nilfgaard really does have a distinct advantage over Northern Realms that it doesn't necessarily have over other archetypes. Or
same thing with like Crossbowmen, right? Crossbowmen proc activate off of soldiers, and if you have Crossbowmen on your board and you copy a soldier, you're getting extra value from your Crossbowmen as well. So the overlap tag between the Nilfgaard and the Nilfgaardian Empire and the Northern Realms is actually a big impact on the balance of the game.
And of course, we also see there the Tawny Joust coming out of Gravish's hand. And this is another card here which really does just destroy Northern Realms engines. So many of them sitting at around that 4-point mark and being able to just be kind of destroyed by the Tawny Joust.
We saw earlier that Backer committed the Onseus with the help of the engineering solution stratagem, gave it a shield to destroy that copied Carrack frigate on Gravish's side. So now he's got he's shut down the engine so far, but it's a pretty big commitment, and he's still not able to get this Carrack frigate going again. He put a soldier to the Backer put a soldier to the left of the frigate, got turning jousted, and now Drummer is there, but could potentially still be answered, still has to find an opportunity to put a second soldier to the right of the frigate before it does anything.
Yeah, and in a way he's got this Carrack City Guard that also boosts itself by 1 point per turn. So he's got quite a lot of 1 point per turn bronzes going on in his hand here, and what he needs to do is find a way to get as much value from all of them. Of course, this is the classic conundrum when you're running a deck with a lot of engines. You go, okay, well, I'm losing points no matter which one I play first or last, so when do I play which one at this point?
So Gravish has a really good invocation. Yennefer's invocation on an 8-point Onseus.
There it is.
There it is.
Beautiful.
He does get pretty good tempo on that invocation, and then also is able to eventually replay it. And he has the leader, like, again, Northern Realm, or Nilfgaard just being able to use Northern Realms cards so efficiently for themselves. He has the leader ability to boost up the Onseus. It's like Uprising boosting up Onseus for a duel, but even better because you get 2 boosts for each charge instead of 1.
Now, how do you feel about placing the Carrack City Guard there on the melee row? I mean, we know that the Temerian Drummer is about to cark it. Says another Australianism for you.
I haven't heard that one.
Do you know that one?
No, I have not heard that one. Oh, but this was his plan the whole time. This was the plan the whole time. The Carrack Marine. Yep. Carrack Marine's such a good devotion card for Northern Realms. Like I had said in the past that I think this is the card that you actually want the payoff, the devotion payoff for the most in Northern Realms. A 4 provision, basically Stennis. You know, Prince Stennis, 8 provision card, I believe. 4 boost 4. This is a 3 boost 4 with devotion, and it's 4 provisions cheaper.
There you go. There's your sales pitch, everyone, to start editing your Northern Realms decks now.
Well, it comes with a big price. Northern Realms needs neutral cards like Oniromancy for consistency, Peller for offensive Purify, and Bomb Heaver for scenarios. So
You're
it is a big price to pay.
You're a terrible salesperson. You talk it up and then you bring it right down.
Oh man, and look at this full gold hand. Actually, that's not good for Gravish with no Bronze Soldier to copy for Ramon. Could be a little bit awkward of a round 2 for him, but...
Yeah, but also not that many... I suppose he does have the Menno.
He still has the mulligan.
There's another tactic. There we go. Now we're starting to look a bit better for Helga. Yeah.
Okay, so...
He did have to get rid of that Ramon. I mean, if you don't have that Bronze Soldier, it's really just not worth holding on to.
Backer needs to play into round 2 here because he doesn't have... Like I just mentioned, the devotion downside, he doesn't have a Purify to get rid of the defender. So all of these like slow engines like Stefan and Helga are going to go unanswered if he just allows Gravish to go into a long round 3. So he needs to see Gravish play some like a Stefan or a Helga at least before he can consider passing, in my opinion.
That's right. And it looks like he also understands the value of that Marine because he is playing Nadalia onto it. I mean, not that he had much choice in this particular instance, it being the only bronze in his hand, but definitely going to take advantage of that 4-point boost twice in this round using both Marines, the copied one and the one in his hand. And can I just say, Shinmiri, it is such a pleasure to be able to actually talk about what is happening.
Oh my god, I forgot what it is like to be able to talk about things before the players go 5 steps ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I said to Shinmiri when the last game was over, I said, did I actually, like, did we actually say anything? Like, did anything actually happen? Because it was like so lightning fast that I felt like I barely slipped a word out before it was like on to the next thing.
All right.
But here we are, finally able to talk about it. And we do see the Helga coming down on Gravish's side, of course, damaging a unit by 2 and regaining extra charges every time a tactic card is played. We see now Gravish has access to 3 tactic cards, 4 if you count Skellen being able to replay one of them. So this is not a bad thing to put down. It does kind of signal to backer, okay, if you want to go into this round, I'm ready to go into this round as well. There is no faffing about here.
Looking at Gravish's deck, he has 1 tactic left in his deck for the Menno to pull, and that's a Tourney Joust. And I imagine he'll want to be doing that in this round.
Yep.
So that he can thin it out, not worry about bricking his Menno, and also boost, like basically charge up his Helga for more damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Take advantage of that Helga, but as you said, make sure he doesn't accidentally mulligan into it in round 3. We already have, of course, the classic Farn mulligan situation that we saw yesterday, for example, in our cast, which can happen if you get a bit too greedy with those round 3 mulligans.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to...
He still has the Afan in there. He has a dead Bomb Heaver, so a lot of potential bricks, and he wants to... If I were Gravish, I would want to minimize my chances exactly of drawing into dead cards.
Yeah, we see the Cutthroat coming down. This is another new card, of course. Formation, so it does get that extra boost. We can see Baka playing it on the back row, going for that, what we call the greedy version of that deck. Get that extra point from the Formation ability. If he were to play it on the front row, on the melee row, he would get Zeal. However, playing on the back row, he gets that extra point, but still has to wait a turn to use it.
Gravish choosing to use the Cupbearer to poison the Cutthroat. He does have like a Royal Decree to maybe get Fangs of the Empire to finish it off. The Cupbearer also has Assimilate ability, which will activate when he plays this on Stolen Onseus, because the Onseus was not in his starting deck. So he might have wanted to get that down before he played the Onseus. He's going to go for the Menno first.
And also important to note that Baka does know that one of those cards is Unseus, because the card back will be different. We can see Baka's card back has this very, very lovely Season of Love card back, and that Unseus will have that card back. So from Baka's perspective, obviously he can't see what is in the hand of Gravish, but he can see that little love heart giving him the read on that hand.
So the poison on the 9-point unit was enough to scare Backer into passing. And I guess he feels like this is as best as he can do. He got out the Hefty Helga, he got out a poison, and he's just going to have to try his luck in the 7-card round 3. He doesn't lose the card advantage, so he does have last say, but it's going to be an uphill climb, in my opinion, for Backer here.
Yeah, and we did see him go for the risky mulligan there, but he did not draw into Afan that time. So Gravish, I mean. So we did see him kind of luck out in that regard, at least. And the Skellen dropping for 7 points, of course, using that Imperial Formation leader ability in order to just boost him out of range of most of the immediate points of damage that Bako could get. That said, I'm just trying to have a look to actually see how much immediate damage he has left. He has the Egmont... the Boiling Oil is still in his hand. Okay, so in his deck, sorry. So Gravish is just making sure, okay, if you have the Boiling Oil in your hand, you're not getting Skellen. I want him.
Exactly. That's an even more powerful benefit to playing Imperial Formation in open deck lists. You know exactly what your opponent's capable of, and you know exactly how many charges to spend. Whereas on ladder, sometimes you're unsure. Like, what if they're playing? Are they playing Parasite? Do they have 6 damage removal? You know, and then you end up potentially wasting charges or potentially playing into an Igni. And so, open deck lists actually is an additional boon to the Imperial Formation ability in that sense.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, it is pretty standard, I think, especially with these really important cards like a Skellen or a Damien that come out for 5 points. It is pretty standard to try to get those out of that 5-point range. There are just so many cards that can kill a 5-point engine of any sort, let alone these ones that can potentially swing a game and allow you to play 2 cards in a turn.
Yeah. So, what is the caster here is looking at Backer's deck. He still has that Amphibious Assault to potentially pull something, but he can't get the Viraxis or the Falibor with the Amphibious Assault. He's probably going to have to go for Ana. Again, no Oneiromancy in this list, so you sacrifice that consistency, and the highest 2 provision cards are are left in his deck there with no way to access them, unfortunately, because Amphibious Assault can only get 9 provisions or lower.
Yeah, and for those just joining us, there is no Necromancer because this is a Devotion deck. So we haven't actually seen, I think, so far a Northern Realms Devotion deck
No,
in our
this is the
cast
first.
of this. So this is the first time we're kind of seeing this Northern Realms deck come out and say, okay, a Necromancer is good and all, but I really value these Devotion abilities, and I'm going to go for that strategy above all else. And so that's what we're seeing here. We are also seeing the double
bribery
come out, the classic
you love
Nilfgaardian
and hate to
move.
see it at the same time. Getting an 11 provision gold and then another 11 provision gold to copy that
brutal.
crossbowman. Oh, that is
So,
absolutely
yeah, I mean,
disgusting.
That is ridiculous. I mean, like going into a Falibor and then into an Adalia. I mean, those are 2 insane cards to hit, and especially where we've got here, we've still got the other crossbowman in hand. Prince Unsafe does not count as a soldier, but we will still see both of those crossbowmen already on the board really profit from this third crossbowman that's about to drop down.
Yeah, crazy. But on the flip side, you have to give Gravish credit for going for the bribery before playing his crossbowman, knowing that he potentially can hit Queen Adalia.
Good point.
On the random bribery. So he kind of made his own luck in that sense, whereas if he had sequenced differently and played the crossbowman first, he wouldn't have the option to take the Adalia anymore, and that would potentially eliminate one of the high roll possibilities on that bribery.
Yeah, exactly. And these are kind of some of the differences between me, who would not have seen that play, and these pro players, who are really thinking 5 steps ahead. Okay, I could pull this, I could pull that. What does the opponent have? With these open deck lists, as you said, that does give them an advantage in that regard as well, because even if they haven't seen a card come down from their opponent, they still know exactly which cards are possible for them to draw, and does give them that ability to kind of think a few more steps ahead than maybe the majority of us would.
And there we see the Unseus, the stolen Unseus coming down and getting really good value, combined with the last charge of Imperial Formation to kill the Reynard Odo, destroy that engine. And this lead is looking to be insurmountable for backer.
Yeah, I mean, this Baron is not going to find a lot of value here. I mean, what do you even target? Are the 2 points on the Skellen at this point?
Yeah, this deck that Gravish is playing doesn't boost very much. Despite having a boosting leader, he's able to spread out most of his boosts, so it never gives you that anything that good to reset.
Yeah, and we are also going to see that final poison come down on Anna Stringer. So even that 7 points that we have on the board, okay, it will get 1 more boost out of her, but after that it's game over. And of course he is electing to ping off that morale, not knowing that it doesn't matter anyway. There's another poison in Gravish's hand, so
That's
it's
the
not
power.
actually...
That's the power of morale. Even after being roll locked, it doesn't really change the fact that it's very difficult for any deck to deal with both killing the morale and purifying the poison at the same time. And
that will do it.
This game ends up coming down to 7 points. Not a huge blowout.
No.
But Gravish looked very comfortable.
I think if that Fangs hadn't been in his hand, and that denial of the morale could have actually been significant in this matchup.
Yeah, that Fangs ended up playing for like 13 points, I think. 4-point body, killing a 7-point Anna, and then preventing also 1 turn of the double boost. So pretty powerful Fangs of the Empire. But that's how you play morale, right? When you play morale, you want to have that backup poison in your hand in case the morale gets answered, so that you are able to finish the poison on your intended target, regardless of whether they have an answer to your morale or not.
That's it. Well, and that's it for, I think that means 3-0 for Gravish.
Yeah, that was a 3-0 for Gravish. And so Gravish moves on to the losers round 5. He'll be facing Sumo in the losers round 5, which I'm guessing will get started shortly.
That will be on Seely's channel, she and Quill and Let's.
Exactly. Seely will be broadcasting that. Are we gonna recast that, Apero? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. How are you feeling?
Awesome. Yeah, I'm
We've had
feeling
two. I
great.
mean, we kind of had two really short.
Yeah, like we
one
picked
because
that
it was speed Gwent, and the other one because it was a 3-0. So
3-0, and we picked it up like halfway through game 2. But still, pretty good games to see. I'm excited to see what happens between Gravish and Sumo. Both really, really great players who have had good, like Sumo and Gravish have both had really good performances on pro rank, and they are just they're bringing some interesting decks as well. So I'd love to cast that series in its entirety. Do you
while I've got you, Shamiri, I want to actually ask you a little bit on the topic of the ladder. I want to ask you a little bit about Unforgiven. Are you very familiar with him? I have to admit, I haven't spoken to him much. I don't know much about him at this point.
Yeah, he recently joined Team Aretuza, and he's a relatively newer player, I think, but he's gotten very good ladder results recently. I think he's finished like top 16 in the past. And obviously in this TLG Invitational tournament, he's proven himself. He's got through
currently undefeated.
Yeah, got through day 1 and then undefeated so far in day 2, having
Unforgiven and undefeated.
Yeah, he's waiting in the winners in the grand finals already. He's going to be waiting probably a few more hours for Sumo versus Gravish, and then Busher versus the winner of that.
Yeah, that's right. So now that Sumo versus Gravish is going to be coming up, obviously we'll be recasting that here, so you can stick around here. Alternatively, if you're a little bit sick of us, you can head on over to see Sealy and Quilla Lance, both excellent casters as well, on Sealy's channel. It's totally up to you, but you can see that game, and whoever wins between Sumo and Gravish will go on to play Busher, and whoever wins in that matchup will go back up to the winner's bracket, or to the upper bracket, as we were calling it before, and play against the undefeated Unforgiven. That's how it's going to go.
Yeah, a quick reminder for the prize structure of this TLG Invitational. There is a $1,000 at stake in the prize pool. The first place finisher gets $600, second place $250, and third place $150. So as these things develop, Busher is actually guaranteed third place or better. Even if he loses his next match, he will be third place, and Unforgiven is guaranteed second place or better already at this point.
Yeah.
So these guys are already in the money. They're locked in, and then Sumo and Gravish now battling it out to see who gets to join Busher and Unforgiven in the top 3.
Yeah, and just maybe just some advice to our viewers: don't calculate how much that works out per hour, because it's not worth it.
But
the 600.
It's still
600
great
prize
to
is
see, like,
lovely.
it's
Yes.
still great to see Gwent getting more community tournaments with actual monetary prize pools, because it's a rarity these days, to be honest. And hopefully this is the start of a trend that we can see more of these in the future.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to talk it down. I'm just saying this is a long weekend for everyone here, and they're working hard. So it's good to know that at the end of it, for Busher and Unforgiven, they both know, phew, okay, I've gotten something by the end of this. But I'm sure every other competitor as well is just loving being able to play competitive Gwent at this level. Of course, you know, other people outside of pro rank, they might think, oh, like, what are you talking about playing competitive Gwent? They're playing competitive Gwent all the time in pro rank. But as you know, Shinmeri, it's really not that simple. In pro rank, you're at the whim of the meta, and people can play one deck to death as they try to, like, boost that peak MMR as high as possible, or FMMR I should say, as high as possible. And you can often just be facing up against the same deck day in, day out. In this situation, you are forced to not only play different decks yourself, but also play against different decks that you might not necessarily encounter day to day on the ladder.
Yeah, exactly. The tournament mode is so different from the ladder, because, like, not only do you get the ban, Skellige kind of dominating ladder at the moment, but the meta is all of a sudden wide open with Skellige being banned, and we see all these decks that maybe don't perform so well on the ladder, but knowing you never have to face a certain faction, you can tailor your strategy around that. And also being able to guarantee red coin or blue coin for a certain deck can have major impact on its win rate as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really is such a different beast. There are certain cards, of course, that don't see as much play on the ladder as you will see in a tournament. Immediately, I think of things like Bomb Heaver, for example, that is kind of like, you can play it on ladder, of course, if you want to. If you think that scenarios are becoming extremely common and you want to just have that little extra guarantee or running a Neuromancy or something like that, you want that guarantee to be able to handle it if it comes up. But on the other hand, it can be a sacrifice to your synergy and to actually getting those extra points that could get you across the line in a ladder match, for example.
All right. So, do you want to take a quick peek at their deck lists again, so the viewers can get a reminder, and as well as us, to see what decks Sumo and Grevish are playing?
What, you mean you don't have the decks memorized, Shinmei?
All right, here we go. So we are looking at a Gravish's deck. He had a day one result of 7-0. The top finisher of day one in the Swiss format. He's bringing Imperial Formation, Uprising, and Second Wind, and Blood Money. We got to see some of these decks in action. I don't believe you and I got to see the Blood Money deck personally.
No, that was the deck he won with first round, so we didn't get to see that one. Running Imka, which is nice. We haven't actually seen her yet in this tournament, or Tin Boy for that matter.
Yeah, Blood Money has been a leader that's kind of been going in and out of the meta, a little bit more of a control-y leader compared to Jackpot or even Off the Books that we casted earlier.
Or Congregate.
Yeah, or Congregate's just
Very
something
different.
completely different. Congregate is played in Herald Gourd or Firesworn Swarm, whereas Jackpot and Blood Money and Off the Books are typically played in the Passiflora mid-range version of Syndicate.
And do you know what I really have been enjoying, though, about this second day, is that we have been seeing Syndicate come out as that fourth faction of choice a lot today. And what that means, because it's not getting banned for reasons that might be a little bit obvious, we are seeing a lot of variety. And that is... You got to admit, that's kind of nice. I mean, especially as casters and as viewers, you don't necessarily always want to be seeing the same Uprising, Imperial Formation, Second Wind decks, playing against each other over and over and over again. It can be nice in this best of 5 format to kind of force the players to play something they're maybe not as comfortable with, and something like Syndicate, where, as we've said a few times, people are still trying to find that magic combination that leads to an incredible deck, because right now I'm not sure that it's really been found yet. People are still playing with it, still playing with the archetypes, still trying to tinker with it, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of that as we do every time a new expansion is released.
Yeah, the expansion is still really young. It's
new.
1.5 weeks into the expansion, and yeah, like the Passiflora decks, these Syndicate decks that are being brought so far, they're not reinventing the wheel in any way. They're just playing basically the same deck. Like, when you look at this Gravish list, what are the new cards in here? There's actually, I want to say 0. Like, he's not even playing Mutants Maker because Mutants Maker needs Devotion. Some people have been playing Mutants Maker, but he plays a Bomb Heaver, so with Bomb Heaver,
this is old school Syndicate now.
Yeah, he's just playing an old list here, and I think there's still potential for people to find some sort of newer Syndicate list or other factions even. I think only like 2 days ago, a Scoia'tael Symbiosis list with Deadeye Ambush kind of started popping up its head on the ladder, and people started finding success with that. So it is definitely still really early in the meta.
Yeah, and really interesting to note. I mean, I'm sure that there are quite a few people who... I haven't been reading chat. I'm going to tell you all now. I haven't been reading chat at all, but I'm pretty sure there will have been someone in chat who said, like, Scoia'tael, lol, or something along those lines. And it's important to note that, as Shinmei just said, some of these archetypes are just being discovered now. Now, if this tournament had been held even 3 or 4 days later, when this expansion has just come out, we might have been seeing a very different deck here as people's fourth choice. There might have been a little bit more time for people to become familiar with this new archetype, to tinker with it a little bit and find a combination that works for them. And we could have seen a lot more Scoia'tael here. So it's important not to get too, I suppose, stuck in the mud when you see these lists and say, okay, these are the only viable archetypes.
I know you're not looking at chat, Apero, but you have just successfully turned it into Scoia'tael lol all over the place. So good job with that.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Berger, if you're watching.
So if we expect Second Wind to be banned, as it has been pretty much in all the matches today, then Gravish will be bringing these 3 decks again, and they all have Bomb Heaver in them. So that's something that I just noticed. So he's really targeting these decks that players are bringing that greed the scenario. Stuff like Haunt. Haunt typically plays the scenario without any sort of protection, doesn't even bother going for that Cave Troll. And Masquerade Ball, some of the Masquerade Ball decks are not playing Defender either, so Bomb Heaver are able to find a lot of value against these so-called greedy scenario decks.
Yeah, and if I'm seeing correctly, it could really pay off in these against Sumo, because I'm looking at Sumo's decks right now. He's running both Masquerade Ball and Passiflora, and I don't think he is. I don't think he's running the Defender in his Imperial Formation list. So you're spot on. The Masquerade Ball is going to be played naked, so to speak, and give that opportunity to Gravish to take advantage of those Bomb Heavers that he's teched into his lists.
Yeah, wow, yeah, exactly. Totally right. So these Bomb Heavers are going to get massive value. And I wanted to go back to take a look at Gravish's list to see what he has. So look at this, right? In the Imperial Formation list and the Uprising list, not only does he have Bomb Heaver, but he has a way to tutor Bomb Heaver. He has the Royal Decree to get access to the Bomb Heaver in the Nilfgaard list, and he has the Oniromancy to get the Bomb Heaver in the Uprising list. So the level of consistency that Gravish has to access this artifact removal is very high. A little bit lower in the Blood Money list, but he'd also have the Vivaldi Bank that could be a backup option. So I really like how Gravish has kind of organized his lineup strategy to target these greedy scenario lists. With
and I was just having a look at that Blood Money list just to go back a few steps here, and I suppose one of the downsides of it is that there isn't really a lot of tutoring there for you. I mean, you said the Vivaldi Bank, but other than that, I mean, there's really not a lot here that you can guarantee. But I think that comes back to this conundrum that we were talking about earlier in syndicate lists between earners and spenders, and in a way, you can't afford to deny yourself 3 or 4 spenders in order to fit in some more tutoring or whatever it is that you're looking for, because you need to be able to have access to both with your pools, with your mulligans. So it's going to be really interesting. But I mean, obviously it worked for him. I mean, he brought it in his first game there against Barker, and it paid off. And it's worked for him up until this point, really, except for once, because it's double elimination. We know he's only lost with this lineup once so far. So obviously, even though it is a bit old school, he's obviously weighed up the pros and cons of adding new cards and gone, you know what? No, I'm good. I'm good with this one.
Yeah, it's also about the tournament deck lists and lineups is a lot about personal preference and what you're comfortable with as well. Like even the top players, they have varying levels of comfort for each of them for the different competitive decks. Like there's tons of competitive deck that you can play out there, which is a great thing about the balance of the game right now, especially in a tournament format. But like for me, I don't play that much Syndicate, so I might personally, if I needed to bring four deck lineup, I might consider cutting Syndicate and bringing like monsters with these other 3 instead, or Scoia'tael with these other 3 instead. So it's going to be about what you're used to playing, and sometimes you're even willing to bring a slightly weaker deck that you just know the in and outs of, instead of taking ins and outs of, instead of bringing a slightly stronger deck that you just don't have that much experience with. So that definitely plays a huge factor.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, sorry, what was that?
That is a huge factor in what the players end up bringing for their lineups.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, what people have to understand is that, especially when you're on a team, people are talking all the time in team chat about what they're going to bring, or what they're going to target, or what's going to work. There are a lot of co-ops happening in preparation for the day. I mean, these kind of things are talked over and over and over again. And sometimes, even if you know logically that this deck A, let's say, should win, sometimes you play it and you go, something about it just doesn't click. And I've got this other deck which people telling me shouldn't win, but I'm having this amazing success with it. I'm just going to go with that. And sometimes you have to follow your gut on that. Sometimes trying to fit yourself into someone else's mold, even if it is an extremely powerful deck, just doesn't work. It's just that simple.
All right, let's take a quick look at Sumo's deck list, because I do think that Gravish is well prepared with those bomb heavers. Is there anything
I agree.
Sumo can do about that? Like, how does he deal with that? What's his plan going into this matchup?
Well, let's have a look at his second win deck. No, I'm just joking. Jokes, how hilarious. No, we're not going to see second wind here, guys. Yeah, it's a good question. Let's have a look. I mean, let's just back up for a second. Where is Gravish getting his value from? Because that's going to tell us what Sumo needs to be targeting, right? Because at the moment, what I'm seeing in Gravish's decks is really that it is heavily based on control.
I would say that probably the Blood Money is the weakest deck. Out of the three that Gravish is going to have to play, Blood Money is probably the weakest. So maybe Sumo can devise some sort of strategy to reverse sweep that deck if he never lets it through. Blood Money is also a red coin deck. So depending on how the coin flip works, ends up in this matchup, if Gravish does get blue coin and has to play blue coin 3 out of 5 times, that could be an advantage for Sumo to be able to kind of abuse that Syndicate deck that really prefers red coin.
Yes, good point. I don't really have much to add. I think you covered that really nicely. But I'm just having a look at Sumo's deck. I'm trying to think. I suppose he's got. I mean, we've seen most of these decks in play. I mean, it's hard because we just cast them. So it's kind of, there's nothing here that really stands out that we need to talk about again. I suppose the Ethereal, I mean, there's really no answer for an Ethereal, right? If he drops an Ethereal and has something that can immediately be transformed, is there any way for Gravish to instantly answer that? He can only answer one as far as I can see. And
there are like niche ways. There are niche ways to do it.
You know, it's all Gravish's Imperial Formation is entirely
I think there's one way for his Imperial Formation list to do it. He needs to have first say if he wants to do it. So he needs to play the Hefty Helga onto an empty board, and then once the Ethereal comes down, he uses something like a Tourney Joust to kill one of the Ethereals, and then the 2 charges from Hefty Helga to kill the second Ethereal.
Yeah,
so that's kind of a situation where first say is really important, and both players, I believe, are good enough to know that, to realize that. So when Gravish gets first say, he'll try to stick the Hefty Helga on the board and then push until the Ethereal comes out. And if Sumo gets first say, he'll maybe just want to try to slam that Ethereal immediately before the Hefty Helga is set up. So I think both players are going to be aware of that. Downside is
also, sorry, go on.
Downside is Sumo's not playing Gurnikora. He's not playing Fruits of Ysgith. He's playing Death's Shadow. So he actually can't slam the Ethereal immediately. He doesn't have a leader ability that supports that. He needs to set it up with something like Night Wraith first before he can actually play the Ethereal. So it might be a situation where Sumo actually just can't set it up. If Gravish can stick the Helga, then Sumo's Ethereal could be easily answered.
Yeah, and I suppose then at that point he has to start relying on the value from those crones a lot more. But we saw that he did that anyway. He's not scared of doing that, and that's something that he's quite comfortable with. He has so many options for that Caranthea as well to get value in his deck. So he doesn't, as you said, it's not like the fruits list where you kind of, the Ethereal can really be the linchpin, so to speak, of the deck. There's just so much. There are so many other things he can do here. But of course, I mean, he does still run it. He still wants it to be successful. It's not like he's going to be dropping it in there just for fun. So it's still an option for him, but he won't be dropping it that early, I don't think.
Yeah, and I want to give an update to all the viewers here. The match is going to get started any minute now. I'm been informed that the invites have been sent out. Sealy and Quill and Lance are going through the deck list right now, and so we expect to get started with game number 1 of Gravish versus Sumo in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's right. So just, in order to be really clear, Sealy and Quill and Lance are casting it on Sealy's channel. We are casting it, I guess, for fun. We're recasting it just for fun because we did have a real lightning round as our first cast.
Well,
did you end up keeping track of how long the entire...
No, but we can go back and check. There's going to be a VOD.
Oh gosh, there will be
but
a VOD.
it must have set a world record. So we casted losers bracket round 4, and we are supposed to be on break right now, but we've got nothing else better to do, so we might as well just cast this round as well. And
We have
we
no lives. Let's take
also got
this.
assigned losers bracket, or losers round 6, which is the losers finals. So we'll be casting that as well after this match.
Yes.
And
And that will decide who comes up against Unforgiven, who is currently undefeated. Unforgated.
all right, I think they are getting ready to. I'm going to switch over to Seely's
sorry.
stream.
Don't mind me. I'm just trying to combine the word undefeated and unforgiven to make some sort of great new nickname for him, but I'm not sure I'm going to get the unforgated.
Looks like they're loading in.
Undefiven.
Looks like they're loading in game number 1. Do we have the score command?
Oh dear.
Yes, game number 1, losers round 5, Gravish versus Sumo 0-0.
Okay, I'm gonna update my whiteboard, which was pretty useless because it was so fast before that I didn't
It looks
have a
like so they
chance
don't have. Okay, there we go. They got the names now. Sumo is on blue coin at the bottom of your screen, playing his Nilfgaard Masquerade Ball list, versus Gravish playing the Blood Money list on red. So Gravish got red coin here. I want to double check if to confirm that they both banned Skellige. I'm guessing so, right? Yeah, both banned Skellige.
And important to note that Sumo did get blue coin in their last matchup as well against Mobius, so not much fun for him, I suppose, getting the triple blue again.
Yeah, so Gravish has got to be happy to hear that, because we said, like, I think the Syndicate list, the Blood Money list, is the weak point of his lineup, and he's going to have potentially 3 chances to play it on red. And you see him opening up with this right away because he knows that he needs the most chances to try to get it through.
Yeah, exactly right. And it worked out for him last time. I'm pretty sure he had blue actually last time against Backer. I don't quote me on that, but I think he did. And he also opened with Syndicate. So a little bit of a hint there. If Sumo was watching, then he would have known, okay, this is likely to come out first, because often people come up with their strategy. They're not going to mix up their strategy greatly from round to round. At least they're unlikely to. So he probably knew what he was going to be up against here. And yet again, Sumo, it looks like, is just playing speed Gwent. Hopefully Gravish decides to slow it down a little bit.
You
so
know
we have
what
a
it
chance
is?
to
I think
evaluate.
one of the reasons Sumo might be playing so fast is that he's living in China, I believe.
Yeah.
And so it is like 3 or 4 in the morning for him right now. So it's been a really long day. He might just want to.
3:40.
So he might just want to be trying to like get things over with here and
He's
not
like,
try to
just
drag it
defeat
out.
me. Can someone just beat me in this tournament already?
Somebody
I'm sick of this.
beat
I want to
me.
go to sleep.
Okay.
Not your typical strategy, but you know, sure. To each their own. And it is nice here, Gravish giving us a bit of a chance to breathe and make jokes. So I guess, considering here, he's just going to keep dropping hounds.
Yeah, more poisons. He's already played 2 poisons, killed that Magni division, and now Sumo is out. Does not want to mess around with this. And the 4th poison comes down. So how many poisons does Gravish have in his Blood Money list? He's got 2 Fizztech Traffickers, 2 Fizztechs, 2 Mutated Hounds,
Jeez.
no Marl. So
No Marl.
he's got 2 poisons left. And I think with 2 poisons left, and he actually drew both of them just now. So I wonder if he's gonna keep them to kind of test the waters to see if Sumo will have a Purify available from the Cupbearer, and if not, then no, he is actually just going to decide to mulligan it away.
I was going to say it wouldn't be necessarily bad to hold on to them, especially when you've got these Imperial Enforcers potentially coming out and being worth a lot of value, especially in a long round. It's not necessarily the worst thing to have one in hand, or to have 2, I suppose, in this case, in hand. But as we both know, the downside with poisons is that they are slow.
They're slow and they're reactive. Gravish won round 1, so he's going to have to go first in round 2. And poisons are better off in a round where you can go second.
That's right. And we see him going here for the 9 coins, getting that Flying Redanian out of his deck, and just making sure to get a little bit of more value on the board in this round.
Sumo opening
Really
with...
nice, and I really like. Sorry, just to interrupt for a second, my own stream of thought. The Winter Queen is actually one of my favorite new cards that's come out of this expansion because I feel like it's kind of given monsters a bit of a flying Redanian. You know what I mean?
A little bit, but it's only available
Yeah.
in one round. But it's much more
I know.
powerful in the round that it actually does come out. It not only has the 4 base strength, but it also has Thrive if you play a Devotion deck. All right, so back to this game. The Enforcer on the board represents a pretty big threat. Can follow up with that Mage Infiltrator or even like a Fergus to get more charges on that Enforcer. And Sumo says, "You're gonna poison me in round 1? I'm gonna give it right back to you."
Yeah,
How do
that's
you like
Soul representing so much value in a round. I mean, especially when he's got 9 coins in the bank, that Soul is going to boost itself by 3 at the end of every single turn. So of course Sumo saying, you know what, I've got these poisons in hand. There's no way I'm letting this guy stay on the board.
There's the Kalkstein Gravish has in hand. Could potentially use it to purify the poison off, but he is going to end up overflowing in coins a little bit while doing so. So missing out on potentially 2 value. Not really getting a chance. Oh! There it is. The instant cleanup. Sumo, no hesitation. Just bam, bam, goodbye, Kalkstein. No more purify.
That was the, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Tawny Joust.
Yeah, I think so.
Combined with the ping from the Apero Enforcer. Again, I didn't really have time to check it out because
no, it was just so fast, so fast. It was indeed the second Tawny Joust.
Yes, and I think this is the same deck we saw earlier, so we know this is a single ball deck, and noticeably we are not seeing the ball come out yet. So I mean, what is that telling us here? Is he just kind of testing the waters at this point, kind of seeing if his Enforcer can stick? And
Sumo's defending.
To see how far Gravish was pushed.
Sumo's defending here, so he would like to save the ball for round 3. Even if the ball gets heavered, it's still like a trade that you that does kind of benefit you in terms of tempo. But
speaking of scenarios,
speaking of scenarios, Gravish plays his own scenario, and unfortunately for Sumo, he's running a Devotion deck, and there's no artifact removal available.
There is no artifact removal at all, no bomb heaver, no nothing. And as we know, Yennefer Invocation was changed, so she now cannot target artifacts either.
True. You used to be able to remove artifacts with
soul.
it. He is going to go for He's going to go for the poison again, knowing that there is now no way to answer it with the Kalkstein dead. That's why he was so so aggressive, so sure of killing that Kalkstein immediately.
And the other thing is he doesn't need to have the Masquerade Ball out to get access to poison because he has Vincent Van Moorleham in hand. So Vincent Van Moorleham being able to destroy any unit with a status and poison counting as a status, that provides him with the option of playing Vincent to destroy it rather than having to rely on his Masquerade Ball, which, as you said, he is hoping to hold on to until the next round.
Yeah, so looking at what's in Gravish's deck, what is available for Vincent to kill that has a status, there's really nothing. There's Azor Javed, but the defenders are so low power compared to any of the other defenders in different factions that Vincent on a Scarab doesn't feel that great. There's one other thing.
Let's not talk about it. Don't talk about it. It sounds horrible.
There's one other thing that could get a status on Blood Money's side, and that's Philippa. Philippa, when seizing a unit, will add the spying status to that unit. So Vincent could be a nice little counter to Philippa, but Sumo's going to actually play the Masquerade Ball first, see if this gets answered, and if it doesn't get answered, perhaps he intends on using the Fangs of the Empire from chapters 1 and 2 of the Masquerade Ball to finish off this Saul.
Yeah, that's right. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I was under the impression that Joachim was an aristocrat, but
it is an aristocrat. Joachim is an aristocrat.
It's not showing on my tooltip. I was really confused for a second. There. But okay, that's good to know.
I think
I was starting to second guess myself there.
Possibly what it is that this Gwent Observer only shows the first 2 tags.
Oh yeah, that would
is
make
potentially
sense.
is my guess.
Yeah, that would make sense. I'm not seeing more than 2 on anything, so That makes sense. But yeah, I was kind of going, I'm sure I've played this before. I love playing Nilfgaard. I'm pretty confident about this
Yeah.
one.
No, you were
so
right.
glad to know I haven't gone totally mad.
Gravish, Gravish actually commits the blood money here. This is the power of winning round 1. He can commit these sort of things in round 2 without feeling bad about it, because Sumo has to keep up with Sumo has to win this round. So whatever Gravish commits, it's never going to be an overt commitment in that sense.
Yeah, but let's talk about this Imka. I mean, he's holding on to this. That kind of hints to me that he might not actually want to go all the way into this round, because presumably that's the kind of card you want to play early in a round, not getting towards the end of one.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of cards that he's needed to play early so far. He needs to play the passive floor early. He needs to play the bomb heaver to respond
The
to
Adriano.
the scenario. Yeah. I mean, all of these cards except for the Sea Jackal need to be played early, and he still has a chapter on the Passiflora to activate. I don't imagine he'll pass before playing the Adriano, because he needs that second Blind Eyes to activate the free 6 coins that he's getting from the Passiflora on the board right now. But okay, yeah,
There
so
she
he is gonna basically commit to the entire round.
Yeah, and we're seeing here that Gravish is also spending a few coins here on the street urchins. I assume that's just to avoid overshooting the coin pouch in this case, with the coins that he earns from Imki and the next cards.
Yeah, and also he's probably thinking about how best to split up his power between his 2 spenders, between the street urchins and the Sea Jackal, because he knows that there are tall removals in Sumo's deck, like the Yennefer's Invocation that we see here. So he wants these 2 spenders to kind of be roughly the same height or the same power, so that it doesn't give that tall removal too much value.
Yeah, that's right. We see a kind of sad Fergus in Sumo's hand here, don't we?
Yeah, no enforcers.
I mean, the Thirsty Dame will benefit from the change in status, so he does get that boost. But I mean, really, playing Fergus without an enforcer on the board does feel a little bad. But he might have to at this rate.
Yeah, he's down 25 points. He's using all of his leader charges, putting them all in the same unit. Okay, he's playing around Philippa,
Joachim,
right?
Yeah.
I think he's playing around Philippa.
I think it was also that he wanted to make sure that he didn't Joachim into a Farn.
Yes.
In that case.
Exactly. Typically, you want to use your leader charges, pull out the Afan before Joachiming, reducing the chance that you're going to hit something terrible. He knows that there's no
but
like
I guess the
Mariels.
question is, why? Yeah, exactly.
I think it's to play around Philippa so that he doesn't get like a 6. Oh, he gets a Brothans. That's actually really nice. He's just short of getting ahead here. I mean, does Gravish play here? Gravish has to think about what he puts Sumo on. If Gravish plays, he gets like 10 points from the coins. Is Sea Jackal goes to 14. So he'll be up 16 points. He'll get 1.2 points from the Sly Seductresses. He'll be up 18 points. Maybe 19 if he clicks the Street Urchin.
I mean, Sumo could claw it back with the Fergus combined.
He could get it back.
Yen.
I mean, Sumo is probably, if I did my math right, Sumo's not getting 2-0'd here. Gravish, if Gravish does play the Sea Jackal, he'll get both of these cards out of Sumo's hand, and that does look like what he's going to do.
And that can be extremely valuable, I think. I mean, really, in this matchup, I would assume.
Oh, very
that
smart
Gravish
by
does not want a
Gravish.
long round.
Is this smart? I think this is very smart by Gravish. It takes some time to look at it. He doesn't end up spending all the coins. He spends enough to give himself back to full carryover for round 2, but also enough so that neither one of Sumo's cards can get ahead. So Sumo still has to spend 2 cards, but Gravish gets the most carryover for round 3.
Yeah, which is really nice. And when people typically think of carryover, of course, they normally think of points on the board, things like resilience units, which are kind of not very popular at the moment, but typically can give you that carryover. We can also see points in hand, for example, with, boosting cards in hand kind of effects. You can see in Squaretel quite a lot nowadays. But with Syndicate, it presents itself in the form of coins. These coins halve themselves at the end of every round, and that it provides points going into the next round as long as you have a spender. But as we'd said, that's not always the simplest thing. And here we see a bit of a really awkward hand
This
for
is
Gravish.
really bad hand for Gravish. He's got essentially 3 spenders. He's got 3 spenders, and this Street Urchin's going to play for 5, this Ewald's going to play for 6, and then the Philippa might be able to get some value, but Sumo has a really powerful hand, a 12-point opener with the Usurper. He could also Roderick into this Ramon, which is no longer bricked after mulliganing into this Ardvane Tortoise. I think, even with the 4 coin carryover, I think Sumo's favored here.
Yeah, and here we see a really quick Roderick. And Ramon, yeah, as you said, into the Ardvane Tortoise. And I think here we're probably going to see, I guess, okay. He's going to come down and then I guess ping
He is
down.
able to
He
get...
can't really...
Oh,
There we
wait!
go.
Is this actually enough? It's 19
he
points.
can
It's very
ping.
close.
Yes. Ping, and then he'll steal the
Steal
7.
17. It's by
14,
1.
17. It's
By 1,
enough.
Gravish actually takes it. Wow.
Wow. What
Very
a
well
match.
played. Well, yeah. Wow.
I
Using
know, and
all of his coins
amazing.
perfectly,
Oh,
and getting the
perfect.
extra boost from being able to translate those 2 coins into 3 points with the ping on the Tortoise. That gave him the extra point needed to win that match.
Yeah, exactly right. Really lucky there
Or
that
to
he
win
didn't,
that
well,
game.
not lucky, but really calculated there that he didn't ping down the 4 armor Tortoise, of course, because then that would have been a little bit of coinage wasted. Instead, he waits, knowing that that Tortoise is the last thing in the hand of, oh hang on, I've got my players mixed up. I don't know who was who now, but knowing that the Tortoise was the last card in Sumo's hand, he knew I can wait and I can ping that one and get that extra point that way and still have a maximum value Philippa.
One thing that I actually noticed during the mulligan phase in round 3 was that Sumo had Ramon, Usurper, and Roderick. 3 golds in his hand, a bricked Ramon, and he had 1 mulligan left. And he chose to play it safe, mulligan the Ramon, and then access the Ramon if he needed it through the Roderick, which is, I think, the smart play, the safe play. But if he had taken the risky play and mulligan the Roderick instead, hoping to draw into that Bronze Soldier, he would have hit it. He would have drawn the Tortoise. And the 2 points that he gave Gravish with the Roderick Spy was the difference maker. He would have won that game if he took the risky line, but I mean, that's
Good
just...
point.
I don't think you can fault him for it because it's such a big risk to take if you don't top deck that Bronze Soldier.
Exactly right. No, I think it was the right call to make. I mean, it didn't work out for him this time around, but certainly, to me, if you're right about that, then I think that was the right line. And it does kind of highlight one other thing. I know, and I've spoken about this a few times before, but these are some of the ways in which you find a difference between pro players and your average player in Gwent, where they're looking for ways to add value, not just through their lines of play on the board, but also round to round, mulligan to mulligan, trying to really think about these intricacies. Okay, if I mulligan this, I get that. If I mulligan that, I get that. It's not just about bricking. It's also about really being strategic about what you can play and when, even if, as you say, it doesn't always necessarily pay off. That method of thinking is something that I think a lot of your average players on the ladder could really learn a lot from.
Yeah, so we're in game number 2 now. Gravish up 1-0 over Sumo. Gravish on the bottom going first this game with his Northern Realms frigates and drummer deck. Kind of also with the mid-range package of Heatwave, Falibor on Seus, and Sumo playing the off-the-books Devotion Syndicate deck.
Yeah, that's right. It'll be really interesting to see here. I mean, both players electing to play Syndicate on red. Not super surprising, given that Syndicate is feeling a little bit underpowered at the moment, I suppose you could say. That they would go for that kind of safe situation, and we see him just pinging off the extra soldier there, making or forcing, I should say, Gravish to play another soldier to keep that crew pocket for the Carrack frigate.
Yeah, but typically in round 1, Northern Realms has just a plethora of soldiers, bronze. Most of the bronzes they're running are soldiers, so and they're typically bronzes that you want to play in round 1. So it's very difficult to run Northern Realms out of soldiers in round 1.
Well, it is with Syndicate, but not necessarily with Nilfgaard, as we were saying earlier.
So there does come the drummer on Gravish's side.
Plus the lamp gen.
Left, right, boosting that frigate, but gets answered immediately by the second assault. And just yet another soldier.
And Gravish is like, you want another soldier? All right, let's go another soldier. But that looks like that's the end of Sumo's answers for it. Sumo, again, just kind of dropping cards left, right, and center, and managing to get through there. And just to clarify, Gravish is now 1-0 up with that. Wait.
Yeah.
Was he?
Yes,
yeah,
Gravish is up 1-0.
I'm second guessing myself all the time. I'm
no,
just
you're
the
right.
worst.
You got it.
This is why I have the whiteboard notebook. So I write this stuff down, and I don't have to second guess myself. And I didn't write it down, and I second guessed myself, and I was punished. Anyway.
Punished.
Go, please. Punished.
So Sumo, oh no, it's Gravish's turn right now. He's already got a 14-point lead. He's got a 2-point per turn engine on the board, and he's trying to think, how do I continue in this round without overcommitting? He's got a full gold hand.
Yeah,
right?
The Oneiromancy is essentially a free card, though, right now.
It is, but what if you don't end up winning this round? You might want it for round 2 and round 3.
Yeah.
So he does pass here, and for Sumo to answer a 14-point deficit, but there are 6 coins in the bank.
That's true.
Sumo could play Philippa for 13. That's not enough.
Well, you could use the street engine. Oh, no.
Wait, no. Philippa for 13, click, and then he can click the frigate right away. If he wants to do this in
true.
1, he could play Philippa.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, alternatively, he just kind of sucks it up and goes to 4 and just plays 2. He can't play 2 bronzes, though, even, can he? Or maybe he is. Maybe it's
with
exactly
the
what he's going to do.
Fence Tribute? Does that do it?
Yes. 3, 4.
Yeah, I think he's playing the fence here.
Yeah, he is. And then
he would have to. Okay, he uses one coin. So he saves his best cards for round 3 and decides to just go into a long round 3 versus this Northern Realms deck. Both decks are strong in a long round 3, but most of the Syndicate's long round strength is coming from Passiflora and the Sly Seductresses and the Peaches that the scenario creates and spawns. But we know that there's a Heat Wave, there's a Bomb Heaver in Gravish's deck. So this Passiflora is going to be a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, and you can see him going for the auto pass, of course, not wanting to risk going down, potentially giving Gravish double last say in round 3, and of course just electing to go in with last say, I should say, in the 3rd round. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We can see that on Gravish's side, I mean, he's got a really nice hand up until the last 3 cards. And it's going to be interesting to see how he elects to improve it. I suppose he's still got Visigoth in deck. He's still got another frigate.
I like this. I was going to say, I really like this play on the dry pass by Gravish, using his Oneiromancy to pull Amphibious Assault to pull the worst bronze from his deck. And what this does is it guarantees that he top decks into Amphibious Assault and Oneiromancy at the start of round 3. He has access to both of these, and they're separate instances, so he gets his best 2 cards from his deck, or at least the Amphibious Assault gets him the best 9 provision or lower engine from his deck, and the Oneiromancy gets his highest provision card, or the thing that he's missing the most. So you normally think it's weird to use a 12 provision card on a dry pass, but because of the Echo mechanic that was introduced in the expansion, it makes a lot of sense. As long as it's the first instance.
We do see a kind of awkward pull here, though, don't we? Which is that he has actually pulled the frigate into his hand. Oh, and he's letting it go. Don't worry, don't mind me.
No,
He
exactly
lets the
right.
frigate go back into his deck so that it can be the amphibious assault target, presumably.
Yeah, he wants to protect that frigate because it is one of his most valuable engines. He wants to have the boost from the amphibious assault on the frigate so that it's harder to remove through the likes of Ewald or through a seize on Philippa.
Yeah, exactly. And that seize is absolutely brutal. As we saw in the last game, it can just be such a huge point swing. It can make or break a game. I know for a long time it was the target of most people's vitriol was this Philippa Eilhart, and really you have to be so careful here when you're playing against it. And I think that's probably why he's decided to get the frigate out early, because he really wants to make sure that he has the opportunity to get it out of Philippa's range early on before
Before the
Sumo
coins.
has a chance to build up his coins.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Sumo has off the books leader ability. He can
Yeah,
gain
true.
2 coins per charge at will. So even at 1
That's
coin
true.
here, he could do it right away. So Gravesh is going to Oniromancy for that Bomb Heaver. I also like that how Gravesh, with his mulligans, he left the Bomb Heaver in the deck and would only pull it with Oniromancy if the scenario gets played. Whereas holding the Bomb Heaver in hand, there's this chance that the scenario doesn't get played or doesn't get drawn on Sumo's side, and then you would be holding a brick. This is the power of the optionality that cards like Royal Decree and Oniromancy gives you.
Yeah, and interestingly, he could have also decided to use an Aeromancy on something different and then heat waved the artifact
That's true.
instead. But he does also know that Savola is on Sumo's side, and that potentially also presents a lot of value.
That's an 11-point heat wave, and heat wave on one of these seductresses can be a ton of value too. If he's not able to answer these seductresses, they can grow out of hand very, very quickly. Like, he's playing 8 more cards. This seductress is going to go to a 13.
Yeah, and I mean, even
and leader plays a card too.
And it's so funny because he plays this card on the Royal Guard on the back row for the extra point and to create that crew pocket. But as soon as it hits, it gets 1 extra point. But those seductresses are getting 2 points. So he's offsetting every card that comes out, and even if you give it that extra boost, is being offset by these double seductresses.
And now the Anseus comes down with the boost of the Radovid's Royal Guard, is able to kill the bigger seductress without even having to sweat his arm, like even losing his arm.
I thought you were saying without even having to sweat his armpit.
Yeah. Oh no.
And I was like,
but
that's a
that
really
makes
strange
sense.
expression. I've never
That
heard.
makes sense too.
I was like, is that an American thing? I don't know that one.
All right, so
excuse me.
Sumo is at 6 coins now. It's just out of reach for the Philippa, but he does have the Horde going on the Lieutenant von Hurst. Lieutenant von Hurst has Horde 5. It's hard you can't really see it because of the weird syntax on the Gwent Observer, but he has Horde 5. And looking in Sumo's deck, he still has yet to thin out the Flying Redanian. I just noticed that.
And he's dropping Saul as well, of course, the other major engine. And I mean, here we're kind of seeing where the Bloody Baron value is going to come from. But we're also seeing why Gravesh did elect to take that Bomb Heaver instead, because we're seeing exactly how this Heat Wave is going to find value, how the Baron is going to find value. Savola still hasn't come out at all. So there are plenty of ways here that Gravesh is going to find value from those cards without having to use it or quote-unquote waste it on an artifact.
Syndicate has to play tall. With this sort of passive flora strategy, these sort of boosting engine strategy, it's got, they just have too many tall units, and all these tall removals, the resets and the banish, they're all going to find a lot of value in this long round 3.
Yeah, how is this Kalkstein finding any value, though?
It's maybe purifying a bleed that the Baron puts on one of his units. That's the only thing I can think of right now. Yeah. Maybe he just uses it for coins.
But I think also, I mean, I don't think Gravesh is going to risk a greedy Baron at this point, is he? Because he knows Philippa is still in there. He knows Ewald is still there.
He doesn't have to risk a greedy Baron. He just has to buff it up with Zeal, and then he can get the bleed. on the
Yeah,
Baron's
that's true.
effect.
That's true. Good point.
So he could do that. Balibor's going to come down here, kill a Spender, which is pretty smart. I like killing the Spender. Even though we know Sumo has a backup Spender in his hand, killing the Spender could make a situation awkward for Sumo if he doesn't have like that backup E-Walled, for example.
Yeah, and as I said, he has answers for 2 tall units, right? He has the Heatwave and he has the Baron, but he doesn't necessarily have answers for 3.
Exactly.
So if he can minimize how many tall units there are on the board, all the better.
Yeah, I imagine Sumo here could... It's probably about time to play this Philippa, yoink that boat finally, after it's already made 5 volunteers. So that frigate got a lot of work done. But with the yoink, he is able to use the order ability one time. Are these soldiers? Okay, it says human and Firesworn, but I don't know for sure.
I don't think so. I think they're tokens. If I remember correctly, it's human, Firesworn, and token.
Okay.
So I don't think...
I mean, they
don't
have a
think
sword
are
and
soldiers.
shield. Like, they could be.
Shinmeri.
Well, we'll find out right now.
Don't bring logic into this, my friend.
As Sumo passes the turn, the frigate does not reactivate itself, so this was not a soldier.
Who knew?
So now we know for sure.
Oh, I'm just teasing you. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I'm not quite sure how the Savola is going to...
How's he's going to get the coins? It doesn't look like he can, right? He
I
has
don't
2
think he
coins
will.
from the Kalkstein and gets him up to 6. Oh, no, it
Profit
can.
2 gets to 8.
It can.
Is 8... Is it 7?
Because he's playing off the books. Sumo is playing off the books. This is all perfectly calculated. He gets
Yes, I
one
follow you now.
discount on the tribute from the Savola. So he's able to take the tribute and get... But is it enough, though? Is it enough? I don't think it's enough. It's
I don't think so.
23 points right now. Even if he takes the tribute... not quite enough.
Geralt defeated.
Syndicate
Okay, so it
falling
goes to
once again for Sumo.
2-0 to Gravish. So this could be a clean sweep from Gravish at this rate.
Yeah. Gravish, didn't he get a 3-0 sweep in his previous series as well?
Yeah.
So this could be a very nice, if he's able to close it out here quickly versus Sumo, it could be a very nice momentum boost for him going into the losers finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we kind of saw that we were predicting that there might be something along these lines happening. I don't want to say that we predicted a 3-0, but certainly we did see that Gravish's lineup was going to benefit him a lot versus Sumo. A lot of the stuff he was targeting is stuff Sumo is bringing. And this is part of what comes into a tournament lineup selection, what comes into tournament deck choice. You know, it's not just about, oh, what do I play well, as we were talking about earlier, but it also comes into, okay, can I tech this deck enough to target what I think other people will want to bring? And it becomes this bit of a, mind game, a bit of 3D chess going on there, where it's like, okay, if they want to bring this, or they'll target this deck, so they'll bring this to target this deck, and that means I need to bring this to target what they've targeted. Do you know what I mean? It kind of ends up going around.
Yeah,
and around.
it definitely has layers of mind games, and you try to out predict your opponent.
And this is why I love casting the games rather than having to be in these tournaments myself, because I get to just sit back and go, oh, wow, that was a really good thing they thought of there. I don't have to come up with the strategy myself. I admire it greatly. Of course, you're someone who can do both, which is just incredible, I think.
Here we go, game number 3. Thank you very much. That's very flattering of you to say, Apero. I'm also busy trying to move your cam to follow with... Sealy is moving Gravish's cam over, and he's starting to peek out from behind you again, so I'm trying to keep
Quill
you...
and Lance, you mean? Or...
Yeah. Quill and Lance's cam, I'm sorry.
Quill and Lance.
Yeah, so we're getting into game number 3. They're getting started. Sumo not hesitating, playing the Magni division. He is on blue coin. Let's see if they probably... I don't know if they're going to switch the perspective here. Usually we have blue coin on the bottom, but just keep in mind, Sumo playing from blue coin on the top this time. Gravish has been saving his Imperial Formation deck for last every series so far that I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If he thinks it's his strongest deck, then he would rather play the most games with it, I suppose, at the end. I mean, especially if you're winning the first 2 games, then it's nice to have 3 games available to you with a deck that can really abuse red coin, but also stay strong on blue. But here we've actually got the Nilfgaard Mirror, of course. If I'm remembering correctly, Sumo not running the Defender, Gravish is running the Defender. Of course, they are running very different decks in other ways. We're seeing a more status poison-based Impera Enforcer Spy deck
on Sumo's side, and then
Sumo.
Gravish
Yes.
has the
Thank you
Stefan
for saving
Skellen, the Marl, the Helga, these like high impact orders, engines, and threats.
And tactics
yeah, and
based,
tactics.
Tactics based deck. Exactly right. Yeah, sorry, I got so caught up there in all the different things that were coming in. I forgot the actual word deck. So
Oh, look
Oi.
at this. Okay, so
Oi.
Gravish actually took a long time making that decision, and I was wondering if he would use the Royal Decree for the Bomb Heaver. He chooses not to.
Yeah.
He plays the Bomb Heaver in the deck, but I mean,
Is it because he's on red?
Yeah, it's probably because he's on red. If the coins were flipped around, I'm positive that he would go for the Bomb Heaver here. But he doesn't need to win this round. He doesn't fear the tempo that comes out from Sumo's side, and rather he values the Royal Decree, 1 as a tactic and 2 as a tutor for something else. And he's just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna. If he had Bomb Heaver in hand, I'm sure he would play it. But
Of course,
because it costs him something, it cost him the Royal Decree to get the Bomb Heaver. He just figures it's not worth it. I'm just gonna save it. I don't need to win this round. I'm just gonna get out anyways.
Yeah, and it's both a strength and a weakness of this deck, I suppose. There are a lot of situations when you're playing this tactics-based deck where you think, oh, it would be perfect if I could use this tactic, but you don't necessarily have any cards on the board that take advantage of it. And then you have to start thinking, okay, is the amount of gain I'm going to get from using this tactic card equal to or worth enough to me in this match to justify not profiting from it at all on my side?
Yeah.
For example, if you had the Helga down, maybe it would be a different equation or a different
Sure.
solution he would have come up with, and he would have said, yeah, okay, it's worth it to me to play the Bomb Heaver or something. We don't know, but it is one of these things you have to balance when you're playing a tactics deck.
It's-
similar thing for assimilate decks. You know, there's all kinds of decks where this becomes a problem.
It's also a matter of how Gravish thinks he can fare in the long round. He's not. I guess he's not that scared of giving up the control of the game in round 1.
Exactly, and that was really clear, and that was signposted quite clearly to Sumo, and Sumo maybe just looking for the quickest way to win round 1.
Both drawing a pawn, both mulliganing him
Both,
right away, I would
well,
assume. I mean, Gravish especially... Oh, he's actually not on his first mulligan. Will he do it on his second mulligan? Because it's risky. As the loser of round 1, you don't know how deep your opponent's going to push in round 2. I think you gotta mulligan the fawn. Yeah, and he does.
Yes.
He does.
Yes. Okay. Everyone breathe. Everyone breathe. It's okay. We can relax now.
Okay. Sumo is going to at least test the waters with this Magna Division, see how Gravish responds. Even if he does intend on passing and going to the long round 3, I like this play. Just forcing Gravish to potentially play 1 extra card has its big benefits. If Gravish has an extremely good hand and doesn't want to part ways with any of his cards, this could put him in a more awkward position. So here Gravish has to play like this crossbowman, which he might have wanted to hold for Ramon later, right?
Yeah.
And now he has to get rid of it. And now Gravish has to play yet another card, which here he does have the Fangs of the Empire that he can kind of just throw away. But if his hand was 1 card better, if that Fangs of the Empire was something like, I don't know, a Bribery, a Ramon, a Cupbearer, you know, it could have cost him a really good card just for the fact that Sumo played a Magni Division, a 4 provision Magni Division.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's exactly it. And really, Gravish is going into round 3. I mean, both of them are going into round 3 with pretty strong hands. The only thing to keep note of here is that Ramon is in Sumo's hand, and so far he hasn't found a bronze
There's a
soldier
tortoise
to copy. There it is, yeah. So he's gonna probably hold on to that. I would
And
imagine.
an
Oh,
enforcer
there it is.
now
There it
as
is.
well.
There it is. Don't worry. Don't mind me. Yeah, and then he gets rid of the tortoise now that he's guaranteed himself that.
Oh, and finds a
bronze
second
gold. Ooh,
enforcer.
finds another one as
Sumo
well.
taking the risky second mulligan, I think.
Very risky.
I don't think he had mulligan to fawn in round 3 yet. So he could have top decked into the Fawn, but
He
no
could've.
fear goes for broke here. He's desperate. He's down 0-2 in this elimination match, and he needs to.
And it's almost 4. It's past 4 a.m. there.
Oh, he did
now,
mulligan a
I
Fawn?
think.
I might have missed it. I think I saw him mulligan in
Oh.
round 2, but he might have mulligan in round 3 as well.
Okay, if he did, I missed it as well.
Okay,
But, I
so
mean, again, Sumo's just so fast. We can't catch anything he does. He's like lightning. He's the Flash of Gwent.
so potentially 3 enforcers for Sumo.
Yeah, with a Fergus in hand.
Yeah, with the Fergus, with the Brothans. I mean, he's got to be pretty happy.
And here we go. It begins.
It begins. But, I mean, it's not like Gravish doesn't have answers. He's got a lot of answers as well. He has Invocation, he's got Poisons, he's got Helga, he's got his own Brothans, he's got a Lock.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to go here for... Oh, sorry.
Oh, he's going to go for Royal Decree out the Ramon to copy his Lock. Lock number 1. He knows that the deck list has a limited number of Purifies. I believe Cupbearer the only Purify
Cupbearer,
in this
yeah.
list. So, you know, if he's able to copy this Lock, it's going to get value. And the Lock on the Enforcer is actually worth a ton, because we can count how many spies this Sumo's list actually is going to play. 1 from Roderick, 2 from Brathens, 3 more, so 5 from Fergus. And then if
Roderick could also pull
if Roderick
Joachim.
pulls Joachim, that's 6. Like, each one of these locks is worth 7 pings, is worth 7 damage. Like, that's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he does here. I mean, the other thing to remember is that he needs to play Helga at some point. But if he plays Helga without answering the Enforcer, then he...
The Enforcers can kill
effectively
Helga,
opens up-
yeah.
Yeah, so he opens up...
I mean,
the door there.
Helga also just insta-dies to Vincent as well,
Yeah.
because of the shield.
Because
No
of the
matter how
shield.
much Gravish wants to boost the Helga, it will just die to the Vincent. There's no way for him to, like, kind of ping his own shield off, right?
And we're also seeing here, I mean, he has got the Skellen in hand, now row-locked to the ranged row. Of course, he's got the Magna Division on the ranged row. So we're also seeing there, just having a look at his hand in terms of how he's going to sequence these cards. I think we can expect to see the Bribery Skellen play coming pretty late in this round.
He's also going to want to defend the Skellen before playing it,
Of
I
course,
imagine, as
yeah,
well.
Yeah, exactly. So he is going to, of course, lose value on the Magna Division, but the value of protecting it with the Fion and making sure that it gets its combo is worth so much more.
So interesting play here by Grevish, playing the Moral relatively early. He doesn't have the follow-up poison quite yet. So if the Moral is answered in this case, he's not going to be able to finish the poison unless he finds one off of Bribery. He could find one off of Bribery. He could potentially invo like a Cupbearer, but I don't think that's going to be the best invo target.
Would he find? He'll find a poison via Bribery.
Yeah,
yes.
find a poison off of the Bribery.
I thought you meant another Morale,
this
and I was
one.
going, I don't know if that's... Is it in there? No, that isn't. No, you'd have to find a Fangs.
Or Cupbearer as well would do it. Or Vincent.
true.
Vincent would also do it.
Yeah.
There's a
True.
lot of
Okay, he has
outs.
a few options.
Like
He has a few
Nilfgaard,
options.
Nilfgaard
Alright.
Mirror, you expect the Bribery to be really one of the best factions. One of the best matchups to play Bribery is in the Nilfgaard Mirror, because
Yeah.
half of what they play is already, even though they're playing different archetypes, there's definitely a lot of overlap. And he does
Yeah,
go
and
for the
of course
Bribery.
there's- Oh, he does. Okay.
Finds the Vincent. And kills that third Enforcer. Now, there's 2 locked Enforcers and 1 dead Enforcer.
Yeah, it is a bit interesting here. I mean, obviously, this is not a great situation for Sumo, but of course, going to purify that Imperial Enforcer on the back row, and it still has its auto charge from earlier, so it's going to take that. But now we've got a kind of tricky situation here for Skellen, because if he wants to protect Skellen with Fion, he has to play Battle Prep, which ends up counting as the last tactic played, and he won't be able to replay the Bribery with the Skellen.
Yeah,
so he has
and-
to decide now, do I play a naked Skellen, so to speak, and replay the Bribery and take the risk that it's destroyed, or do I protect it and then end up having a Skellen just replay Battle Prep?
Yeah, that's actually a great point. And he's going to shut off his own Magna Division to play another lock. there's just endless locks. The respect that Gravish gives to these enforcers is real, though, because he knows that there's going to be a lot of spies coming down, and now there's no more purifies, right? There are no more purifies coming in from Sumo's side. These enforcers are all answered. So look at, like, this actually worked out really well for Gravish, because Sumo's enforcers, they all played for 4 points, except for the one that got unlocked that played for 5 points.
Yep. Yeah, and
But
here we have the sad Fergus. He says, "You will all be spies now." And
but at the same
enforcer's just
time,
like, wah, wah.
at the same time, the locks that answered these enforcers, they also played for 4 and 3 points as well. So, I mean, they kind of just trade evenly at this point.
Yeah. Would there have been an argument for using Yen Info on one of them instead?
The enforcers?
Yeah.
I don't think
I mean,
so.
because we're seeing a 7. We're seeing a 7 on Sumo's side. Are we going to see anything much bigger than that for him to draw into? I mean, only if Joachim is played, I suppose.
Yeah, he probably wants to save it for Joachim.
Yeah, it makes sense, I guess.
But he doesn't have last say, is the problem. So, Gravish now commits the Helga, not really expecting it to live, but now I don't know if it's like an instant Vincent anymore, because you now have the choice between this Helga or maybe the 10-point Magni division that has the spying status on it.
Yeah.
Or he just copies another lock. This is just the game of locks. Nobody gets to have any fun in this matchup. Everything
not
is just
entirely,
locked.
because those assimilate cards in the back row. So Van Moorheim's Cupbearer and the Brathens, of course, are both getting those assimilate procs. So at least there's a little bit of fun being had on Sumo's side.
Sure,
but
sure.
yeah, the rest of the fun has just been locked down.
Okay, so Sumo. So okay, Gravish has. They both have Yennefer's Invocation, but Gravish has no way to access it unless he gets a lucky bribery onto like a Joachim.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh wait, no, that
he
plan's
does
out the
go for
window.
it.
That plan's out the window. So no more bribery for Stefan. At best, Stefan can be like a 10 if he is able
10.
to survive and copy the battle prep. So there is going to be no way for Gravish to actually replay the Invo target anymore. Sumo still has a chance, though. Sumo has the Roderick into Joachim, which will be guaranteed, or into the Usurper Emperor, which is still missing at this point once he pulls out the Afon.
And that is a huge swing that he can play with that. And of course, now that the Defender is down, that 10-point unit, that 10-point Magnite division is protected both from Vincent and from the Yen Invo. So neither of those are going to get their value. There you go. You see the Vincent just playing onto the Defender.
I mean, that's kind of sad. That's actually kind of sad.
But that, I assume so that he can get the Yen Invo
on either the Stefan or the 10, or maybe even the Brothens. Like, Brothens is a pretty good card to replay.
Yeah, Brothens actually would be really good, especially because then you also get the assimilate procs.
So if Sumo's been paying attention, he knows that this Stefan is going to replay a battle prep, or potentially a tourney joust if there's still one in Gravish's hand. So this Stefan really isn't that big of a threat, and if he does invo it, it will pollute his Roderick pool, and it will pollute the Joachim because he doesn't want to replay it at this point. So I actually think that Sumo might just let this Stefan go.
Yeah.
The Defender, the timing of that Defender and not boosting the Defender took a lot of value away from this Vincent, because I feel like without that Defender in the way, Vincent could have killed this 10-point Magni division, and then he could have invoed like the Brothens.
Yeah, and I mean, it is interesting. Yeah, if he was...
He's roping here.
Maybe he is.
Sumo's roping quite a lot. He did use the invo on... What did he use it on? Wait, what did I just miss?
On the Vincent. On the other Vincent.
Oh, on the Vincent. He used it on the Vincent. Okay.
On Gravish's Vincent.
Vincent is 15 points.
Yeah.
Vincent is a ton of points. Vincent is more points than Usurper. So, yeah, that's a pretty good...
He takes the Cupbearer with his... Gravish takes the Cupbearer with his Yen Invo.
Okay.
And here we see the Afan come out, of course. And I think this...
This should be enough. I think this should be enough. He gets the Joachim. He doesn't see Vincent and See, he does find the Joachim, and I think that's going to be the difference because the Joachim adds multiple points to this. Oh, it's a tie!
Oh,
With
no!
the assimilate, it's a tie!
No!
Oh, unbelievable!
Man! Oh, another tie!
Sumo has to be spewing.
Oh, man, Sumo.
I thought he had that. I actually thought he had that, but now the series is going to go even longer. I'm guessing they're going to have to replay this series, or not this series, but this specific game in the Nilfgaard Mirror.
Now, I'm going to say something, Shimiri, and you're going to like it. Okay? Maybe if Sumo had taken a little longer with a few of his decisions, he might have been able to scrape through an extra point in that round. I don't know if he could have, but I'm just saying it's possible.
Man. Nilfgaard Mirrors...
somewhere in there, he could have done something differently. It might have been worth that little bit more. Maybe his rushing actually is part of what got him that draw in the end.
Maybe. Like, there's so many little decisions that could have changed the outcome of that game. Especially with the defender, like the what he ended up using the Purify on. He purified... What did he end? He purified a lock, right?
Yes.
And then it just got locked immediately again. So I don't know if that Purify on the lock was really worth that much. Perhaps if he had been able to save the Purify for the defender, then he could have gotten a lot more value on some of his other cards. I don't know. It's so complicated. I can't really like backseat game right now as we're starting
I know.
game number.
But this is the thing. I mean, with the Nilfgaard Mirror, it is just impossible. I mean, there are just so many moving parts, so many different things to consider. I mean, technically, you could go through with a fine-tooth comb and like pause the game every 2 seconds and try to work it out. But realistically, I mean, there are so many different things to consider. But that's kind of why I said that, because to me, there are so many different lines that you can play, especially in a Nilfgaard Mirror, that it kind of makes me think, oh, okay, maybe if Sumo hadn't been in such an unfortunate time zone and hadn't been trying to get to bed, maybe he could have played that a little bit differently. But I mean, there are just so many, as you said, so many different things that could have been considered there. And anyway, let's go back to this game, because now
they're 4 cards in already. So Sumo, they traded a Tourney Joust for a Magni Division, and then Bombheaver traded with the Scenario. But there are two Thirsty Dames on the board now for Sumo's side, so he is looking pretty good for this round still. Although there's not really that many statuses he's going to put. Maybe a lock here.
Yeah, and I have to ask Shizberi, more from a psychological perspective, what do you do here? I mean, sometimes a draw can be really tilting. You know, you kind of feel like you've already played this game. It feels like, oh God, okay, here we go again. You know,
it depends on your
I have
perspective.
To defend myself again.
I think it just depends on your perspective of whether you were expecting to win the game or lose the game. If you were expecting to win the game, then sure, it's tilting. But if you were expecting to lose the game, then a draw can almost feel like a win, like a second chance, like another breath, you know?
So this could potentially be a boon for Sumo in that case, because Sumo is, of course, the one in the precarious position.
Yeah. All right. So, but without having the Scenario Bombheaver this time around, it actually gives Grevish a chance to contest this first round. He doesn't have to give it up as easily as he did in the last game.
And as we see, he's kind of just letting go of the bronzes, and there you go. The lock, I mean, you don't really want to use a lock in this round. I mean, you saw how valuable that was to him last time they did this matchup. So what do we even see here? I guess potentially a Royal Decree into something? Oh no, he just drops the Helga.
I like this play, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know. The matchup is so complicated, right? So I like this play for the fact that, you know, the Helga didn't end up playing for many points last time. It's always going to be threatened by the Vincent. But the Vincent is going to find so good value outside of the Helga anyways. Like, we saw the Helga was just... it was locked, and then the Vincent has so many tall targets, with the Fergus being able to put the spying status on these tall targets, on these values. Yeah, so committing the Vincent to the Helga still costs Sumo something. So it is still kind of a cost, but I guess he does value that lock more, especially being able to copy the lock with the Ramon.
Yeah, exactly what I was about to say. I think in some matchups that lock can be extremely valuable. And in most situations, you wouldn't think, okay, this 4-point lock card is going to be the linchpin of my success or failure in this matchup. But sometimes the engines are just that strong that it really can be it.
All right, it's been half a minute, and we're right back in the action. Long round 3, 10-card round 3. Gravish has the last play this time, which maybe a boon, maybe a curse. Sumo getting to set up his engines first.
Yeah, we see no Ramon in his hand, but we do see the Royal Decree, so that does give him
A
the
significantly
option there to...
worse hand for Gravish, I think, this
Yes.
time around.
Yes, I agree. And he's
Like, he
thinking
has the
about
Royal
it, you
Decree
know?
to access something, probably the Ramon, which means he won't actually have the Defender or the Stefan. Like, a lot of
trying to
bronzes
see-
here. The double poison, okay, since you're gonna run Sumo out of purifies, even if he, which he doesn't even have right now in hand, but he can get.
Yeah, but he's also got the Magnate Division sitting in his hand that he doesn't want to leave too long. But he can't let the Imperial Enforcer just sit there, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So he is gonna go with the strategy of duplicating the lock again, but I mean, if last game Sumo also didn't have access to Usurper, and now he has access to Usurper as well.
Yes, that's true.
So I feel like Sumo's hand has gotten better, and
Yes.
Gravish's hand has gotten significantly worse. And if last game was a tie, this game, I think, it's going to be a really big uphill battle for Gravish.
I agree.
So there we see the double
How
lock.
does he answer this one?
Well, how did he answer it last time? With poison, right? I think.
Yeah, with poison last time. But I mean, maybe this time he is considering the Yen Invo. Oh,
And
nope.
then we've got
He's
an instant replay. Yeah.
keeping to the same form.
Morrow comes down, gets one boost to try to keep it out of removal range.
Yeah, and let's have a look here at Roderick. Roderick is guaranteed to pull the Purify. There are only 2 golds left. One of them is Irfan. So if he plays the Roderick, he'll be playing it for that Purify, which could very well be the direction he takes here. But there are so many poisons. Yeah, and it looks like he will. But there are so many poisons in Gravish's hand.
So
I don't
the poisons are
think this
free
will be
to.
enough.
Oh.
Oh, okay, and he knows it. So there you go. So he's kind of,
yeah, he
Sumo has
doesn't-
kind of said, you know what, it's fine. You're going to poison it no matter what I do. So I'm going to purify something different, and I'm going to force your hand to see how you do. But unfortunately for him, with this morale being able to proc, he can get double poison on both. He can get poison on both of these enforcers. He gets an instant poison on one of them, and then he's able to set up the other one as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's nice for Gravish here to have, like, an even number of poisons, and Sumo deciding not to use the Purify on poisons. Because if Sumo had used the Purify on poison, that would change it to an odd number of poisons on Gravish's side.
Yep.
But Sumo doesn't know that. Like, Sumo could be operating under the assumption that there's only one things in the hand. And very heads-up play by Sumo to play that Roderick Spy in the range row, blocking the Magni Division, and now this Magni Division is 3 points. Gravish has a 3-point Magni in his hand now. Like, no way to really get rid of this Spy.
No. And there we go. The instant poison on one of them with the morale, and now I'm guessing, yes, there comes the other one. Not wasting any time.
Needs to get rid of
course
these enforcers as soon as
Yeah.
possible.
Exactly. We could even see something like an early Fergus come out here or something along those lines. Maybe, yeah, with Sumo here just assuming, okay,
Great
this is
call.
going to die soon, so I'm going to start pinging these things down now with the value I have, of course, not targeting the Roderick, as you said, because he wants to keep that row blocked off.
All right, so Gravish completes the poison. All poison's gone now. Again, all
But
the
not
enforcers
denying as much
answered.
value as last time.
No,
right?
all the enforcers were answered, but slower this time, and they were able to
Yeah.
get some pings off.
But we do see Gravish maintaining last say. The question is that going to be super valuable here? I suppose with the Joachim, that could be a big point swing. But we do see the Usurper Emperor in hand, which is going to play for a lot of points as well. So, I mean, really, it's hard to know which way this is going to go. The Brathens now could also come down for that assimilate value, but doesn't. We see the Usurper come down instead. I mean, would the Brathens have been better there to play? Because then he would have gotten the assimilate procs on the operatives, wouldn't he?
He would get the assimilate proc on the Emperor only, but this order is also nice because the Emperor has this engine. Whenever you play an agent, boost self by 1, and Brathens, although you can't see it here again because of it only shows 2 tags. Yeah. Brathens is an agent himself, and he spawns an agent, so you get like the double boost on the Usurper Emperor after playing Brathens.
Good point.
So he is going to go for the Brathens now. Yeah. What's he going to take? Oh, Gravish is going to take damage. Okay.
Maybe is he going to try to use the Tawny Joust to ping down the Usurper, perhaps?
Maybe.
Or the Cupbearer, I suppose. Doesn't really matter which one. Or does it? Brathens is spawning, create and play. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't really matter either way.
So right now, this Vincent on Sumo's side has the 7-point Marl as a target. He's going to invo the Brathens and replay the Brathens on the Joachim, yeah.
Yeah.
And he'll probably save that for last, though, because of something like Invocation on Gravish's side.
Yeah, and he does also use that final boost to get Usurper Emperor outside of Tawny Joust range.
Oh.
Ooh, is
okay, so this is the bribery.
Yeah.
This is the bribery. He's probably going to take Usurper, but it is only first form. This is only phase 1 Usurper. This is not phase 3. Even though we're in round 3, it creates the base copy of the card that's in Sumo's starting deck. So he only gets 1 operative. So it's a 9-point play. Not terrible, but it's not great either.
Huge nerf to bribery there.
Huge nerf to bribery. But I don't know, like, what else would you want at this point? You would want like a Vincent to kill his Usurper would have been pretty nice.
I'm just sad about this Magne division. It hurts me to see it as someone who plays Nilfgaard quite regularly. It hurts me to see its 3-point Magne division coming down. It is just. Ugh.
And this Brathens also gets a Mage Infiltrator, and the 3-point Magni, and then the 4-point Tourney Joust. Ouch.
And it looks like going on the
we see Sumo pulling way ahead now, up 27 points. And Gravish is dead on board. Gravish does still have his leader ability, but like I don't think he's gonna get anywhere close here. Brathens gonna double proc the Usurper again, and also double or triple proc all his assimilates. Look at this. Oh, he could have. He could have if he took Informant, but doesn't even need to. Oh, okay. So Sumo wins game number 3. Sumo. Yeah, 2-1 now. Still Gravish still in the lead, but Sumo on the board. Potentially now trying to figure out how he can reverse sweep this Imperial Formation deck that Gravish has brought.
Oof. Okay, so Sumo, whether he likes it or not, has to play another game against this Nilfgaard deck. Of course, Gravish now has 3 opportunities. Well, will have had 3 opportunities to win with his.
I need to take a quick bathroom break before they jump into the next game. So I'll be right back.
Yes, no worries. I guess it's just you and me now, viewer. Well, I mean, they're not even in the match yet, so we can just hang out and talk. Why don't I give you a little introduction into what we're doing here in case you're just joining the stream. We are streaming the TLG Invitational. This is running on 2 different tracks. We've got the winners track and the losers track. This is a double elimination bracket. We are on the final day, and we have these players getting to the end of the day now. They've been playing since midday CEST. It is now 10:40 p.m. CEST, and they are fighting it out for this $1,000 prize pool. First place will be getting $600, second place $250, and third place $150. So we are now watching, if I'm not mistaken, losers bracket number 6, and that will then be whoever wins this matchup will be playing against Busher for third place, and whoever wins that will go and play back up in the winners bracket against Unforgiven, who is so far undefeated. And we do see here, we are going to see Syndicate, as we were saying earlier, this deck versus the Nilfgaard deck that we just saw played. Very strong decks, especially on the Nilfgaard side, but now on Blue Coin, which is not where it normally plays. We typically see this Nilfgaard deck being run as a kind of a red coin abuse deck, but in this case, he will be forced to play it on the Blue Coin. I don't think he's mad about it. It's a pretty strong deck to be finishing up with. Did I hear a Shinmiri come back?
Yes, I'm back.
I got the ears. You missed my entire spiel about where we're at in the tournament. It was flawless, I'm sure, and then we started the match, so you came back right in time.
Thank you so much for holding on the fort. And we're getting started here. This is game number 4, I guess, if you don't count the tie. So Gravish up 2-1.
Yes. 2-1.
Gravish up 2-1.
According to my whiteboard notebook.
Nice. So, Sumo electing to take the off-the-book Syndicate deck while he has his one last remaining red coin, which
Yes.
I think Gravish could have expected. And, no proactive plays for Gravish here on Blue Coin. This is another reason why this deck really wants to go second.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why they run Lamp Gin.
Allowing them to tactical advantage their own Lamp Gin up to a 9. Where are the poisons? Are there... Yeah, there are no poisons in this off-the-books deck that Sumo is playing. So Gravish can't really get punished for putting a tall unit on the board straight away.
Yeah, and he knows that. We have open deck lists here in the TLG Invitational, and I guess Gravish kind of knows, okay, I can go tall, probably won't be punished. The only risk being a Philippa, and Philippa does not want to steal a 9-point Lamp Gin in round 1.
I mean, if it makes if it lets him win on even, maybe. It's not out of the question. I think Sumo...
I know, but you like other cards. I mean, you want to get something that adds a little bit, like, you know, ideally an engine or something like that that really denies some value or adds value to your side.
I agree. The Philippa is very high impact in this matchup. There are a lot of high value targets to steal, or at least deny.
Yeah, I mean, look at this Helga can be worth so much to Gravish. And
Helga,
if you can nick that for 4 coins, that is
a steal.
Bargain
price.
Exactly. That is like, take it to the secondhand store. That is a Snapple moment. You take that up.
Yeah, but now, so Sumo has gotten to 9 coins with the help of his profit cards like Mutant's Maker and Street Urchins, thinned out the Flying Redanian, and he is threatening a 21-point swing with Philippa. So even though you said, yeah, okay, it's a big opportunity cost to use Philippa on a non-threat like this Lamp Gin, but it is it's a hidden threat to Gravish, and Gravish has to pass, respecting that, knowing that he would be losing on even should Sumo choose to utilize the Philippa in this situation.
Yeah, there we go. And Sumo just ticking over that Sea Jackal just enough to make sure that he can win that round and move into round 2, guaranteeing himself the maximum amount of carryover possible.
He did have to commit 3 spenders to win that first round, but I think this deck runs more spenders than your usual Passiflora list. He also has those clerics of the Flaming Rose, which they're not as good spenders as the Street Urchins and the Sea Jackal, but they can spend a little bit here and there. I don't know how else he would get more. I don't know how else he would get more zealots, though. Maybe through Lieutenant Von Hurst. They can kind of spend coins in the same round as your Lieutenant Von Hurst.
Noticeably, he hasn't found the Passiflora yet, though, and that's really the one thing that he's missing that he really, really wants. Of course, the Lieutenant Von Hurst, Lieutenant Von Hurst is very nice to find, but the Passiflora is really the key here, which he wants to find. Of course, if we mentioned, Gravish does run Bomb Heaver in all of his tournament decks. So, on the one hand, you really want to find it because of the potential value you could get, especially if Gravish doesn't find it. Oh, and there it is. There it is.
There
He
it
finds
is.
it with
Yeah,
the
he
bank.
took it. He took it so fast that the spectator client didn't even show us what the choices were. So, I imagine Grevish, Grevish needs to win this round, so he's probably going to use the Menno to get the Royal Decree to get the Bomb Heaver. Like, this is what I mean by the level of consistency Grevish has in these decks to find Bomb Heaver. That's so likely to have it every game because he's got the double tutor for it.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what match I would just definitely not like to watch is Sumo versus Sun2. That would be just ridiculous at this lightning round kind of Gwent.
Indeed. But thankfully, Grevish takes a little bit more time here, giving us
Yes.
a chance to catch up and
Breathe,
talk about
process.
the game. So, despite getting the scenario removed, Sumo does have 2 Sly Seductresses on the board right now, which is really nice.
right.
When you have 2 of these, you gain it gets the bonded ability that boosts them whenever your opponent plays any card, not just a unit.
Yes, unit.
And so Grevish's deck actually plays a lot of specials, like Bribery, like this Theon counts as 2 cards because
That's right.
it plays the unit and then it spawns and plays a special. Brothen's same thing as well, depending on what you take.
Well, Ramon too, right? Counts as 2 cards.
Ramon counts as 2 cards, yeah. And then like all the tactics are also cards that would boost these when there's 2 of them, but not when there's 1 of them.
Ooh, that is a nice
okay.
Philippa if ever I saw one.
Steals Amaro,
Yeah.
it's nice, but it's not amazing because I don't think because there's no poisons in Sumo's deck, right?
Yeah,
so he doesn't get to actually
he misses
use
out
it.
on that, but he denies 1 poison on Gravish's side because Gravish only had that Cupbearer to back up his poison, right? Or am I missing something? I think that's the only poison he had, short of a bribery into nothing. So
Yeah, but so
he does deny one of them at the same time as getting the what 14, 16 point swing. No, sorry, 18, 16,
17,
14.
right there.
Thank you.
You're right there, Apero.
I was so close.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, like, he still gets his unit killed. His structure still dies. So all he was preventing this Mutants Maker from dying. Like, if he doesn't steal the Marl, the difference is that the Mutants Maker dies at 4 points.
Okay, but let's keep some perspective here. He's 23 points ahead. Like, he's in a pretty good position.
I know. All I'm
as of
saying
right
is
now.
that, like, we were talking about how crucial the Philippa is, and I think Marl, while being a decent target, is not one of the best targets in this matchup.
And Gravish, in the typical Nilfgaardian fashion, says, "Hey, I like your strategy. I think I'm going to play it myself."
You made this? I made this.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you.
So he just used a leader charge. Sumo just used a leader charge, but for to get the level 1 horde for
Boost.
Saul. Yeah, okay.
Saul. Yeah.
So as the Syndicate player, as the off the books player, Sumo has to be thinking, how am I going to get this Savola tribute? I need 6 tribute for Savola because of off the books passive. So he's got to be always looking ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he has it with the 2 coins
Leader-
from his leader charge.
Leader and Ewald would get him to 7 if he wants to play Savola in this round.
True. It does leave him with 1 coin kind of just chilling out at the end, right?
Yeah.
Which
It does.
is not fun, but... Will that be transformed? Does it do the round down in the 3rd round?
It
I'm not
rounds
actually
down.
sure. He
So
has
1 coin,
yeah.
it'd be 0 carryover.
0, okay.
This might be an all-in situation for Sumo. Like, Gravish is going to be put in an awkward situation here with this Helga still sitting in the hand. Not really. It has, what, 2 tactics left to get value
it's got
from.
2.
And if he is forced to use the bribery, and he already played the Royal Decree in this round, the Stefan, if the bribery is also forced out in round 2, the Stefan in round 3 is not going to have anything good to copy. Like, best case scenario, Attorney Joust, but that requires him to hold a 4-point tourney joust in his hand.
Yeah,
in round 3.
exactly. And Stefan becomes really low value in that scenario. I'm sure that I actually think he would gladly commit the Helga way before he commits the bribery. If I'm Gravish, I'm holding on to that bribery and going for that bribery Stefan.
Wow,
combo.
Gravish plays the defender before the Helga, choosing to just miss out on that tactics value. Maybe he's doing the math and thinking that he would have caught up, right? I think he would have caught up. He's only down.
Yeah, I'm curious
5
about that
here.
as well. I mean, he must know that Sumo doesn't have any more poison in his hand, right? So he wasn't worried about the cupbearer being poisoned, was he?
No way. Yeah, no way.
It's not. I'm double checking, but I'm not
don't-
seeing any reason
yeah,
why he would
there's-
fear that. Jeez. Yeah.
So now down 14 points. Gravish does have 9 points from his leader, though. So
Yep, true.
he needs
So
a
that gets to
5.
55. I mean,
to
the
get
Helga
ahe-
gets him
no,
6.
he needs a
instantly.
6 to get ahead.
Well, not
But
instantly,
it's slow. The thing is, the Helga is so
and the
slow.
Seductress.
The Seductress
And the
boost,
Seductress.
the Helga doesn't get him 6 right away because it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not able to use his order right
And
away.
he's going all in on this. Sumo is going all in. 78.
27
there is a
points now.
27-point gap to bridge here. Can he do it? Presumably going to have to play all his cards here. You would assume he's going to drop the crossbow.
There's the bribery.
Sumo into what though? Bribery
A 6-point. This
A
is
6-point
so
evil?
bad. It's
is
not even
really
6 points. It's like
bad.
5 points because of the Seductress. Yeah.
Oh, brutal. So is he going to
Can
be
he
able
catch
to make
up here?
26 points?
That's no.
I don't think
It's
so.
6 points. It's 6 points, but it's really close. It's not enough. He gets 2-0'd. Sumo.
Oh, that bribery. That
Yeah.
bribery playing for such low point cards.
But-
if he'd found an Adriano or something like that, that would have been, that round could have gone to him.
I mean, Adriano's not
Right?
good either because he doesn't have the coins to tribute the Adriano. But like, there's so few good cards to get in the Syndicate matchup for bribery. Everything is so coin dependent.
Yeah,
Like, very
true.
few things actually pay for themselves. Like, I don't know what was the best out there. I don't
It's
even.
actually a really good question.
Jacques was probably the best out that pays for himself, right? It's like a 12-point play, and would have been enough.
I guess, but anyway, I mean, this is now
Mariels?
2-2. So Gravish is now 2 and Sumo is 2. I mean, Sumo, if he wanted a quick round, I'm sorry, Sumo, but you got yourself a long round here. And he's threatening the reverse sweep here. He's gone from 2-0 and he is now up. And now we've got, this is very exciting. Look at all those tallies. Amazing. Top stuff. So we are seeing Sumo threatening the reverse sweep as Gravish has had now the chance to win with Nilfgaard twice and is now going into his 3rd attempt. This time, if I'm not mistaken, on red, which will be a lot more threatening, but nevertheless, it has to feel bad as Gravish.
Yeah,
Right?
being up 2-0 and almost clinching it in 3-0, but then getting a tie and then losing the replay on the tie, and now at risk. Now at risk of being eliminated completely from the tournament, and we see Sumo playing his Monster Death Shadow Crone's deck, a very powerful deck that has a ton of points. We'll see how Gravish is able to do versus this, but Gravish, he does have a lot of tall punish. Monsters
Yes, I
has
was
to go
going to say
tall.
that.
So
Exactly. There is a lot of tall punish. He's got a lot of poison in there. He also, I mean, really, he's got quite a bit of control on his side. He's got the locks as well. You know, he has a lot of ways to answer what the deck that Sumo is bringing here. And furthermore, I mean, even the Crones, I mean, there really aren't that many targets for damage, for example, that are really going to be super impactful, except maybe, I suppose, morale. But you got to wonder here, I guess, how well Sumo is going to be able to hold up against Gravish. But in a long round, I would guess that even then, I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm a bit stumped as to how this is going to play out, but I'm seeing a lot of answers in Gravish's hand. That's all I know.
Yeah, he could lock it. He could try to damage it over multiple turns. He could tourney joust.
Yep.
He also, like, in this matchup, how important is it for these players to win round 1?
Oh,
He
early
does
lock on the lava.
plays the lock, and then the Night Wraith comes down, does threaten the Ethereal a little bit, but there's no Ethereal found in hand right now.
Yeah, and this is not a scenario-based list. There's no Haunt in this monsters list, so no use for the Bomb Heaver in this matchup either.
This is actually Sumo's like best deck for matching up against Grevish because there's no scenario, like you said.
Yeah.
This is crazy. This might actually be a reverse sweep. We could be witnessing a reverse sweep after a two loss start and then a tie as well.
That's absolutely ridiculous. And there's a Oneiromancy coming into a Sumo's hand thanks to the Marahuri. Oneiromancy, of course, being one of these new cards added with the Master Mirror expansion, allows you to play any card from your deck, not just a unit, like with Royal Decree, but any card at all. And having the Echo ability, in other words, you play it once, it goes into your graveyard, and then if it's still in your graveyard, at the end of the round, it will pop back up onto the top of your deck for the next round.
I'm trying to think what Sumo wants to Oneiromancy here. If it's going to be like the Brewis for carryover and to consume the poison. I think that's actually a pretty good, or either to consume the poison or to consume this Night Wraith. He is just going to go with the Yagurn first, maybe.
I mean, potentially the Ethereal, but you would assume he's going to, if he's going to go with that strategy, he could hold on to that as well for a potential long round if it comes to that.
Ethereal looking just mediocre here because he doesn't really have that many ones set up. He doesn't have the Brewis to already consume this Night Wraith to get more ones. So I think he would want to save Ethereal for another round. There's the Invocation typically used against Yagurn in this matchup to get
makes sense.
Not only the Yagurn over to your side, a high tempo swing gives you a decent card to play later and prevents it from being in the graveyard for the Ozrel.
Yeah, that's right. Really a great steal, so to speak, for this Yen Invo. And you're right, he does indeed pull out the Brewis and goes for the consume. Ability there drops out some rats.
Chooses to play the Boost Crone next. He knows that he probably doesn't want to play Boost Crone that many times later on because of all the tall removal that Grevish has access to. So maybe looking to, focus on the damage Crone in round 3. Maybe instead of Carantheing a Crone, he will Carantheer either the Ethereal or more likely the Living Armor.
Yep. Yeah, of course, Carantheer on the Living Armor, for those who aren't familiar with it. Living Armor, its power, so to speak, is that its unit's power is always equal to its armor. So Carantheer normally spawning a 1-point unit, if you play it for Living Armor, because the armor is worth 10, it's just going to pop back up to 10 power. So you're basically getting an extra 10-point unit on the board via Carantheer, and of course, when combined, that makes 13 points. So it's a very nice little play there.
Yeah, very powerful. It's 13 for 8 for Carantheer. And okay, so Sumo does pass here before losing his card advantage. And Grevish is able to get out with a very cheap turn adjust.
Cheap.
But he did commit the Marl, which is
Sure.
pretty big as well.
Yeah, especially in this matchup, and he's played out his Fangs as well, if I'm not mistaken.
A lot of Tall Punish already used up.
He does pull, of course, straight into the gun because Yen Invocation, putting it at the top of his deck. That does mean that he pulls straight into it. And furthermore, Sumo knows that it's there. As we were saying earlier, the different card backs do show up for your opponent. So he can see there that Gravish has a handful of Nilfgaardian card backs and then what looks like the Witcher Wolf Medallion card back showing up as well. So he knows that there's a Nikan sitting in Gravish's hand right now.
Wispus is already dealing 6 damage. You can't see it on the observer right now, but it's dealing 6 damage because both Weavis and Brewis have already been played. So Gravish actually needs to play like this Yagurn super early to prevent it from dying to the Wispus. It will probably end up dying anyways, but he needs to play it super early to make sure that it actually takes a decent amount of damage to kill it.
Yeah, and of course, you might be thinking, oh, hang on, Gravish has last say. Why doesn't he just play it as last say? Shinmiri, why doesn't he just play it as last say?
Yeah, because Yagurn has this downside where if it gains armor based on how many cards left you have in hand after you play it, and if it ever has 0 armor, it will kill itself. So you cannot play it at the last play because it will not gain any armor if you play it at the last.
That's right. It only counts the number of cards left in your hand. It doesn't count itself. So, of course, if you play it as your last card, you've got 0 cards.
Oh, Sumo mulliganing into the squirrel as his last mulligan. He mulliganed away the ethereal, not having really
squirrel worthy. Not really. No.
I don't think he wants to see the squirrel.
Squirrel worthy card.
The squirrel's gonna play as a 4.
It's gonna play as a 4. There's nothing. I just had a look. Gravish's.
Oh,
Gravish's
and the Brothan's into a Mage Infiltrator. I wonder if Sumo is just like tired, because this is a very common interaction that you see on ladder in the Monsters versus Nilfgaard matchup.
True. Yeah.
Because like Sumo could have played like the squirrel first, since it's a garbage card anyways, and then played
Dropped
his
the larva on one side to it.
Yeah, on the left side,
so
and use the squirrel to split up the larva so that the Mage Infiltrator can't kill both of them.
And then you've got a valuable squirrel.
There you go. That would have been a great use of a bad draw.
Yeah, we also see the Magnate Division, of course, in Gravish's hand. Last time he got punished holding on to that a bit too long, so we might be seeing that come out a bit early. But of course, he also has quite a few answers in his hand and probably wants to play them. As you said, he has the Yagurn he wants to play reasonably early, so as is often the case with these Nilfgaard decks that have a lot of things like assimilate or are based on tactics or whatever, you do have to kind of prioritize which way you're going to play these, and he does decide to drop the Magnate Division and it dies instantly.
Instantly to the Striga, who has dominance, and then now, after waiting two or three cards to play this Yagurn, now Yagurn is only going to have 6 armor, even if he plays it next turn, and that's the exact damage that the Wispus is going to do.
And he doesn't really have any way to answer. I mean, as we saw in some previous games, monsters can do something like consume the Yagurn in order to preserve those 13 points. But there's really nothing on Nilfgaard's side that it can do. And maybe he does hold on to Yagurn here until the second last card, just based on the assumption that Sumo won't hold on to damage until then, but it's pretty risky. As we said, Sumo knows that card is there. He can see when it's the second to last card, so he'll know to hold on to his damage. So it's a bit of a strange thing. The longer he holds on to that again, the more likely it is to just die, frankly. To cark it, as we'd say in Australia.
Caranthir comes out for that 13-point play for 8 provisions, as we were talking about. So Sumo could elect to use his leader on Caranthir for another 10 points before playing the living armor from his hand, or he could use the leader on the throne.
Yeah.
For damage. He still has an Oniromancy. What would Sumo be looking to pull? Probably the Ozrel? After killing the Yagurn?
He's definitely not playing Ethereal at this point. I mean, we can tell by the way he set up his rows that's not going to happen. So Ethereal's definitely out. I would say it has to be Ozrel, but for what?
For the Yagurn that he kills, but I don't know. Without last say, it might not be possible. We'll see.
But that could also answer our question about why Gravish is holding on to it for so long.
Yeah, maybe Gravish just wants to play it so late that even if it dies, it won't be able to be consumed by...
And there's the squirrel playing for 4 points, of course. Nothing really in Gravish's graveyard worth targeting. Yeah. It was the Yen Invo that he destroyed, but it doesn't matter. That he banished, I should say, not destroyed.
This defender is actually going to be really annoying for Sumo to deal with here. There's no Purify. He's not running like a Naglfar's Taskmaster. And so how does he get through this? He could actually protect the Yagurn with his defender.
Yeah,
He has-
exactly. No, you're spot on. Even if he double Whispers here, I don't like. Then what do you do for the Ygern? You play.
He's using his leader to kill it right away.
Yep.
It overkills by, I think, 3 points.
Oh, you know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be Phantom.
The
Phantom damages
the
for
Phantom
3.
has, yes, the Phantom can do it on his last
Yeah.
turn, on Sumo's last turn, because Gravish
Oh.
cannot play the Ygern on his last turn,
Exactly.
even with the last say. The
Yep.
Phantom, is the Phantom guaranteed to live here, though? Is there any way?
That's a good point. I mean,
There's
what
a
is
Tourney
Menno
Joust.
pulling? That's the question.
Meadows pulling
yeah.
Tourney Joust, that's 4
Tourney
damage.
Joust.
Royal
Yep, and then
Decree
we
is
got-
Stefan on bribery, so he could potentially get 2 briberies. Like,
Yeah.
maybe if he plays Tourney Joust combined with 2 Wispuses could deal 10 damage, but it's still growing. There's the bribery.
Here we
There's
go.
the
There's
bribery.
the bribery. Yeah.
Well, so it's not.
Okay.
So
Fine.
now Stefan can't take bribery anymore, even if he takes Stefan with Royal Decree, because it will just then take Royal Decree instead.
Yeah. True.
Gravish wishing he had an Igni here. These 10s
Helga
look
is just far too late.
juicy.
Oh, this is gonna go down to the wire. I mean, yeah, the other casters we can see are thinking about the same things we're thinking about. How is he gonna pull this off? I mean, at this point, he might even just have to accept that the Ygern is dead.
Yeah. And it dies
if
to
you
very...
spend-
Like, Sumo doesn't have to spend anything expensive to kill the...
Keep up the great
Ygern.
work.
Sumo can just kill the Ygern with the 3 damage on the Phantom. He does go for the Skeleton anyways, and even if he gets the... So Sumo's gonna renew for the Crone, and he has 10 damage here on the Crone. He can either kill the Skeleton, or he could kill the Living Armor. Skeleton is fine here.
Yeah,
Not
there's
that
the
Skeleton is
sad
really gonna be that
1
good.
point of armor on again.
There's the 1 armor, and then he can kill the Ygern with the Orders and Oniromancy out the Osro, and this is
Osro.
just so many points.
Oh, and
32-point lead, and
32 points. He plays it on the melee row, kind of saying, "I know it's over. I'm not even gonna bother."
wow!
Oh, what
This
a
is the
reverse sweep
most
there from Sumo.
epic comeback I've ever
Wow.
seen. Not
So,
just a
what we-
reverse
yeah.
sweep.
Yeah.
Not just a reverse sweep. He had to survive a tie in the after being down 0-2 to start. This was a 6-game series. Oh my god, Sumo has to be absolutely exhausted, and he has to jump into another match.
That's right, as do we. But here's my updated whiteboard for everyone who is, I'm sure, on tenterhooks about what has just happened. Sumo 3, Gravish 2, Tick, Sumo, X, Gravish. So
That is a
now
good
we know-
TLDR for anybody who just missed this
Thank you.
exciting
Thank
series.
you. I feel like I spoke to a really high level player with that explanation. Really complex stuff. So try to keep up, everyone. I know it's tough. But so now we see Sumo, who is now at what 5:10 in the morning in China.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's
5:10
5
on a
a.m.
Monday morning, if I'm not mistaken, is now having to go into another match, this time against Busher, to see who will take out the losers bracket, and whoever wins the losers bracket will then go on to play potentially 2 more matches, well, at least 1 more match, but potentially 2 more matches in the winners bracket. So Sumo, if he wanted to have a good night's sleep, I'm afraid that dream is dead.
No, not at all. And Sumo still gonna have to just tough it out. Good news is he's guaranteed 3rd place. He's guaranteed in the money, $150 US, and I think some powder and premium kegs as well. And only upside from here. So at least he's gotten something out of this absolute marathon that he's had to endure. So that's the good news. Bad news is he's potentially still got 3 matches to go, 3 best of 5s to go against Busher for the losers finals, and then whoever wins that will go up to meet Unforgiven in the grand finals.
That's right. So we'll go straight into this deck discussion because we will be casting the loser bracket finals here. That is Busher versus Sumo. Shinmiri, I might need to let you get started on the deck discussion because I think it's my turn to have a quick break.
Yeah.
And I will be back in 2 minutes.
I
Probably.
think we're both going to take a break because I think
Okay.
Sumo also is going to take a 10-minute break to
Yes,
just
good
like
point.
unwind a little bit, and this is just courtesy to him before starting
Yes.
the next match. So I think we're gonna roll the promo videos, and we'll all be back in a little bit. Stick with us here. Apero and I will be casting straight from the spectator client for the losers finals between Busher and Sumo. See you all very soon.
What is my favorite deck of all time?
What is my favorite deck of all time?
What is your favorite deck of all time?
My favorite deck of all time would have to be Consume, Beta Consume, before it became, very degenerate with playing as many neckers as you possibly could. There was a period where the deck was very much fluid, but not, not too degenerate in what it was doing. And that's kind of how I made a name, I guess, for myself. In the early days, I made a Consume deck guide with my own kind of personal spin on it. And yeah.
Not Consume, although it's close. I think my favorite decks could be Promote Hanseld, which was a deck that not many of you might remember. It's way back. In pre-Homecoming Gwent, I would say the other two decks that are really good in open beta were Spelatel and Nilfgaard Handbuff. Like strongly synergistic decks that played a lot of tall units. And recently, I think that Draug right now is what I really missed in Gwent. Draug is a great deck. It gives you so many options to outplay your opponent, and the skill cap on the deck is just insane.
I started playing more seriously in Homecoming, and the deck that I have had the most fun with is probably some form of NR engines, NR charges with pincer maneuver. I really enjoyed those combos. I know some people don't like that type of deck, but engines were really fun when they were around.
My favorite deck of all time would have to be Brand Discard that I built last year, around March time, 2019. It was just a really fun deck, tier 1 deck. Not an easy deck to play, but the fact that it was a deck that I'd made that was just really, really good made it even more fun to play. So that one probably takes the top of the list.
My favorite deck of all time might be the old Kedveni Revenant deck. Kedveni Revenant used to be an engine that you played on the row, and then whenever you played a spell, it would create a copy of itself and spawn it in the same row. So back then, when we had 3 rows in the game, you could play like Revenants on all 3 rows, and then every spell would be generating extra Revenants, and you would spam your entire board, fill your entire board with Revenants while slinging some spells. It was not very competitive at all, but it was a very fun deck for me.
My favorite deck of all time, I think it has to be separated between before Homecoming and after Homecoming because it's basically 2 different games. But in terms of before Homecoming, my favorite deck was Spy Nilfgaard. I like Spy mechanics a lot, and I'm really hyped to see it return in the new expansion. But after Homecoming, my favorite deck is I think Wildcard. Now, granted, Wildcard is not a deck, but really a leader ability. But I think pretty much all variations of the Wildcard has been pretty much similar in the past, with Gradient and Slender being a staple in deck. So I think I'll say Wildcard is my favorite deck.
My favorite deck of all time has to be Sabrina and Iris combination from beta, because it was just an absolutely mental combo, and it's pretty much all I played, losing most of the games, but when it worked, it was just an absolute joy.
My favorite deck was the Camby Queensguard deck. You would throw Camby to the other side of your opponent's board. it would get killed by a ship or a bear or whichever unit that did that at that time. It would kill their side of the board, and then you could summon a whole bunch of Queensguards. I had a lot of fun playing that deck.
It's a difficult one to answer. I think it's a bit of a toss-up. It's either going to be Great Swords from Open Beta or Nilfgaard Spies. Both those decks I really, really enjoyed. Definitely my two favorite decks of all time. And I especially liked Nilfgaard Spies due to how complex it was and how it really rewarded you for playing it well, where if you played badly it can be a terrible deck, but if you played very well it was one of the best decks at the time. So it just all came down to how the player played. And I also quite enjoyed Greatsword as well, because Greatsword was very similar in fashion where, you know, if you played very well it was a very strong deck and could even beat a lot of the bad matchups if you played very, very well. So definitely two of my favorite decks of all time coming back from Open Beta.
One of my favorite decks of all time in Gwent is the Axeman deck. Now, Axeman used to do what Greatswords do now. When you damaged your opponent, they would boost. But it was during beta, so you could have up to 3 Axemen on the board. Now with Greatswords, it kind of feels like you resurrect a Greatsword or you play a Greatsword in the final turn and then you use Wild Boar of the Sea. Whereas then you would have multiple Greatswords on the board. You would then play cards like Ard to push units back and stack rows. You would play cards like Okvis to damage everything, and you would also play Blue Boy Lugos, and what Blue Boy Lugos did was he would spawn a whale. Well, thank you. And the whale would jump between the rows randomly and damage everything on the row by 1 every turn. And your opponent could kind of stop this by damaging the whale or locking the whale. But the way that it kind of played out is if you could get that synergy going, your Axeman would just grow bigger and bigger and bigger, and it was just such a fun, synergistic deck to play. And it was one of my favorite decks of all time.
As I was a SK main back in beta, I also really loved Northern Realms. But Skellige was always like a love for mine since like very early days. Rest in peace, King Bran. Discard, that was like the discard element of King Bran I was just absolutely in love with. My favorite version of it was probably the Ekimara Doragiri. It was broken, but I absolutely loved it. That's when I had transitioned from PlayStation 4 Gwent to PC Gwent, and that was my first season on PC, so I had to start with like a very select collection. So I started from the beginning, rank 30, built that King Bran deck, and I ran like almost an 80% win rate to one, or maybe 2 wins away from Pro Ladder. So yeah, it was definitely my favorite deck.
Apparently we're all muted. Sorry, I forgot to unmute all of us, but we are back. We are back. Sorry about this, guys. So, welcome back to day 2 of the TLG Invitational. I'm Shinmiri. I almost said I'm Shinners, by the way. I'm Shinmiri, and this is Apero.
Yes! Let it catch on! Let it catch on! I've been trying for so long. Yeah, and we are actually invited straight in. By the way, Skellige has been banned by both of them again, and Busher will be on Blue Coin. Maybe just take a very, very quick look at Busher's decks. We've cast Sumo now for, I think, 2 games in a row, so I think we'll just do you all a favor and skip over that, and just have a really quick look at Busher's decks here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because we've already talked about Sumo's decks a couple times. Busher is playing Imperial Formation with Elder Bears, so very similar to what Gravish just brought.
Yeah,
So
great.
we
yeah.
might see some of the similar matchups again, and Sumo's already knows how to beat this deck. He was able to reverse sweep this exact deck, right?
Yeah, and actually, yeah, exactly right. And I think the Blood Money deck is also the same, if I'm not mistaken.
I know that Busher and Grevish are both part of Team Leviathan Gaming, and they probably practice together. So I think the decks that they brought are actually really, really similar. I don't know. I think
Yes.
the Uprising might
The
have
Uprising deck is different. Yeah.
a small difference. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a few differences, I think. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, I think pretty similar. So that means that we can probably just jump straight in, to be honest, if
Yeah.
everyone's cool with that. We can give Sumo some sweet relief if we can maybe finally get some sleep in the hopefully not too distant future.
So-
I mean, keeping in mind it is now almost 5:30 a.m. on a Monday morning in China.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. But he's a trooper, and I'm ready. I'm in the client. I've clicked play already. So
Me too.
whenever the players are ready, we will get started here. So with the lineups of Busher and Gravish being so similar,
Yeah.
I wonder what, if any, of the lessons that Sumo learned through the last match will be applied here to to this series, because the last series was so close. It was so close.
Yeah, that's true, and maybe Busher as well. Maybe he's been watching. I mean, we don't know, and maybe he's also been thinking about this exact same thing. What would he have done differently? What could he have avoided? What pitfalls maybe did he think Gravish fell into that he will hope to avoid? I mean, there are considerations like that he's going to take on board. Presumably, the stealing of the Ugern and not holding onto it too long would be up there for him. But then again, I'm not quite sure how Gravish could have avoided that particular one.
Here we go. Here we go. Losers finals between Busher and Sumo. Busher on blue coin. Swap the perspective right there, and we get a nice Naglfar board as well.
Ooh.
So it's going to be Northern Realms on blue versus Syndicate on red. Oh,
And this
Sumo gets the red coin this time, so it's a little bit better for him than compared to his matchup versus
Yes,
Gravish.
and we can see here no score so far because this is the first game of this matchup. So we will be getting to see this from the very beginning. This is a best of 5 for anyone just joining us. So either player needs to win 3 times with 3 different decks, in other words, to win once with every deck that they have available to them, in order to move on to the next round and play against the winner of the winners bracket so far, which is Unforgiven from Team Aretuza.
Okay. I was thinking last series was so close, but it was actually like so close to being such a sweep too. So to being a blowout.
That's right. That tie in the 3rd game.
The little decisions made by the players here are going to have a big impact on how this series plays out, and we know that Sumo's got to be a lot more exhausted than Busher, so that might end up coming into play.
Yeah, to put this in context for anyone who hasn't been following the tournament, Busher has now had, 3 hours, 2 hours, I think, to be able to rest from his last match. Relax, have something to eat, maybe watch something on Netflix, have a glass of wine, whatever suits him. And now he's back fresh, ready to go. Sumo, meanwhile, has played, how many games did you say it was, Shinmiri? 6 at this point? 6 games?
6
in a
matches
row?
already. 6 matches in a row.
6 best of 5s in a row, which started at midday CEST. It's now almost midnight CEST.
Yeah, that's
So,
like went for the last
11
12
and a
hours.
half hours of Gwent. Yeah.
Transformation robs them of speech.
So if you thought 2 hours after your workday was bad, I mean, look at this. This is this is intense and long-lasting concentration that he needs to pull here. Let's talk a little bit about the opener that we've seen from Busher here.
He's gone with the engine opener, typical for this Northern Realms deck. The frigate into amphibious assault, frigate into, I believe, just the drummer with the TA, with the tactical advantage. So no amphibious assault used just yet.
No. Not yet. And one of the things that we did see was in some of the earlier games that you and I were both saying we really like as a play is seeing the Oneiromancy into the Amphibious Assault, guaranteeing access to that Amphibious Assault later. Of course, that Echo ability only happens once. After that, the card is given doomed and it does not come back again. So there is a consideration to make. Okay, it improves your consistency in the next round, but you don't necessarily want to be doing that in round 1.
Yeah, especially if you think you're going to have to fight for round 2 as well. Sumo here not giving up the round that easily. You know, on Red Coin, he could have taken the easy out and just played 3 garbage cards, get some carryover, maybe pull the Flying Redanian out. But he's committing here Lieutenant Von Hurst with the Horde 5. After playing the 2 Mutants Makers, he does get the Horde 5, and he's able to basically make his own mini frigate at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, that as long as you've got that Horde 5, I mean, he says, okay, you want to produce a 2-point token every turn? I'll do the same thing. On the one hand, Frigate has this crew pocket requirement, which we were talking about earlier, this soldier on either side, but on Sumo's side, he needs to have 5 coins. Of course, it didn't last very long, did it? You know?
No, it got heat waved right away. That's a pretty early heat
yeah.
wave. On only a 4 strength unit, but it does represent 2 points a turn, so heat wave comes down.
And with that, we see Busher really surging into the lead here, setting up this Temerian drummer, Trident infantry engine, little, I guess, engine duo, shall we say. Very typical in Northern Realms. It's been around for a while now, and that's kind of ticking along, but also guaranteeing that if one of them is removed, that crew pocket we were just talking about is still there for the frigate.
Yeah, so now Busher is getting 4 points per turn and 2 points per turn passively, should he pass. So Sumo's got to do some math here. He's down 20 points, 20 points, and then there's another 4 coming from this. That's 24, 25. 25 points. He does have 9 coins in his hand. Looks like he's going to actually keep going. Saul, really nice engine with 9 coins right now, and you don't know when you're going to be able to get to 9 coins again, so while you have it...
He's seen the heat wave come out as well. That's the other thing. So he knows that there's no way Saul is getting heat waved, and he's going to keep getting 3 points per turn on the round. So even though Busher is signaling here that he's not going to just roll over on blue coin and say, all right, fine, the round's yours, he's going to fight it out. But Sumo's also not like, I'm not just going to let you get away with playing only bronzes and 1 heat wave in round 1. I'm not going to give it to you that easily. You got to. I've played a lot of games to get here. It's really late here. I'm going to make it worthwhile now.
I mean, he's still playing Blitzquent, though. Sumo is not even taking 2 full seconds to make a decision. Every time Busher passes it back to him, it's like instant. He already knows what he's going to do before he sees what Busher's doing.
Yeah, and Busher is elected to pass here. I mean, it's not super surprising. He does have a lot of power still left in his hand. This Cursed Knight, I'm guessing he's saving it as kind of like a quasi-purify.
Yeah, but there's no poison, so...
Yeah, I know, but that's why I'm
It's
wondering.
not like he really needs it.
I know. But then if he plays it, he goes down to the 4-card limit, I suppose. So he probably wanted to stay on the 5 to protect himself.
Sumo won round 1, but he spent all leader charges to do it.
True.
It was expensive.
Yep.
Let's see if it ends up being worth it. Is he going to push with that round 1 win? I mean,
Busher very happy with the pulling the amphibious assault here. Sorry to interrupt, Shinmeri, but yeah, he does pull that in, and so he doesn't have to play the Oneiromancy into the amphibious assault. He gets to have both of them available to him. If he is pushed in round 2 by Sumo, he has both of them available to him. He can spend them. He doesn't have to worry because they're going to pop right back on top of his deck going into round 3.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal drawing the amphibious assault because he doesn't have the bomb heaver right now either. So he kind of wanted the Oneiromancy for both the amphibious assault and the bomb heaver. And yeah, we see Sumo trying to go for the aggressive round 2, leading with the scenario. So Busher's really happy that he does get access to it with the Oneiromancy without sacrificing the amphibious assault.
Yeah, and he does have the amphibious assault and the frigate in hand, so he won't be going for the frigate with the assault. Presumably, he'll be targeting something, maybe even like the drummer or something similar, something with a low provision cost, where he can get the maximum boost available to him, while also getting an engine on the board.
This is such a crushing blow to Sumo's game plan. Sumo now, after getting the scenario answered, there's like 0 chance of a 2-0. Like he's not gonna get a 2-0 here.
No.
Because he's down a card, and he's down an entire leader.
Yep.
Bushy's leader in a long round is worth like 15 to 20 points, I think, because of how much synergy you get in the long round, especially if you're able to play it with like a Visagard, which he has in hand, I believe.
Can I just interrupt here, because Sumo is actually taking his time on a decision. And
Oh
it's got
my
me
God.
worried, because he's played the Vivaldi Bank, and I think maybe he was looking for a Seductress, but it was so far down, maybe he decided not to take it, but I mean... Or maybe he just goes for the Flaming Rose Footman. But I'm not sure what he was looking for there. It wasn't what he was looking for, because he was clearly disappointed in what he found. Otherwise, he would not have taken that long.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic of Sumo tonight.
Yeah.
Taking such a long time to make a decision. Jox was the top card of his deck, so doesn't have to actually like spend any coins to utilize him, and he is evolved into phase 2, so he still gets the 12 points, but he doesn't have that additional engine part for playing Firesworn cards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I mean, for those who are just joining us, the reason that we find this really strange is because we've now cast 3 matches of Sumo's more or less in a row, and he has been playing Blitz Gwent the entire time, as Shimeri said, taking less than 2 seconds for a lot of decisions, really just going all out, no hesitation. Makes sense given his time zone. But so when he actually stops and is really looking at a screen for that long, I start to panic because I'm like, uh-oh, something's gone wrong.
Yeah,
the
nice thing about Sumo pushing round 2 here is that Northern Realms engines do take a while to get going. You have to commit the Carrick Frigate and like the Ana. They don't have great tempo play right away. They find their value over a long round, over many turns, and at least Sumo with a big lead here of 16 points. Maybe he can get Busher to commit the Frigate and then commit the Ana, and then pass before he's overtaken. That could be what he's going for.
Yeah, I mean, he still needs to drop a soldier there. The Curse Knight is not a soldier, it's a knight. The Bomb Heaver is not a soldier, it's a bandit.
The perfect removal. Tribute 0 on the Renegade Mage because he's playing off the books, doesn't take any coins to deal the 3 damage, and then the 2 coins that he has left remaining on the E-Wall to finish it off.
Right.
Yeah, and so Busher just electing to answer this just with another Amphibious Assault, this time onto the Temerian Drummer as predicted. Just going to go for that 1 point per turn engine, but as he said, takes some time. It's a slow play, so you would assume we're going to see an Ana come out here.
If he doesn't play the Ana, then it's scary to hold on to her as the round dwindles, as you're not really sure if you're gonna have enough points to take it if Sumo does go all in. The big deal for Busher is that there's no units on the board. There's so few units on his board that he can't buff enough units to get that much value on the Viscard, and Ana just dies right away too. The Pickpocket getting the coins, the E-Wall sticking on the board, down 18 now for Busher. Does have this big tempo swing from Falibor though, and he has leader charges that he could spend and potentially get ahead here, I think. He needs 19 points to catch up.
Yeah, the Falibor will get full value, so he'll come down for 13.
And then he gets 2 more points from the Drummer, that's 15. And then if he uses both leader charges to spawn that Lyran Scytheman, he could get ahead right here.
Could do it. Yep.
It's probably worth it, I think, because he does also have the nice follow-up Visagard that will ping for, I think, 5 damage. So you can play a 10 tempo Visagard next turn to stay ahead of whatever.
Well, it wouldn't
plays.
be because the Morels would damage something for 4, so it wouldn't. There wouldn't be 3 boosted or 4 boosted units.
Yeah, so it would be maybe like 9 instead of 10 points. Maybe the E-Wall will damage something else as well. We'll have to see exactly how it plays out. Oh, okay.
Okay.
He decides to save his leader instead. Decides to.
I think he's maybe trying to just tempt the pass here. I don't know.
Maybe.
Love to hear him beg for mercy.
Yeah, but it's forced out.
Yeah, Sumo does go all in. We also have to remember that there's a Sly Seductress on Sumo's side that's still growing
gosh,
every
yes,
time.
good point.
Every time
Very
Busher
good
plays a
point.
unit, including his leader. He needs 23 points, gets 2 more points from this.
So needs 25. He's got the 2 there. It's back down to 23. He gets 13 there. I think he can
And these
do
are
it.
damaged now, so the Viscard isn't getting as much either.
I think he can still.
I'm pretty sure he can do it
Yeah,
if he
can
goes
still
all
do it.
in.
He can
The
still
question
do it. He
is,
has to go all in. He has to
the
play
question
leader.
is, can he do it while saving something? Can he do it while saving either a card or a leader?
Because let's see, if he puts 2 down, then he gets a 5-point Scytheman. I don't think so. I don't think it's enough. 13, 5, no, plus 7, no.
Yeah, I think he has to spend everything here.
He does.
If he uses 1 leader char, okay, Viscard plays for 6, 7, 8, -1, 7, 9. He can use 1 leader charge. He can save his. I think.
Are you just saying random numbers now?
No. If I did my math right, I think he uses 1 leader charge and he gets ahead. Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't. It's not enough.
He has to.
It's not enough because he doesn't get another turn on the drummer. It doesn't like come back to him before he passes. So
No, the pass count is.
it is 1 point. 1 point is the difference between saving his leader and having to use it. Exactly not enough. Okay, so Sumo, that push, despite getting his scenario bomb heavered, that push was very effective. But now
Top
Bushy,
deck battle of the top deck.
but top decks, Bushy's guaranteed awesome top decks.
That's
like
exactly right.
And look at these bronzes in Sumo's hand.
Ooh, fence. I don't want to see that. Oh, a Slice of Ductress. Sea Jackal. Oh, these are.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh man. Like Bushy doesn't really find golds either, but he has the Amphibious Assault and the Oneiromancy. Oh, and he finds a Bloody Baron.
Oh, he finds
so
the Baron.
he gets an Onseus off of the Oneiromancy, and then
How can Sumo? How does Sumo win here? Because even if the Slice of Ductress gets value, which doesn't look particularly likely,
this is
but even if she
a
gets
win for
value-
Bushy for sure. Looking
It
at the
has to
quality
be.
of these hands, and this is the power of these Echo cards. These Echo cards are
Amazing.
really great for short rounds and long rounds because they give you options on what you want to get. And this was why we were talking about in round 1, Bushy didn't use his Oneiromancy, saved it, and was able to use these Echo cards for the first time in round 2 to defend against a bleed, and then still have them for the short round 3 to guarantee decent top decks.
And as we said, even if he hadn't found the Amphibious Assault in round 2, he could have used the Oneiromancy to go into the Amphibious Assault, into something else, and still guaranteed himself that delicious top deck of essentially whichever 2 cards he wants, within reason. There are some limitations, of course, for example, with the Amphibious Assault especially, but nevertheless, really very strong cards, not only in and of themselves for consistency, but as we said, for this continued value coming back on top of your deck and making sure that in that short round you can top deck the best cards possible.
Yeah, and this is going to be an Onseus, and Sumo forfeits, saving what little
Saving
time he can. Going next, and Bushy opens up with a nice 1-0 lead.
There we go. Okay. Wow. That was still pretty fast though, wasn't it? I mean, even though Bushy did take his time a little longer, really gave us a bit of an opportunity to talk, still moving quite quickly here as we rocket along towards deciding who will win this loser's bracket. Who will take 3rd place? So the loser will take 3rd place and go home with $150 plus some, I think you said some powder and some in-game value as well. And the winner will go back up, be shot back up into the winner's bracket and play against Unforgiven, Team Aretusa, new member of Team Aretusa, competitive player, in order to go for that top spot. Interestingly though, even if the winner of this game wins against Unforgiven in the winner's bracket, they have to play again because we are in a double elimination situation here and Unforgiven must lose twice in order to lose the series.
All right, and we are now approaching game number 2. Sumo playing Imperial Formation.
You
This
have
is
our
his
undivided
Masquerade
attention.
Ball deck with spies on blue coin. Unusual.
Blue.
Yeah, unusual.
Yeah,
for
and
him.
Busher also choosing to take Syndicate into red coin. Again, as we said, not super surprising. Syndicate kind of representing one of the weaker factions, relatively speaking, so far. As we've said a few times, it is still early in the expansion. We don't know what's going to happen yet. But at this point, still kind of unclear how Syndicate is going to find value from these new cards in the Master Mirror expansion. So Busher is actually running a pretty classic Syndicate deck. As we said, I don't think there's a single Master Mirror card in this deck.
No, but it's worked for him so far. It's gotten him this far, right?
That's right. And Gravesh too, you know, who was playing the last round against Sumo, also managed to get pretty far with this deck.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show, you know, just because expansions come out, people get really excited about new cards. It doesn't mean you have to play them if there's value, if there's a good enough deck already. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as you said earlier.
Less than 2 seconds, that Thirsty Dame comes out of Sumo's hand. So we're gonna see Busher complete the poison here on the Magni Division. Yes. These mutated hounds, they recently got changed. They used to be 4 provision cards with 3 power, and now they're 5 provisions with 4 power. It's a little bit of a nerf to the card, but still competitive enough to play with the rest of the poison package in Syndicate.
Yeah, it kind of plays into this whole change that has been happening with the Master Mirror expansion, where there have been a few protections given, or ways in which to make poison a bit less attractive. Of course, Veil being the classic new keyword added, avoiding the ability to add statuses onto a card, including poison, but also a few like little minor nerfs like this that kind of maybe make poison a little bit less attractive.
You know, Sumo's played very slow here. He's gotten his Magni Division poisoned, he's played a 4-point Thirsty Dame, and then a 4-point Tourney Joust. He's only ahead by 5 points. Like, can Busher threaten to win on even here? He needs a 6. But this nothing in his hand actually does that much tempo, other than perhaps like the Azar.
Question.
And Sumo,
So,
yeah.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was going to say, what is the target of Blood Money here? Like, is he going to just go for something low value just to get the extra coins? Does he use it, on a Thirsty Dame or similar?
I think he can use it on like a Thirsty Dame or an Imperial Enforcer. Those are the big threats.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe even a Brathens or a Cupbearer, maybe just to avoid those Assimilate procs, potentially.
Yeah, maybe, but I think the Imperial Enforcers are probably the #1 target because they are also damage-dealing engines. They're not just boosting engines. They deal damage. They can kill his Seductresses and his other engines.
Yeah.
And Blood Money is a flexible leader. Sometimes you use it for removal. Sometimes you use it on just a short unit to get a lot of coins so that you can get your Horde easier. Maybe pull out your Flying Redanian or get you coins to max out on Sol. There's a lot of different ways that you can use it.
Yeah, but it is kind of, I suppose, if you are going to use it on the Imperial Enforcer, then it's quite nice for Sumo in a way to be able to play that with something like Ramon, for example, in order to play that armor onto the Enforcer and deny Busher that little bit of extra value through the coins as well.
Busher choosing to use a Defender so early in round 1. Defender normally... Yeah.
No, I was going to say, I guess it's to protect his spender, but then I noticed he has another Street Urchins in hand, so it's not that.
Yeah, it also gets him 3 coins, so he can like finish off the round with the second Street Urchins to get up to 9 coins. That brings out the Flying Redanian, and that gets him ahead as well.
It doesn't look like he's entirely sure which way he wants to play this, though. Of course, it is always a bit risky to get rid of all your spenders.
I mean, he's got more. He's still got Sea Jackals, right? And I think he has Ewald. And also, the Tin Boy can potentially be a spender. Philippa can potentially be a spender in that sort of sense. He doesn't play that second Street Urchins. I don't know if Busher is going to regret playing the Azar Javed so early in round 1, though. Azar Javed can be really annoying for Nilfgaard when the Enforcers are answered.
Yes.
But I
Or
guess
for I mean, this is
Brothens-
saying for blocking poison, for
Yeah.
blocking, something like Vincent Van Mollahem, for blocking the Imperial forces. There are a lot of different ways in which that defender can be useful against Nilfgaard later on.
So Busher does win round 1. We'll see what he does with it. If he decides to try to push, he has the Bomb Heaver for the scenario.
Yep. Yeah, this is something, of course, that there has been a little bit of a pushback on. A lot of artifact removal has been taken out of the game, but notably, Bomb Heaver still sticking around, being a little bit of a thorn in the side, shall we say, of the scenario-based decks, and especially in tournament play, where it's I suppose you have to play this do you or don't you have it in hand game.
Exactly. But Sumo is not the one who won round 1, so you can't really threaten anything with the scenario here in round 2. He's gonna have to decide if he wants to
Play it.
if he wants to try to hold it and greed it for round 3, or if he needs to commit it right now.
Yeah, and we see Sumo going for an early poison there on the Sea Jackal.
So Busher using his Vivaldi Bank for a Sea Jackal, that he was looking for scenario, right?
You would assume.
He was looking for Passiflora, didn't find it, ended up taking a Sea Jackal, spending once to save it from Tourney Joust, but now it's going to get poisoned. He could purify it with the Kalkstein. That is what's going to happen here. He's going to go down to 6 cards. He's actually going to use another tick on the Sea Jackal.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. I mean, Sumo also has to decide here how far into this round he goes. I mean, looking at his hand, he has a lot of cards that he really likes. I mean, there's not a lot here he wants to mess with. I mean, you could argue that maybe he doesn't want the Joachim in hand. He'd rather pull it with the Roderick to get the double proc on the Masquerade Ball. But I mean, these are being picky. I mean, really, he's got a lovely hand.
Wow,
And,
Sumo...
yeah.
Sorry for interrupting,
No,
but
go ahead.
Sumo's
No,
being
please.
very stubborn here. Just poisoning the tall Sea Jackal, not answering the Kalkstein, and giving Busher the opportunity to spend 2 coins to purify the Sea Jackal. Again, it might actually be somewhat of like a bluff, or... Because he doesn't actually have easy access to another poison, right? So
No.
he's asking Busher, how confident are you that I don't have another poison in my hand? Like, you better spend those 2 coins or you're risking your 10-point spender.
Yeah, true. And I mean, the other thing is, I'm pretty sure the Masquerade Ball is literally the only poison left in his deck. I'm having.
He has a
look through-
Vincent. He has a Vincent that could do
Oh, the
it.
Vincent. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So
has to
it's
find
not
it.
like, yeah. No, but I'm saying Busher doesn't know whether he has the Vincent.
Yes, good point. Good point. Aha.
So Busher does play it safe and purifies that spender. So like this cupbearer did end up getting some value, even though he doesn't have the follow-up poison. He is able to squeeze an additional 2 value out of it by forcing Busher to respect the follow-up poison.
Yeah, and Sumo not really committing very much here, just kind of like ticking along, playing his Tawny Joust, getting rid of the Sly Seductress, just kind of saying, okay, let's see how far you're willing to go into this, even though in reality, it's him who's being bled, not the other way around.
Yeah, but Busher could be self-bleeding himself.
Based on the style. Yeah, you wouldn't think so based on what you're seeing on the screen here. You would, if you didn't see the score on the side, you might assume that it was the other way around right now, because Sumo is kind of just chuffing along.
So my question is, how much does Busher actually want to push here? Because he's got a lot of cards that needs to be a long round himself. He's got the Saul that needs a long round, Adriano with the Seductress. If he finds Tin Boy, that's a long round card. Imki is a long round card. Passiflora is a long round card. This is also like, yeah. So I do think that it makes sense for Busher to pass here.
Yeah.
Pushed a little bit, got some poisons out, but he doesn't want to end up self-bleeding.
Yeah, and we see Sumo pulling into the Sea Jackal that he just nicked with the Yen Invo, but he's not interested in playing that spender when he doesn't have any coin generation on his side, so he lets that one go. He will get a long round 3. The question is, I mean, as we can see, we've still got Saul in Bush's hand. We've still got Adriano in Bush's hand. I mean, there's a lot here. Even the Tin Boy, for example, benefits from a long round. So he's not unhappy with a long round, is he, Busher?
Mulligan's a poison into another poison. That always feels bad. Knowing, into a third poison! Oh, man. So basically had no mulligans in that round for Busher. You see the Masquerade Ball comes down. I'm sure that will be answered immediately by the Heaver. But with the invocation used up in round 2, Sumo doesn't have a guarantee on what he's going to pull with Joachim. Like, there's a chance that he actually ends up pulling this 4-point Sea Jackal or a 3-point Magna Division with that Joachim. Might have to rely a little bit on getting lucky there. Because it's not like he can use his leader to set it up, because otherwise he misses out on the Fawn.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that Joachim does have going for him is that he only pulls a non-disloyal unit. But unfortunately, I mean, this is not a super spy-heavy deck. And so it's actually the only card that then rules out is the Mage Infiltrator. Every other card is fair play here for Joachim.
I wondered if there was a mistake for Bushy to use Vivaldi Bank in round 2 to push when he didn't have access. He didn't have the Passiflora yet in his hand, and he ends up not drawing it along with the Imki. And Vivaldi Bank is the only kind of tutor card or thinning card that Syndicate has access to here. So this is
and
gonna
of
hurt
course
quite a bit.
the longer he waits in terms of the game, the further into the game he goes, the better his chances of pulling what he wants with the bank. Of course, because the fewer cards are left in deck, and that means the card he really wants is closer to the top, presumably. So really, you're right, that could have really cost him access to that Passiflora, which could end up deciding it in the end.
I think Busher's gonna end up regretting playing that second round. Let's see. Roderick into Ramon gets an Enforcer. This Enforcer can be killed and dealt with in a variety of different ways. Obviously, the Blood Money can deal 8 damage to it, kill it, and get 2 coins. Which would set up the Philippa or the Ewald to kill the next one.
Yep, exactly what I was thinking. I mean, really, that Ewald can really take advantage of that profit from the coins, and he knows that another one's coming, of course, because he saw that one being played with Ramon, so he knows there's one more in his hand, so he's probably thinking about that as well. How can I deal with this one and set myself up to deal with the next one? And I guess we're going to see he's going to go for the poison route by the looks of it, and on his own card to go for the coins.
Yeah, because he knows he doesn't have the second poison to follow up. Needs the coins for, like, Tin Boy, potentially. For Philippa. So now he can Philippa the one with armor, and Blood Money the one without armor, and get more bang for his buck.
Yeah, I mean, or he could Ewald it as well. I mean, the downside, of course, of all of this is that the longer he waits, the less valuable the soul becomes as well. And if he's spending all his coins on something like Philippa, for example, yeah, here we go, see? Because if he spends all his coins with Philippa or even Ewald or any of those cards, he knows that's going to cost my soul round upon round. Or I should say, turn upon turn.
Yeah, so instead of taking the Philippa right away, he is going to try to get some engine value with this Sol. Maybe play like the Sea Jackal to stall a turn and wait with the Philippa. Oh, and what did I tell you? That invocation ends up putting a garbage card in Sumo's deck, and he pays the price for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. It's still a 12-point card, but I mean, it does nothing, right? I mean, it's a spender with no coins.
Yeah, and there's no way that he's going to get coins. I mean, maybe with
I mean, the only worst thing he could have pulled is the Magna Division. Everything else would have given him more value than that.
Yeah.
What is it now?
But he does have, like, Sumo is so far ahead right now. Sumo's got 26 points with still 2 pretty big impact golds. Although...
But we do see, look, there is this 9-point Thirsty Dame sitting there, right? Now, that's a pretty tempting target for Philippa, but the downside is we have Vincent van Moorleham in Sumo's hand, and if Philippa steals the Thirsty Dame or any other unit, for example, it will get that spying tag and allow Vincent van Moorleham to destroy it.
That's very true. So Bushy might be thinking about saving the Philippa for last until he sees the Vincent. Oh! Gets the... Oh, wow! The plays! Sumo copying that poison giver, that fist tech trapper, doesn't even use it for coins to enable his jackal to spend, but puts the poison status on the Saul, intending to finish it off with the Vincent.
That's it.
Damn, that is really heads up. That's very impressive. There's so many things.
That's
Nilfgaard
right.
is a really like high skill cap faction now. There's so many different things that you can do with it. So many different lines you can take. All your archetypes kind of overlap with each other. Really enjoyable to see this level of play in Nilfgaard today.
Totally agree. And we are seeing here, I think Busher is going to go with Tin Boy here. And yeah, he's going to drop that Philippa as the last play. Popping that 2 points of damage onto the melee row and preserving that 9 value in his coin
He
purse.
enabled a 16-point kill with that Brothans, whereas otherwise he would have only gotten 4 points on the Joachim instead.
Yeah, we do see game 2 go to Sumo in this case. So we are now 1-1. Busher to Sumo.
Yeah.
What a matchup.
All
I
tied
love
up.
that.
That was awesome. That was really, really cool. So Sumo's Nilfgaard is through, and Busher's Northern Realms is through.
Yes.
I believe. And Busher still has the Imperial Formation deck and the Blood Money deck, whereas Sumo has Death Shadow and Syndicate off the books. Okay. Looks like
The
there's
Syndicate
not
deck
going to
is going to be a... Sorry, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, it looks like there's not going to be much of a break. We're going to jump right into game number 3.
Let's keep it rolling. We need to work out who is going to win this matchup. Who is going back up to the winners bracket to play our current champion? Unforgiven, I should say.
Unforgiven, waiting in the grand finals for
Very
the winner of this
patiently.
match. Yeah, he had to wait like 4 or 5 hours. I mean, I know it's nothing compared to Sumo, but it's getting late for Unforgiven as well.
Do you know
I
where
believe
he's based?
he's in Iran. I
Oh,
believe.
wow, okay. Yeah.
It is
So
2:30 in the
also playing- yeah, I was
it's
gonna
2:30 in
say,
the morning
playing-
right now in Iran.
Wow. And it just goes to show like how difficult it is to organize these kind of tournaments. There's so many moving parts, so many different time zones you have to take into account. If I were back home in my native Australia, this would also be ridiculous. We would be looking at 8 a.m. right now for me. So I'm very happy to be in Germany right now for that reason.
Yeah, we are approaching 12 hours of runtime for this tournament. Let's see
That's
here.
right. And
Encountered an error, but I believe we will.
yeah, I also got an error, so we'll see if it comes back.
I believe we'll get the invite back in a little bit.
Gosh, there were so many moving parts in that last game. I just, like, I'm really just, I keep thinking about it, like all these different things that had to be considered. I mean, Busher did so well there to preserve his coin balance and to really, manage the earner-spender scenario, to play around that Vincent van Moorlehem, and yet, he just could not overcome the sheer power there that Nilfgaard brought.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there you go. I think I pressed it. Oops, I pressed the shop instead. Excuse me, that's my fault.
Oops.
Maybe
right.
just open some kegs. Why not? Just,
I have to
keg
be
opening
right back
stream.
in 1 sec.
Okay. It's just you and me, viewers. Just you and me. I don't know what could be going on with Shinmiri. I have no idea. But unfortunately, we used to have this running gag where he had this really messy desk to his side that he never showed on camera. And normally I would be like, hey, Shinmiri, show us your desk. Unfortunately, he's now moved, so it's all ruined. But we will be going here. We are currently 1-1, Busher and Sumo, going into the third game. No ties yet so far in this matchup. Let's hope there isn't, because Sumo is kind of, I guess I'm going to assume, struggling through the very early hours of the morning right now in China. And here we go. We see Busher is bringing his Imperial formation, and it is up against Syndicate again on red coin. Lots of people opting to bring Syndicate on red, really trying to give themselves this best shot possible with this deck.
Yeah, because Syndicate has been viewed as like the weakest of the 4 factions that people are bringing, so they want to give it the best chance to win, and that's why they keep prioritizing it as the top red coin deck. If they haven't won with Syndicate yet, they will bring it every time they get red coin.
Yeah, that's right, and it is running Passiflora. We're also seeing a few Flaming Rose clerics, Renegade Mage, a few new cards kind of slipping in there as well. So we will see a few different cards in this particular case, not the same deck that we've been seeing in previous tournaments. Busher was the one running the more standard, I want to say old school, but it's not really that old school by Gwent standards, but for now, let's say old school Blood Money deck that we just saw in play.
Yeah, no poisons in this deck. No poison in the Syndicate deck, I should say.
Yeah, and so Busher here with first say on the blue coin, really thinking about how he's going to open up here.
I'm flipping I forgot to flip the perspective, but it is flipped now. Busher on the bottom.
Naughty.
The board just got a lot darker, by the way. Did you notice that?
Oh, did it? Oh, no, I didn't. I'm not looking at your screen. I'm looking at my own screen.
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't get to see all
Gotcha.
the beautiful things that you bring. Okay. Interesting opening play here. Meadow straight into a Tawny Joust.
That's the lack of proactive plays.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just the lack of proactive plays, isn't it? There's nothing here for him to do. There was nothing here for him to target, and everything that he's got in his hand, every single bronze, even the cupbearer, everything relies on there being something to target. And sure enough, there we go. He's got that protected meadow, it acts as a soldier, and he can also drop the crossbowman next to it. Although I think in this particular case, yeah, that's right. So in other words, just setting up that little soldier crew pocket, as we would say for Northern Realms, for the Alba Spearman.
Yeah. So interesting enough, like Busher did have the option to open with a Tourney Joust in his hand instead of playing the meadow, but
Yeah, true,
you would have to
onto the
play it
Jin.
onto the Lamp Jin, which would make a 9. And knowing that Sumo plays poisons in his Syndicate, or no, sorry, not poisons, but like Mariels and potentially Philippa, he might have wanted to avoid playing such a tall target. But it is going to cost him Menno, which could potentially lose him access to something like Bribery that he has not.
Yeah, and
gone
we
yet.
know that he's not generally afraid of doing that, right? Because
Mhm.
didn't he do that in the first game that they had together? He popped the Jin and then dropped the Tawny Joust?
You might be right.
I think so, because remember we were talking about, I was saying, oh, it doesn't feel good to drop the Philippa on the Lamp Jin. I'm pretty sure we had that conversation. Anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. He didn't do it this time, that's all that matters.
That was. I
And
think that was a different match because
Was it?
Busher played Northern Realms in the first match, but
I see, yes, I get
it's
you.
been a long day. We've casted a lot of games, so it does blend in a little bit together, and we are rolling. Busher threatening the poison on the Sol and the Kalkstein.
Half
comes
the
down.
hands are gone, by the way.
Yeah.
Shimiri. We're still talking about the opening play. Half the hand is gone. But we do see that soul dropping, just getting some value over time. That's what it does best.
Is this deja vu?
It feels like it.
Is there a glitch in the Matrix right now? Because it's now Busher doing the same cupbearer poison bluff on the Kalkstein, but this time Sumo doesn't elect to purify it, just passes, and... Alright, the Busher takes round 1 with the Nilfgaard Elder Bears list, and this is going to put him in a nice position to kind of have all his big threats in the same round. So this was the list that Sumo reverse swept against Gravish in the previous series. This Nilfgaard list that Busher's playing right now.
True.
But
Good
I believe like a lot of the success that Sumo had against this deck was being able to win round 1 and push something out of out of this deck in round 2. But this time, no such luck. No, he can't do that anymore because he gave up round 1.
Yeah, exactly right. And important to note that this is not a Spies deck. So this is not running Imperial Enforcers. This is, again, quite an old school deck, as you said, except this time with Brathens added. And I think that's the only change. Really.
Yeah, it looks like it. Brathens is such a good card now, though.
Oh, yeah.
And yep, Busher electing to take the long round, not going to bleed himself this time, and going to save all of his threats along with his defender. And now with the Kalkstein gone and used up in round 1, Sumo has one less answer to that defender. He could still do something like tribute the Mariels or Philippa to steal it, but typically you want those answers, Mariels and Philippa, to actually be used on the threats and not on the defender itself.
And it might not seem super intuitive, but I think Busher is actually happy there that he drew into the Afan. He knows now that he can drop it back into his deck, and he doesn't have to worry about being too greedy with his mulligans. I mean, on the downside, it looks like he did draw into pretty much 3 pretty mediocre bronzes, but nevertheless, it does give him that kind of assurance that he's not going to try mulliganing one of them and catch
And look at
-5
this
point card.
You know, look at this. He stuck with the turn H-off that he didn't play in round 1, and that could have been a Menno into a bribery. Like, this is a pretty big deal here, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
it's
the
true. 'Cause
bomb heaver in hand.
he's got that Skellen now, and that Skellen, I mean, what is it going to replay? I mean, I guess a Royal Decree?
Royal Decree for Ramon or Defender?
Yeah, it would be, I think you play it once for Fion and once for Ramon.
He plays the Royal Decree first for the Defender, and then plays the Stefan to copy the Royal Decree for the Fion. Which means he would have to hold one of these for a while.
That's true. And we do see the Bomb Heaver, of course, coming down and just getting rid of that Passiflora nice and early on. No need to keep it on the board.
But here comes another one. There was one
one
Seductress from the scenario, one from Han, and then one from this Adriano the Mink. So it is a little bit of an engine overload going on here for Sumo side. Trying to get all the removal out of Busher.
Yeah, that's right. And unfortunately, just looking at Bush's side, I mean, okay, he has some poisons there with Morale, and maybe that's the direction he decides to go here. Because if he decides to go with the Helga or the Crossbowman, I mean, they're just a little bit slow. The Helga still has, you know, another round until it's enabled, and it still needs some tactics to really get it rolling. And then the Crossbowman itself, I mean, only damages for 2, and then it's random damage, so it's not particularly helpful either. So really you're going, I guess, Morale or Yen Invo here. I'm not sure.
Busher also has a problem with the Royal Decree. Like, he actually can't play the Defender first to protect his Stefan, because if he plays the Defender off the Royal Decree to protect the Stefan, the last tactic he's played is actually the Paddle Prep. So
very true.
He has to make a very tough decision. Does he, you know, maybe he Royal Decrees for the Ramon first, and then just plays the Stefan naked, unprotected, and hope that it survives in order to use that on Royal Decree?
I mean, he does have all of his leader charges still, so maybe he just tries to protect Stefan using the leader charges rather than using the Defender.
Maybe, but like, even if he boosts it too tall, then Mariels gets a really excellent tribute. If he doesn't boost it tall enough, then Philippa steals it. Like, it's such a difficult thing to play around when both of these are still factors.
And I'm not actually able to check what just happened. I think we were talking and I kind of missed what happened, but one of the Seductresses is gone. I know that much.
He invoed a Seductress.
Okay, it was
This Sly Seductress is now on top of Busher's deck, but there's like no Joachim or anything, so he's not going to have to replay it.
Yeah, he's not worried about it then.
That threat is gone for the time being.
It could still give him another Royal Decree target if he wanted something other than the Defender, I guess. But I don't think he'll take it that way. Kind of like sometimes I think one of the tricky things with Nilfgaard is that sometimes there are plays you can do, and it kind of feels cool to do them, but they're not necessarily really great.
They're not necessarily smart. They could be flashy.
Hey, I wonder if I could do this thing, and then I could get all these points. But then actually, in the end, if you just played it the way you play it every other time, you'll probably be more successful.
All right, so the crosswoman is down. He
a
actually
lieutenant.
Von Hurst on the board with the Horde active right now. A lot of threats, you know, a lot of threats that Busher needs to determine what he wants to remove. I think he might be saving. He's thinking like maybe poison for Seductress. That's why he didn't hit it with the crossbowman.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for Brathens here.
And gonna copy the Seductress.
Yeah. So maybe he
But
will
that
be
just
bringing that
that just
Seductress out
gave
of
3
his deck.
points. That just gave 3 points to the Seductress playing the Brothans. And then
And he
just
doesn't
for his
even
own
get to keep it.
Seductress.
He doesn't even get to keep it. Oh, it hurts.
Ouch. But if he's able to end up securing the poison on the Seductress, then it might not really matter how tall it gets. But
that's exactly what I was thinking. Of course, the danger here is though the moment he plays Morale, that Philippa could very well just come down and yoink it. And then he doesn't have his second poison. And he could get it from the deck. Sorry, he does have a Fangs still in his deck, so he could.
he has a Fangs the Empire, but
decree it.
are you gonna decree Fangs the Empire while you've got Ramon and Theon still in your deck though? Like the opportunity cost is just huge for Busher here. You only have one roll
There's
of
the
decree.
Helga. Yeah, going up to it.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Did he really want to put that many buffs on it? I think it would have been fine at 8, right? I wonder if he misclicked there. That's a little bit too much, I think. I think maybe he meant to do to 8. Because 8 already puts it...
Yeah.
I mean, if he puts it to 8, then off the books gets the Philippa on there, so that's bad too. So I guess he did need to go...
Yeah.
He did need to go to 10, but...
He was trying
that
to avoid
Mariel's... That Mariel's was so juicy. That is some value on the Mariel's right there. And now he's only got
There's
one
some
buff
eel
left.
juice.
Okay, so makes sense here. Plays it as a 5. Now he knows that the capability of the coin capability wasn't there for Philippa to take the Stefan on this turn, so he gets the Stefan safely. He can play the double roll decree right here. One for Ramon, one for Afan. Has to take the Ramon first so that it doesn't end up overwriting the royal decree.
That's right. One for a Fion, I think you meant, not a Fan. Yes.
Yeah, Fion. Exactly. He's
Yeah,
playing
playing it on
actually
the
the
front row.
trifecta here. Wait, is he lining that up? Oh, art fans are gonna be happy. The positioning, Fion and Ramon, you see this sword right here.
Yes, there it is.
It is connected, but unfortunately,
doesn't
a
move
fawn is gonna go to the far right, and it's not gonna be with his brothers, with his fellow comrades, Ramon and Fion.
Yeah, and unfortunately here, yes, I was about to say there is a perfect 9-point card for Philippa to come down and steal, and there is that 21-point swing that Syndicate is so well known for, dropping the morale onto the Slice Seductress, of course, now that the Philippa is no longer a threat to steal.
Morale's
it.
guaranteed though to get the value
Guaranteed.
here.
Yeah.
And no more oh, there is a spender. There is a spender. He's able to spend most of his coins. Lieutenant Von Hurst. Okay, so the poison 18.
And
That's
the
an 8. That's a 7. It's not gonna be quite enough.
Not quite enough.
Sumo takes it by 3 points.
Sumo's rate of winning against this deck is insane. He keeps doing this over and over again. This is what, the 4th time he's beaten this deck? 3 times against Gravesh, and now a 4th time against Busher.
Yeah, I have to imagine, like, it was really close. There might have been something that Busher could have done to change the tides. Like, does anything stick out to you in terms of, like,
I mean, maybe
where
the
he
Helga? The Helga is the main thing, I suppose. He could have
What if he just played the Helga as a 4 and not used his charges and allow it to get Philippa'd? Would that have been better?
I think so, wouldn't it? Like, because it would have been a...
It gets answered anyways,
11-point
but you force him...
Philippa.
And then, like...
Plus the 2, so 13-point.
I don't know if you can predict it
Philippa
from
Morales
Busher's side.
would get less. Yeah, it's really hard to say. I mean, as we said last time, trying with Nilfgaard, there is so many moving parts, so many different strategies you can play. I mean, you could really... there are many, many, many different ways that game could go, and it is impossible to say. But you have to think that maybe if that Morels hadn't gotten quite as juicy a target,
or
maybe.
like there were so many different things. Like the Philippa ended
Yeah.
up getting a 9. Like maybe he could
Yeah.
Busher might have been able to do something to prevent the Philippa from getting a 9. The Morels got a 10 with a shield. Like I think it just ended up Busher ended up giving too much value to the Morels and the Philippa, and if he could have lowered the value on those. Sumo actually didn't have a good spender. He had the Lieutenant as a spender, but he ended up transforming all the Zealots that he had available to him. So
That's right.
If-
And we
if
are
you-
now on 2-1 to Sumo. 2-1. So Sumo now only needs one more win, and he has to do it with this Monsters deck.
yeah, and this monster deck has been very successful for Sumo
Yeah.
so far. I haven't been keeping track of the stats, but I feel like he's won most of his games that he's played with this deck. And
Sorry, can I just interrupt for a second? The round start sign had not even disappeared from the screen before the lava went down on the board. That is how quick
so
this guy
fast.
is. So, sorry to interrupt, Shibiri. Please
Sumo
continue.
is not even going to get to leave here if he wins this game, because he's going to have to play in the grand finals if he wins this versus Unforgiven.
That's right. So you are watching the losers bracket finale here. Whoever loses this match, or whoever loses this matchup, I should say, will come in third place and get themselves 150 American dollars. The winner will go back into the winners bracket. They're guaranteed at least $250 prize pool. They will play against Unforgiven. If they lose, they get the 250, and Unforgiven goes home with 600. If they win, they have to play another best of 5 against Unforgiven in order to secure that true double elimination.
Okay, so
you could be playing another 2 best of 5s after this, potentially.
Young is the night.
I wonder if maybe Sumo actually has somewhere to be, and this is why he's playing so fast.
Somewhere to be is bed.
Possibly. He does matter for the Oniromancy, now having the option of playing a bunch of different things with this Oniromancy. He could play the Squirrel to get rid of... actually, nothing that good in this matchup. Nice sound effects there.
I don't know what
Could
you're
be playing...
talking about.
Could play the Ethereal here, because I think the Ethereal looks really nice.
Yeah, the
He's
Ethereal is
got-
really nice, yeah.
He's got the Night Wraiths and the Rats, and he's got the Brewis to consume the Night Wraith. So perfect,
Yeah,
perfect round for Ethereal.
Yeah, to me it looks like an Ethereal setup here. But
That would...
is it Busher who's taking his time? I was like, oh my
Yeah.
god, is Sumo taking his time? But no, it's
No, yeah, right.
Whew. God, I was concerned.
Busher deciding what he wants to bleed here. Ends up bleeding the larva.
That's unusual.
That is unusual, because you don't typically want to damage
Bleed
but not
a
kill a
Thrive
Thrive
unit.
unit. Like, he
Yeah.
could have bled. Okay, so maybe he's thinking he doesn't want to get the bleed target consumed by Brewis. Okay, and here we go. There's the Ethereal. That's probably gonna lock Busher out of this round, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious why he would play it next to the Night Wraith there.
Because he wants to consume the Night Wraith with the Brewis, so that
Oh,
he
of
gets
course,
more
he wants to
ones.
consume it. Sorry, I
He gets
forgot it was
2 more ones
transform. It's
over
not
here.
going to trigger the Death Wish. Don't mind me. Just having a moment. But yeah, I mean, it is a bit weird, isn't it, to put that bleeding onto a Thrive unit. For those who might not quite understand, maybe a bit newer to the game, Thrive boosts itself every time a unit taller than it is played onto the board. So if you're putting bleeding onto a Thrive unit, you're essentially keeping it at a low level and guaranteeing that it continues to boost itself every single turn.
The crossbowman snipes the 1. That's not bad, but
That's not bad.
But Sumo does have the consume here to get more ones in the row. But sniping the 1's still pretty good. It kind of denies 4 points, or yeah, it denies 3 extra points if this round continues to go.
Yeah, and especially with this leader ability, as we said earlier, they're not playing Fruits of His Gear, thank you. And so there isn't that opportunity to just keep spawning 1-point units for Ethereal to transform. I mean, this is something where he is actually a little bit limited in terms of what he can do here.
And Sumo does have the second Night Wraith, so he does have access to more ones. This is like a great hand for this round. Double Night Wraith plus the access to the Ethereal. Like, I imagine Busher's gonna have to pass soon, and there it is.
There it
We
is.
just cannot keep up with this ethereal engine giving 3 points every turn.
Yeah, making that little shuffly line that I like to see there. What do you call it? The zombie shuffle.
Does it bother you that they're not synced up?
It does sometimes, but on the other hand, them not being synced up does make it look a bit more realistic. Because
Yeah.
zombies don't tend to walk in sync with each other. I don't know how many zombies you've encountered, but as a personal expert, zombies tend to just do their own thing. So it does make it a little bit more realistic, but at the same time, it does kind of bother me that they don't sync up. I'm a split. I'm sitting on the fence here, I know, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Round 2, Sumo taking round 1, probably will push a little bit in round 2, try to get something of value out of Busher. He doesn't Sumo doesn't care about round length, especially with the ethereal gone now. The only thing left in his hand is or in his deck is the Apero Phantom that grows, and that potentially can get answered as well. Oh, so he's actually just gonna go for it right now because he wants this round 2 to be the longest round, is my guess. He actually plays it before the Endrigal Larva to play around Brothans. I think that's very smart.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense when you have a look at Bush's deck and you have a look at Sumo's deck. There's a lot there that Sumo can use in this round to get ahead, but also he's not scared of a short round. If it comes down to it, a short round is really not that bad for him, as long as he doesn't maybe get a bit unlucky with Karen Thea in his hand.
If he does go into
unit, for example.
If he so looking at what's left in the deck, nothing's really Karen Theorable, and he would have to hold a living armor going into round 3. Sumo might also just try to 2-0 here. He does have a pretty good hand. He has both remaining Crones. He's got the Yagurn, he's got the Renew to combo off of his leader on one of the Crones and the Larva. Sumo has been going for a ton of 2-0s today, as we've seen earlier. And I don't know if that's just necessarily the best strategy for him, but it does save the most time. If you can 2-0 somebody, you save time, right? And that's very in line with what...
Hey, and look at this. Look at that. That he has played the Phantom in between the two larvae. And that is probably to avoid exactly what we were talking about last time. The Brothans move into a Mage Infiltrator, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
Just preventing that spy from insta-killing his larva. He learnt from earlier.
Yeah, he can, Busher can still Royal Decree for this Brothans here. The Mage Infiltrator isn't bad. It kills one of the larvae and softens up this Phantom down to a 2. It'll grow back to a 3. And then he can kill it with a Tourney Joust, or whatever.
Yeah, or drop a Helga and something else, and start peeing them off, and maybe even get the other larva as well in the process. Who knows?
Exactly. So that is an option. Seeing the Phantom and the larva should tell Busher to respect this push. That there is going to be a lot of power going forward on Sumo's side of the board. Should he continue playing. And okay, Busher boosts it up to a 9, boosts the Stefan to a 9. I like the fact that Busher commits the Stefan so early, because Sumo's deck, while it does have control damage from the Wispus, it requires a little bit of setup. He's gonna go with it right now with the 4 damage, and then leader immediately to the 6 damage, dealing a total of 10, killing the Stefan. I like that a lot as well.
Wow.
So
nice.
Even though Busher tried to boost it out of damage removal range, didn't quite boost it enough. Maybe, I don't know if he considered the fact that, Wispus could be played twice in one turn due to the leader ability Death Shadow.
Or maybe he just assumed that Sumo wasn't willing to go all in on his leader ability in round 2 yet. Maybe he thought, oh, it's early in round 2. He's not going to commit that much this early, surely. But then again, he set the tone himself by committing that skeleton so early and boosting it up so high. So I guess it was, like for like in the end.
All right, and this Phantom is still growing. Sumo has a pretty nice renew now on this Wispus, which will deal 8 damage if he renews it. It could also deal 10 damage if he plays the Wispus first. This time,
yeah, that's right.
The Helga comes down. Helga, could get answered here with the ping, the 3 damage ping from the Phantom to get rid of the shield and then renewing. A little bit of an overkill, to be honest, but there are a ton of tactics. Okay, instead of using the ping on the Phantom, he's actually just going to bleed to try to get rid of this shield.
Yeah, that's right. So the bleed on the shield does actually impact the shield. This is one of the things that I've spoken about quite a lot to anyone who's familiar with my videos. The bleed will impact the shield. The shield takes one hit of damage no matter how much it is. In this case, it's just one. Yeah, the bleed hits for one at the end of Bush's turn, and it will release or I guess, get rid of the shield. But if it's armor, the armor isn't affected. So in this case, the shield will be affected and it will open up that opportunity for the Helga to be destroyed.
Yeah, and Busher knows what the plan is. He knows that Sumo's targeting this Helga and he wants to protect it. So the defender does come down, armors himself, making him a little bit harder to break through. Although 11 health, actually 3 plus 8 is 11. So like the Renew plus the Phantom could get through, but nope. Sumo says, I've got enough out of you. The defender's gone. I'm going to save my removal for other stuff. Helga's gone. Pretty good push, I think, by Sumo.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the only tricky thing now is this again. What do you do with it? I mean, you're going into a round against Nilfgaard, who has all these poisons. I suppose you're not too scared of it being destroyed because it can just activate your Osril.
I mean, you're more worried about it getting Invocation, I think. Because Invocation kind of destroys it without actually activating your Osril.
Yeah, that's right. And he hasn't seen Invocation yet. He doesn't know that it's still in Bush's deck. So it's a really good point. Okay, going into round 3. So just to clarify for anyone who's just joining us, Sumo versus Busher, this is the finale of the losers bracket. Sumo is on 2 versus Busher was on 1 win. So if Sumo wins this round, he will move on to the next stage. I'm not sure if he wants that or not at this point, because it is very early on a Monday morning now for Sumo. And on the one hand, he's already guaranteed cash, but on the other hand, as a competitive player, you don't ever want to throw a match. You can't do it. It's something in here. You know, it doesn't matter how late it's getting. It doesn't matter if you have work that day. It doesn't matter if, you know, your girlfriend or your boyfriend or whoever is knocking on the door saying, "Come on, this is ridiculous. What are you doing with your life?" It doesn't matter. You're gonna play it out to the end to the best of your ability.
You don't get that many chances to be in the top 3 of like a Gwent tournament that has $1,000 prize pool. That's it. It's a pretty rare occasion these days, and so not just for the money, but also for the glory, right?
Glory. That's all I've got to add to that. Sorry.
And Ramon is gonna open this round with the Tortoise. Busher having a nice proactive play here to get this round started. Sumo, you know, they're on even cards, but Sumo has no leader. He did actually commit the leader in round 2 in order to answer that Stefan. And Busher still has like kind of 9 points.
9 points up his sleeve. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And we see Sumo electing to drop the Bruja Vampire with the Thrive, of course. She's only worth 3 points. So as we can see in his hand, there's quite a few cards that are going to proc that Thrive ability for her. Unfortunately, that bleeding, as we were just saying before, you know, I was talking about the bleeding affecting the shield, it does not affect the armor, so it won't get them any closer to getting that exposed ability on the Tortoise and boosting a unit on Sumo's side by 2. But it doesn't matter at this point anyway, because Menno has just decided to come down and drop, if I'm not mistaken, a Tawny Joust, yes, onto the Bruja and get rid of that little engine.
Looks like he's going to go for Caranthir here to copy that
onto the Living Armor.
Living Armor, that 13-point bomb play for just 8 provisions. Caranthir, one of Monster's best cards still.
Totally agree.
Even though he's been around for so long, he's kind of a card that's like kind of immune to power creep, because as other cards get stronger, he also gets more targets. Like before this expansion, he didn't have Ethereal, and now he has Ethereal as a potential target.
It's very true. The main pitfall, of course, as we were discussing yesterday, is that he does spawn the base copy of a unit, a 1-power base copy of a unit. He doesn't play it, so you don't get any deploy abilities on a card that you spawn with Caranthea. It just puts it on the board. In this case, Living Armor's ability is not a deploy ability. It's just a static ability, if you will. So it will always be worth 10 when it drops, even if it's just spawned.
All right, so do you think Sumo's going to answer this poison in any way? It doesn't look like
he?
it. He has renew into Brewis.
Into consume.
Yeah, and
exactly.
then give himself an 18-point unit. So probably not, but he does decide to go for the Striga, hit the Morrow for 4. While he has the dominance, he's going to do it.
Yeah, fair enough. And we think here he's probably going to try holding onto the Ugern until he sees the Yen Invo. But of course, I'm guessing he's not going to see the Yen Invo until the Ugern is dropped, potentially.
Maybe if he plays the Weavis before the Ugern and he gets a really tall unit from the boost on the Weavis, then maybe the Yen Invo comes down early. Looking at what's left in Busher's deck, Busher's probably going to take the Brothans with the Roll of the Kree at some point. Yep. Or he could potentially take the card that he invos from the Roll of the Kree.
Do you know what? I mean, he could be thinking about here with this poison, Busher. He could be going to go for the poison and then even try to bribery into his own Osril at some point.
Wow. So, pretty ballsy move by Busher, holding the 1 strength Morrow, not using that poison. I mean, I think it's low risk because he knows that there's not really like a 1 damage thing. Maybe natural selection to kill it, but even if it dies, he's got the Cupbearer to finish the poison off. And it's not like the Purify's not really doing anything at this point. So like by holding the poison, maybe he baits Sumo into killing it, wasting some damage on it, perhaps.
Yeah,
maybe that's what he's thinking.
Point.
Maybe he also, by holding the poison, he can potentially not end up killing this 10 and using the poison on something else with the Cupbearer. There could be a bigger target if something like the Weavis is played, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what direction he takes here. I think, as you predicted, here comes the Brothans into I didn't actually get to see. Yeah, okay, Major Infiltrator. Just going for that 3 damage on adjacent units. 1 on the Living Armor, which drops to 7 because the armor drops to 7, and 1 on the Striga. And there's the Ugern with only 3 armor to protect itself.
That's actually really good timing on the Ugern right after the Brothans, because if the Brothans wasn't played there, he could have killed it with the Infiltrator and then saved his Invo for something else.
Yeah, true. It'll be interesting to see which way. And this is on the one hand, we've spoken a lot about open deck lists and how it can reduce some of that, I suppose, that guessing game that you have to play. Do they have this? Do they run that? Do they run this other thing? But on the flip side, it does lead to situations like this, which are a lot of kind of, do you have it? Do you not have it? And as we see there, the Yen Invo does drop down on the Ugern.
You know what,
and that was kind of one of the things that
I
he
was actually
testing out.
thinking, maybe Busher could have gone for a bribery there before invoing the Ugern. The Ugern has 3 armor, and if Busher had briberied into the Apiarian Phantom, he could have done 3 damage to kill it. And then maybe given himself an invo on something else. Like, that could have potentially been a really nice line for him, and then save, like, the Cupbearer. He doesn't have last save. But, so the downside of that is if he does end up killing the Ugern, it gives Sumo a much better Osril. And right now, Sumo's Osril is looking like it's going to kill us. It's going to consume a 6.
Yeah, and I think we just answered the question about why he hasn't poisoned the Living Armor yet. I mean, he knew he was saving the Yen Invo for the Ugern, and he doesn't want to drop anything into the graveyard yet that is going to give Osril a target.
What just happened? Oh, okay.
We just saw a Wispus.
So he just renewed...
Oh, no.
Sumo renewed the Wispus for damage.
Yes. Okay.
Hit this 7+2 armor Tortoise for 8 damage. And then the Tortoise boosted the Living Armor by 3.
Armor.
But Living Armor can't... His power is always equal to the armor, so the boost by 3 didn't actually do anything. But that's why, for anybody who's confused at what just happened there, because of, I mean, I had to take a second look.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sure I saw a boost happen there, but there's nothing in green. What's going on? Yeah, and Busher trying to play a bit of 3D chess here, trying to think, all right, can I manage to find value here? Oh, there he goes. I was going to say without dropping something into the graveyard, but he was looking for the Osril. He was looking for the Osril. He was doing exactly what I was saying before.
He wanted
trying to find himself.
Yeah.
But he finds the Yagurn himself anyway.
And this Yagurn is going to live with 1 armor. There's nothing left on Sumo's side that actually does damage. The 13-point Yagurn, and yes, he made his own luck. He tried to make his own luck, right? By playing the bribery 1 turn early and foregoing the assimilate value on the cupbearer, he opens up the Yagurn as an out for himself, and by killing and finishing the poison on the 10-point living armor, he also opens up Osrel as a really good out, like you were mentioning. So Busher playing really well there to maximize his odds at finding something powerful on the bribery, and pays off.
Absolutely. Now we will see all of his final leader charges come down. We will see Efan come out for essentially a 9-point leader. This cupbearer is a little bit sad, but it is important to note that he could take the Yagurn because presumably he's been tracking what's been coming out of Sumo's deck, and he knew there's no damage card. There are no damage cards left. Not a single one in Sumo's deck.
And it's so close. Look at that. It's barely enough. Busher is able to squeeze out game number 4 by 2 points. These are some really close games. We saw last game decided by 3 points. This game decided by 2 points. Wow. All right, so we're going to a decisive game number 5 again. Sumo cannot catch a break here. Can't finish off Busher quickly and gets dragged into a game number 5.
Yeah,
the
that's
bribery
right.
came into clutch there.
And you know, it's one of these things. I was watching a few clips from the cast last night, and one of the things I saw someone say said, "Oh, this game can really be decided by 1 point. Like that is some real precision that needs to be brought into play." And it's one of the huge takeaways that you and I are getting from this tournament as well, is that is still the case. Like every little play can count for so many points. I know a lot of the time when you're on the ladder or you're playing the game, it can feel like it doesn't matter how well I play, like this deck is OP or this card is OP or whatever, and it doesn't matter how I play. But these games are kind of showing us that actually there are lots and lots of little ways in which you can optimize your value, and lots of ways in which you might do a line that doesn't seem natural or doesn't seem right for that deck, but actually gets you the points you need to win the game. And it is one of the real complexities of Gwent that I think a lot of us find so thrilling.
Yeah, the thing that I really love about Gwent is that after a win or a loss, a lot of times you can go back and look at decisions that either player made that contributed to that result. And it's not just simply, oh, you know, like other card games that maybe work on a mana system. Oh, I didn't draw my 2-drop, so I lost because the board just snowballed out of my control and there was nothing that I could do.
Yeah,
so
good point. Yeah, that ability to review your decisions and kind of see where you might have gone wrong is super important.
Okay, deciding game number 5. Busher finally having to play Syndicate on blue. This could get a little bit awkward for him, especially against a monster deck. Monster known to be able to kind of abuse red coin a little bit. But no larva.
But then again, I mean, every time we try to make a prediction about which deck is gonna take it, we're often proven entirely wrong. So I'm not gonna write off anyone just yet, because this is anyone's game right now, and these two players have both proven that they are gonna bring it to this tournament.
No larva here for Sumo, but he does have double Night Wraith into a Neuromancy Ethereal, right? Double Night Wraith into a Neuromancy Ethereal.
Yeah, and he's also got Matter in hand. I'm not sure what that pulls right now, to be honest, but it could also be
It would pull
Ethereal.
a Living Armor. Living Armor.
Oh, Living
here.
Armor. Yeah, there it is. I see it. Yeah.
So this Ethereal is going to be really difficult for Busher to answer. Busher's got to be panicking a little bit right now, thinking, "Oh no, I'm on blue coin. I have no answer to Ethereal. How do I get out of this round without losing on even?" Syndicate, very vulnerable to losing on even here in this situation.
Yeah, and I was just trying to work out if he comboed the leader ability with something that maybe he could handle both ethereals in one go, but I don't think he can, not with what he's got.
Yeah, if he had an Ewald,
Ewald.
he could leader plus Ewald, but
Yeah.
leadering in round 1 on blue coin is also a death sentence. So Busher's probably gonna go pickpocket into 9 coins, get the Flying Redanian out, and slam the Saul on the board to start getting engine value, and hope that that is enough to stay ahead and get him a pass at some point. But the Saul gets him 3 points a turn, and the Ethereal's getting 3 points a turn, so they kind of cancel out. And the Seductress is getting 1 point a turn. So, I mean, Busher's got more engines.
Can I just duck in there for a second just to talk about that play of the Night Wraith? We can see here that there aren't actually any ways for a Sumo to consume his Night Wraith that he just dropped. So what he did is he popped it in between 2 of the Ethereals, spawning the rats to the right and making sure that the Night Wraith herself was also transformed into that 4-point play. And that's just one of those examples of what we were talking about before, these little plays, the positioning of this unit where you can get that extra point that could carry you through in a round.
And Busher's spending some coins here to prevent from over-profiting, and then using that Fist Tech to get back up to the maximum of 9 coins, still growing this Saul at 3 points a turn. The Yagurn comes down with 5 armor.
Seeing that poison onto the Ethereal maybe makes him feel a little more comfortable about dropping the Yagurn.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
Busher,
sure.
as we can see here, still has 2
Yes.
poisons in his hand.
That's right.
But Busher is at 5 cards right now in hand, and if he plays another card, he will go to 4 cards, which is where
danger
Sumo,
zone.
the danger zone, exactly, where Sumo can potentially start like passing for card advantage or winning on even for card advantage. He needs. The good news is the Ethereal train has stopped. The Ethereal train has arrived at Union Station. It's no longer going. No more ones to really consume, or even short units. So he's
Yeah,
getting.
I'm not, there's really nothing there.
He
for
needs
him
like
to-
8 points here. Okay, so Busher is going to offer the pass for card advantage to Sumo. Sumo doesn't even
Sumo doesn't
think
take
about it.
Doesn't skip a beat.
Doesn't even think about it. And I don't know, I don't know if this is a mistake or not, because now Busher gets to complete the poisons. Sumo even potentially draws Busher a poison with that Mata, because those poisons are 4 provisions.
Yeah.
And now Busher is back kind of ahead.
He's
Doesn't
going
lose
all,
his card.
Ian, look at this. He's going. It's the Osril, a round 1 Osril.
Jesus. Round 1 Osril. Haven't seen that in a long time.
Does
So
he
is back
really
up
want to go to
ahead.
bed that badly?
I mean, we're getting down to cards that Busher doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to play Passiflora. He doesn't
That's
really
true.
want to play Kalkstein. It's not really a great card either, so maybe he will play the Kalkstein. But Mata drawing him the Spender, the Sea Jackal Spender, it's kind of nice because he's got so many coins. The Sea Jackal might be able to just make use of this horde in a little bit. Busher's not going to use it right now. He's going to still stay at 9 coins to get the maximum value. This Saul is so many points. This Saul is 19 points going on 22 soon.
I mean, Sumo maybe just believes he can take it. Maybe he really does think, like, eventually I'm going to get to a point where I can take this round. But
he's
I
got a
don't know.
squirrel.
It's pretty. He's got a squirrel and a renew in his hand. I mean, he could drop the living armor, sure, but then he also has problems with his Caranthir further down the line.
I mean, he could Caranthir like a crone. It's not the best, but it's okay. It gives him 4 more points on leader, so it's like
Yeah.
an 8-point Caranthir, so it's significantly worse. But he's not really sure, right? Oh my god, he's not. Oh no, it's not. It's Busher roping. It's not Sumo roping.
No,
So
no,
I was gonna
it's
say
Busher.
Sumo is actually taking his time for once, but no. Sumo, even if Sumo plays the living armor, he's not even sure if that will win him the round. He doesn't know what exactly is in Busher's hand. He's got the swirl that he can't play, and he's got the renew that he can't play. Nothing. So he actually.
There it
So
is.
I think this was a missed opportunity for Sumo. This might actually cost him the whole series. That he didn't take the pass when he had the card advantage when the first
Yeah.
poison came down. He knew he had no answer to the Saul, which ended up getting 25 points. in the round?
Jeez.
Oh no. This is actually looking kind of bad for Sumo now. Sumo also doesn't have the Bomb Heaver answer for Passiflora.
That's true. He doesn't run Bomb Heaver in his deck, so there is no answer there. He doesn't run Heat Wave. There is really no answer there for Passiflora at all. So in that respect, it is very nice for Busher because he can drop it knowing that at least the scenario is safe, if not the first Sly Seductress. And he's going for the pass. He's saying, no, I believe I got this in a long round.
What's he gonna banish? Is it even gonna matter? Probably not. There's no graveyard interaction on
Perfect round
Busher's
2
side.
drop, basically.
MVP, most valuable card. Squirrel.
Remember how hyped up everyone got about the squirrel? They saw
Yeah.
the squirrel, they saw the
It was
owl
the first
behind
card
it, and
art
everyone
that
was
was
like, oh my
revealed.
god, it's Philippa! It's Philippa! I was convinced too. I was not immune to the hype. I'm all about the hype train, as you guys might have gathered. All right, this is not a bad hand here for Sumo, but also
not a bad hand for either player.
Busher. Oh yeah.
Busher
A lot of
is
options here.
missing Philippa and Imki, but he gets one of them presumably with
the-
Vivaldi Bank.
yeah.
He has the Blind Eyes to activate the Passiflora, which is gonna go uncontested. And Sumo still has to play the Brewis. That's kind of unfortunate that he still has to play the Brewis.
Why?
Why didn't he play the Larva first? Or the
Yes.
Phantom first? I'm also wondering that myself.
Was it a misclick?
I think he just wants to load up the 4 damage. I think he wants to... By playing the Brewis, he loads up the 4
Right.
damage on the Wispus, which would be able to kill like an Ewald or a Seductress or such, right?
Yeah, speaking of which, we see the defender coming down and dropping those 2 scarabs, providing that extra buffer for Busher to actually protect not so much the scenario, as we said, he knows that that's safe, but the Seductress that it spawns.
Yeah,
Yeah, and there we go,
Caranthir
the Caranthir into living armor.
into living armor. He was able to preserve that living armor from round 1, choosing to pass before playing it, so he does have that target for the Caranthir. But, I mean, not much he can do about these scarabs. He's got the Phantom that can get one of them.
And he could use the Wispess for the other, but it seems like a bit of a sad play, really,
Yeah.
doesn't it? But he might
Little
not have
bit of
any
a waste.
choice. I mean, if Busher stacks that melee row, I mean, eventually he has to actually play on the back because this Adriano, assuming he takes the tribute, will spawn something. We've got Ewald has to be played on the melee. He will run out of space. He's got more than 4 cards he has to drop.
Yeah, eventually something will be unprotected, but by that time it's not going to matter, I think.
No. By that time, all his engines are going ding, 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 ding. Especially this just basic Sly Seductress, this simple bronze Sly Seductress in his hand. I mean, yes, there it is. He wants to get that down while he can actually have a chance at getting some value from it. Yeah, and there's the Aperian Phantom.
Used
just
right
taking
away.
that- yeah, exactly. No, not waiting at all. Was that... Should he have waited? I mean, if he can't handle both
no,
scarabs
because
in one go...
If he waits, then it gets killed by like a Blood Money or an
Of
Ewald,
course,
and
yeah,
then he actually just can't get through the Scarabs at that point, or he has to waste even more damage. He has to waste like 6 damage to get through the second Scarab instead of just wasting 4 damage. So at this point, like, Sumo can kill like one of these Seductresses, right? He can play Wispus, kill this, this will grow to a 6, and then Leader the Wispus, kill this one at 6 with 6 damage. But it's probably too little too late here. The defender really slowing down his removal, forcing him to use some of this stuff on the Scarabs.
Which, of course, is exactly what Busher was hoping to do. And, of course, that kind of provides this situation here where Busher can do exactly what Syndicate and others as well, like Northern Realms, for example, do best, which is just drop these engines and just profit. And really, right now, not a lot to stop him. There it is.
Busher using the Leader to get enough coins to proc the Tribute on Adriano. Gets a 3rd Seductress now. And
here we go, as predicted.
I mean, this is just too many engines. It's too many engines for Sumo to handle. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit wacko. But we know that Death Shadow there, the leader ability there, was able to replay the Whispers, and now there is another Whispers in the graveyard, and that is what is going to be enabled with Renew, and Renew is presumably going to bring her out to get another one of the Seductresses gone. But, I mean, as you said, the Passiflora Peaches are still there. The Sly Seductress, one of the Sly Seductresses will stay on the board.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to stop the Sea Jackal. You're not going to be able to stop Ewald.
I imagine he's gonna renew that Whispus right now to kill this 8-point Seductress before it grows even more. What is Oniromancy getting him? He's getting him the Weavis for a big boost, which will be fine.
I guess. Could.
Weavis is definitely going to be more points. Yeah, it's going to be 15 points.
And it means that you could pop something out of Philippa range.
What is Busher thinking about? Busher's maybe thinking about, okay.
Come off. Just take the whole finger.
Plays the Spender.
I mean, at this point, he could even just be checking deck lists, making sure there's nothing he's missed.
Yeah, I mean, it is down to the wire. It is down to the last game. This is game number 5 of the losers finals. Whoever wins this advances to the grand finals against Unforgiven. And so Busher's just taking his time, trying to make sure that he doesn't make any mistakes. He's covered all of his bases. Oh, he can't even kill the 8. I messed up. He can't kill the 8 because there's 2 Seductors. The Renew actually procs him before he gets the Whispus, so he has to kill the smaller one.
That's right. Oof, yeah, I mean, this is coming down to the wire. I mean, you can tell here Bush is slowing right down, really taking his time to consider his plays. Maybe going to go for the Philippa here, but you can see she's right at the end of his deck, so he has to spend some serious coin if he wants to get her. Right at the bottom of his deck, right where she's the least useful to him.
6 coins.
We'll see.
6 coins to spend. If then she would only be able to seize a 3, but maybe he just goes for like Imki instead. Yeah, Imki knows that his engines are probably safe now. There should be no more removal available, and so he just gets some coin value. Sea Jackal can use those. Tin Boy might even be able to use those if he wants.
And Sea Jackal being quite nice with the boost self by 3 once you're at Horde 7, and that does mean that he can essentially get that little bit extra value out of the coins as well that he wouldn't otherwise get with, say, Street Urchins or something like that. As we see there. Oof.
This is a big finisher play. This is going to be 15 points. But
is the Tin Boy going to be enough? And he's got with the
he's got 9 coins. I think he plays Tin Boy, doesn't tribute the Tin Boy, and then spends all the coins on the Sea Jackal, right? So this should be more than enough for Bushy. Bushy does take it.
He does take it and takes out the losers bracket series. So we are actually going to see him go back into the winners bracket where he came from, what, 4 hours ago?
Yeah.
And he's
for a rematch
yeah.
against Unforgiven. This is the rematch of the winners finals between Bushy and Unforgiven. We can take a quick look at what the bracket looks like after all of these games. Congratulations, Bushy, winning that another 3-2 nail-biter. Man, Sumo has had so many 3-2s. If you look at this bracket here, 3-2 versus Piable, 3-2 versus Mobius, 3-2 versus Gravish, and then finally losing 3-2 to Busher in the losers finals.
Just an absolutely amazing showing from Sumo there. I mean, what time is it there? I think I've lost track. It's like 7 a.m.
7 o'clock now.
Yeah, 7 a.m. on a Monday morning in China now, and Sumo has been playing for the last 13 hours of Gwent, with I think the longest break he's had has been 10 or 15 minutes. So just put that into perspective, that he has gotten to this point against Busher, who has played relatively few games in comparison and had a nice long break while he got to wait around. And Sumo has still, with his lightning Gwent, managed to put in such an amazing showing and sneak through that losers bracket to take home $150. So congratulations to Sumo. What a marathon effort. This guy deserves a statue somewhere, I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then Busher now securing himself top 2, guaranteeing at least $250 in prize money, along with some sweet premium kegs and meteorite powder. Now facing off against Unforgiven in the grand finals. TLG
that's right.
versus Team Aretusa at Grand
That's
Finals.
right. TLG versus Team Aretusa. What a great ending to what has been a great competition so far. Of course, it's not over yet. Spiro and Jagaris will be casting this grand finale over on their channel. We will shuffle you that way soon. But it is important before we go to note this, that Unforgiven and Busher played each other in the last round of the winners bracket. They're playing each other again now. So they're going to do a best of 5. If at the end of that best of 5, Busher wins, right, has 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, whatever. If Busher wins, they will play each other in another best of 5. And they have been playing Gwent for 13 hours so far, admittedly with a few breaks this time, but there could be potential for us to see here Unforgiven Busher, Unforgiven Busher, Unforgiven Busher 3 times they will have had to face each other here. So this is really the match to watch, and I'm sure you will have a great time getting to see Spiro and Jag cast it as well. Shinmiri, this has been an excellent night of Gwent.
Indeed, an excellent weekend of Gwent. I've had a great pleasure casting these games with you yesterday and today. We had some great moments, some major highlights from this tournament. Very high-level play from the players, and we'll have to see how it all turns out. But any other final words from you, Apero, before we send this over to Spyro and Jagaris?
Just want to thank you for hosting me on your channel and doing all the technical work, I suppose, on your end. Want to thank all of the organizers for having faith in the Shinpero Wonder Duo. Yet again, it is always a pleasure to cast alongside you, do any work with you. It's so much fun. And I've just had a ball. My final word is follow me on Twitter. It's always my final word. Or you can also check me out on YouTube. You just put Apero Gwent into the YouTube search bar and you'll find me. My content is aimed almost exclusively at beginners, so if you are a slightly higher level player, you might find it a bit boring. That's cool, but you can hit subscribe anyway, I don't mind. And other than that, just thank you to the organizers, to the players, to the other casters who have held down the fort all day long. What a marathon effort from everyone, and it is not over yet, folks. So I am sure it will be a great game or two that you're about to go and witness between Unforgiven and Busher, TA versus TLG. Bring it. That's what I have to say.
That was a great way to wrap things up. Thank you all for watching. Have a great rest of your day and your weekend. And good luck to Unforgiven and Busher in the finals. We're going to send you over to Spiro and Jagaris. Have fun, guys. And good night.